Hello, hello. Come on in. Come on in. Welcome to see you guys. We're going, y'all know we're going to class today, right? We are going to class today. As soon as I start the show, y'all gonna miss the good stuff. Soon I wait for a couple of you more guys to get on up in here. Whoever watching the replay, you can fast forward right past this and get straight to the show. I made a song. Jeez. Hey, Coffee. Hey, sweetie. No, honey, this weather sucks. This weather sucks. And it's playing with your allergies like it ain't nothing. If you got allergies and sinus problems, this weather's not for you. Hey, Maya. Hey, sweetie. Oh, it's 90 over here. You sound like boss lady. You sound like boss lady. Hey, love. Enjoy a little music. Hey, Latricia. How are you? Hey, Monique. Hey, sweet pea. How you doing? Hey, Johnny. Now we getting ready to start because Lord knows when we're gonna end up. So we got to get ready to start. So in between time, we're gonna watch a little video. And this video is by Immortal. Let me get her name right. Because I love her work. Hi, Rainbow. I love her work. To me, she does great. Another one of these content creators who does great work. I love her work. One day, maybe she'll come on over here. She'll come on over here and give us a visit. But hopefully, put that little disclaimer in here like it really means something. But it look good, though. It looks good. It look good. This heat about girl, send that over here. Send some of that heat over here to the east. Hey, that's Stacy. Send some of that heat over. Our weather's been terrible, terrible. The sun, the sun like to play peekaboo, peekaboo, peekaboo. Is they don't know what they want to do. But send some of that heat over here. But I've been watching her work for the past couple of yes, 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 yes. So you know what I'm talking about, right? I'm gonna still say her name though, because I really enjoy her content. And like I said, we have to feel free and to say, hey, this person does good work, you know? And I like her work. I like her work. But we're gonna watch this video. I forgot to take that off. Let me take this out of your hands. This is a video to the rest of y'all. Get y'all butts in here. Because we're going to do some work. We're going to do some work today. Because, see, the thing is, in this internet world, in the entertainment world, in all of these worlds, everything is a different world, but it's really the same world. We have to really, well, the next video, but this video is just so to get people ready. Her name is Immortal Mortals. Tell her I love her work and come on over here sometime. I would love to just, chat with her about what's going on, and I would like to know, her feeling on her channel and why she does what she do. So, but great work. Let's go.
I'm grateful.
Dad, I forgot her name. I totally forgot her name. But if you guys remember this face, she was the one that was when all of them met up with her to do some whatever that they was doing. But she was looking a little bit different, but she's been down with them. And she's also was the one when Donna was there. Remember Donna, if that's her name. She the one that kept Donna, quote unquote. When she supposed to have ran away from Nature Nut, and she was the one that quote unquote was keeping Donna safe. So I don't know about her. I don't know if she's trustworthy or not. But I'm telling you, you can't trust nobody. When you enter, this is why you got to keep yourself out of situations. Because once you start putting yourself in situations, you can't trust nobody. You cannot trust nobody. So, but this is about her, what she had to say. I'm trying to think of this lady's name without me going on Instagram to find out what it is, but y'all know who she is.
You cannot be on this planet and reject the exact thing that is clear, dead smack in front of you. You come into people's presence, you feel their power, and then you're afraid of it. And then you start to see them in a very, you become inferior with yourself mostly. But you fear them because you just don't know what this energy is. It feels unfamiliar to you. So you fear it and you run away from it. There are people on this planet that desire to just be with themselves alone and to build within them their own self. They choose to just be walkers of the earth. The hermit. Just existing with no purpose. And then you have us, the ones that are here to rebuild the kingdom, rebuild the family structure in village form, welcome back the polyamorous lifestyles of king.
Now listen, she says rebuild the kingdom. What kingdom? The whole entire planet Earth is the kingdom. What kingdom? And bringing back to polyandry or whatever. But that was done. Yes, that was done. But at the end of the day, nobody has not proven every single man in that continent that they call Africa. Remember, they just named it Africa. Hey, Nat, they just named it Africa. But before it was named Africa, we're going to say that region that they call Africa, you will now have to prove every man. If it was our practice, if it was our culture, you will have to show me where every single man had multi wives. For you to preach it, we know some had multi wives. We know maybe a lot had multiple wives. But we never did the count of how many men did not. A lot of men did, just as men did, a lot of men did not. So how are you bringing something to us, saying it's our culture, but not every single man practicing? Hey, Angela. Hey, sweetie. Exactly. But see, I'm telling you, we got to learn how to start breaking everything down. We got to start breaking it's down to, even with these damn gurus, these self-help people, these dating coaches, these imaging coaches, we have to start breaking a lot of stuff down. We got to start breaking it down. Everything that they say. But we're going to finish what she said. Two more people come in. What's up, Sat?
Kingdom living. Restoring the war, restoring the roar. Letting the pets outside in nature, opening the door and just let them run free. Hell, we're not even supposed to be in houses under artificial lighting and artificial air. If it's hot outside, go outside, connect to the air and the elements, and adjust to nature so that you can stop complaining about fucking burning. Okay? You guys, I didn't really know what I was going to come and talk about, but this has been in my heart. Who are you? Who are you?
ISIS.
That's to hell with captivity. Yes, like they're right now locking up our gods, you guys. Like a lot of people ask me, what's my reservations on Natureboy? He doesn't deserve to be in slavery. He needs healing. And if you as a womb man can't see that, then you are the enemy of the divine. They're locking up the gods and kings again, the ones that are traumatized based on everything that they went through on this planet, but is still trying to break through and teach the knowledge. Teach knowledge of self.
You cannot teach knowledge of self. You cannot. You cannot. Your knowledge is not teaching me about myself. That's just what you learned. The same way, and we did have biology classes, right? Did we sit in them classes and say, hey, I want to learn about what's inside of my body? When they was, even though we was in school, a lot of things they lied about, but biology is biology. Science is science. Isn't that what you guys are teaching? So this is not knowledge of self. You already know yourself. Stop letting people think that you do not know yourself. Yeah, I speak upon the signs here and there. Yes, I know about the signs and the traits, but that doesn't mean because you don't know yourself. That's just me telling you something I know about your trait, but you know this already. You know these things about yourself already. Do you see? Do you have the other immortal clip that shows the same? Yeah, I know Isis with nature. I've done that when it first came out. When it first came out, set. I don't even know where it's at, but I've done it already. That's when all of them met up. Is that the one when all of them met up? I spoke upon that in the beginning. They kill me with the we not supposed to live in these houses. If not, why they got all that? Girl, I can't even concentrate. Life is an individual experience. But these are the things that we don't push, right? And if we do push it, see, either way, if you're willing to learn that you need to be in a group, you got to pay for it. You want to learn about yourself, you got to pay for it. And on the other side, learn to love yourself. Just to hear somebody tell you that, you got to pay for it. But somebody say you're an individual and start first. What are you healing from? Every time I turn around, somebody is healing. I didn't need her clip because I had the clip set when it was first done. But I don't know if I'm gonna do that today. Her hairstyle is giving Tyler vibes. Girl, you wait till it grow in there. Wow. So either way, you have to. Either way, the way these people are set up, you have to pay for these things. That's free. All these things are free. So it's hard to really push anything because people don't want it for free. People want to pay. People wants to pay just so they can say I have a guru or I have a spiritual teacher or I have this, I have that. Now, if you have a man, sugar, like everyone don't have childhood trauma. A lot of people don't have childhood trauma, but if you do have childhood trauma, then you didn't think about going to see a therapist. Yeah, I got you, sister. Hey, Erin, how you doing? Now, if somebody has the gift, let me do a disclaimer because that's what I was getting to, and they want to help you, they should do it for free. You cannot, if God give you a gift, right? This is what people don't understand in life. That's even down to singing and everything else. If God gives you a gift, you're not supposed to charge because it's a gift. So if you have a gift of either you really empathic or whatever that you can do to help somebody, your job is to help them. I'm not talking about clothes and sneakers or whatever. If this person is getting the material and making the material and doing, that's something totally different. You know what I'm saying? So if you have gift that God gave you to help his people who's struggling, because we all be struggling. And if they're struggling and you don't help them and you can and you put a price tag on it, there's no use for your gift. There is no use for your gift. Helping people, if God gave you the gift, there's no price tag on that. There is not a price tag on that. There is not. But let's finish listening to Isis because we're going to keep it moving.
When you sacrifice like that, the universe gives you rule and reign to create your kingdom, your reality, how you see fit. And then you have you earth creatures that judge it because you haven't stepped into your true power and understanding and understanding on what your role is here on this planet. What's your here they go. So you condone, listen, I didn't say anything about condoning anything. I said that brother needs healing. My brother needs healing.
Do you think he's at a place where my thing is, when he was around you, did you heal him? When he was around you and the whole crew was around you and y'all was all hugging, did you say to him he needs healing? No, that's Isis. That's the one that, like I said, hi, Christian. Apply the pressure. I just speak upon speaking, But like I said, we're gonna stop it. We're gonna just let this play out, see what they got to say. See what they got to say.
Things on this cult. Right now, I'm into a young pharaoh. Young pharaoh. He seems to be one of the more intelligent, intellectually.
Yep. Yes, you did.
People
hey, honey.
On this internet actually commentating on this cult. So I'm watching all of his videos. I just found him, and I'm watching something where he's talking about HIV and carbonation. So if you don't know about carbonation,
girl, that
there's
hairstyle.
a lot of people who supposedly went into this cult with HIV, basically women, and slept with multiple men in there because it's a cult. There's men and women. How are you?
Hey, Teresa.
I can't wait to connect with you guys again. Who are you? Do you know who you are? Do you know who we are? Do you know who the womb man is? They worship Black Madonna. I don't understand how a person can come from the enlightenment of the divine and go back to the same place that they ran from, religion. All you had to do is just open a book and read it for yourself. You didn't have to run back to the temple of hell. I'm just saying. I'm just calling it like it is. There are women on this planet that feels that.
See, the ones who made that knowledge of self thing famous was the 5%ers with their 120 lessons, basically a version of the Nation of Islam lessons. Yeah, I do know this, but when people take their knowledge and bastardize it, and remember that was out back then because we didn't know in America, American blacks did not know. Yeah, they all connected because they are cult or they want to start. We gonna get there, Ozat. We gonna get there. People like her make people run back. See, people keep thinking that people run back to a religion. A lot of people is not running back to religion. They running back to God Himself. We're not supposed to see. Even if you do have a spiritual advisor or teacher, whatever. They are no better than you. We all are equals. When you start praising people, same way a person could come out the hood with no money, and now they got all this money. Yeah, everybody going to the source. I don't know if he got sent to Teresa, but people are going back to the source because when you read that book itself, God tell you about the hearts of man, and God also tell you follow no man. So right then and there, if people could always throw stuff out in the Bible, they don't keep telling you that God said follow no man. Follow no man. Because their hearts are not pure. Do not follow man. And then people wonder why they keep getting crushed and hurt by men. They wonder how they get themselves. I think there is a difference between God and Jesus. There is a difference. One is the Father, one is the Son. One is the Father, one is the Son. But God never even said to follow his Son. Y'all got to remember why he brought his Son here. He did not bring his Son here to earth to follow him. Why? Because God knew that we were all individuals. We are responsible for ourselves. He brought us back here because we turned away. We turned away and we wasn't following them laws, statutes, and commandments. God was the living proof that, Jesus was the living proof that if you follow, this is how it will look if you follow my laws, statutes, and commandments. This how the world would be. But as we see, people still wanted to follow other people. God took the Son home. He said, listen, if you keep continuing to follow me, through me, you will get to my Father. To get through me, and you get to my Father. Sometimes I tell people that's what should make you want to read it, Angela. Because then you can, every time somebody read the book and whatever they need to get out of the book, you're going to get out of the book. But people got to start from the beginning. You literally got to start from the beginning and take some time out when you can and just keep reading, because the message that God wanted me to get out of it is not going to be the message. So it answers the whole entire book. But then, girl, you is the most, you should know exactly what I'm saying. And then we got these people because we think because people I'll be playing Kristen. Now you got people that you see that always have these incense, and they also, they speak of healing. I call healing language. Yeah, but the difference is, or if you have done it, then messages that you were looking for, you will have been revealed to you. And you know what? It's good that on another day, we're gonna go through some of the things together. Like the things that you didn't understand or whatever. We're gonna go through these things. Oh goodness. Oh, so we see people with all these. In my opinion, I think that this world we live in is hell. If it's hell because we made it hell. We made it hell. We made it hell. We are the cause of our own demise. The people and the people only are the because it started out with everybody wanting to be God. Is like one person want to be God of this whole entire earth. I don't have an opinion on them, Sat, because Kemet priests. I'm not in Egypt. I don't think I have family in Egypt, so it has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me.
If the father isn't there, just go get child support.
Well,
Like,
well.
go take that man down to the child support. If he ain't gonna take care of that baby, listen, understand.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all always run to the fucking system on these men. They need healing just like we do.
I did not know. I didn't know. Maybe y'all can help me. A lot of people who speak on astrology, I think, no, that's not true. They're not anti-biblical. They're not anti-biblical. People who speak on that, not the horoscope, maybe, but astrology, no. Them traits. If you could prove them traits, then it's not a belief. But that's not anti God. Uh, those phones can read the Bible to you. No, you got to read it yourself, Nat. I'm on the same level what you're saying. My dad likes to say, yes, we are self-aware, honey. But I would just like to ask, see, people, we got to get out of this. Men, I love you. I love you guys. I'm all for it. But us women can't worship you neither. We are not supposed to worship you. Could be. That's when they make it into a science, and that's when they make it. When you remove God from it, so anytime you remove God from it, then it becomes wicked. It's not the fact that the Bible doesn't speak highly of astrology. You remove God from it, right? When that becomes your belief system, and it's really because God speaks of astrology in the Bible, the sun, the moon, the stars, the earth. A lot of things he speak upon, seasons. So all of that's part of astrology. You got to remember that. Why would he speak of planets? But like I tell people, even if nothing is more accurate than you, I don't care about astrology. I love it. I do talk. I bust out and talk about astrology all the time. But nothing is more accurate than you, the person. Exactly, Ozark. Nothing is more accurate than you. So even if somebody pull up your whole chart, you have to agree with it. You have to agree with it. Yeah, because somebody pull it up, your north node, your left node, your right. And no, you have to agree with that because what they say don't make it true. It does not make it true. See, we over here, we're gonna all together free ourselves and learn how to listen more carefully.
Back to my documentary, my first documentary, um, Carbon Nation. So this, what's fascinating for
Yes,
me? It's
AZ.
not necessarily the cult itself,
Welcome,
but
AZ.
the people who follow the cult. This cult has probably, I don't know, 12, 12 people in it that live in the actual cult, but it has thousands and thousands of followers online. What's fascinating are the thousands and thousands of people that actually watch it. That to me is more fascinating than the actual insidiousness that goes on in the cult. Um, Unconsciously, the people who are glued to their YouTube, making that people are making money from this. There are people profiting, have, have seen it as an opportunity, have seen it as what's going on in Carbon Nation. And this is something I'm just hearing about through the sites that report
Thank you,
this.
my brother.
And that's not, physical abuse is never okay. If you're getting beaten by a man and you're not consenting to that, you need to do something about it. So if you're doing it consensually, meaning that you give your consent to this person in a BDSM situation to beat you up as the sub, then it's consensual. But if you find yourself in any kind of relationship where you're not consenting to the abuse, you go to the police, you report that, and you stand in your power.
No, I do not want to hear no free, no three, whatever he is. I want three God. I can't say the word. And if you notice, in the beginning, if y'all was in the class, he kept calling him Yahshua. Yahshua. Because we already know that the G was not in the Hebrew alphabet. And then, which means he was dibbling dabbling. He was dibbling dabbling with with that knowledge. Like I said, Natureboy came in here with the knowledge. Now, this next video, don't you guys get no ideas, right? I'm going to play another video. Don't you guys get no ideas. This is for educational purposes only. Do not get no ideas, all right? First, let me put this up here again. Not because it really means nothing, but it looks good. It looks good. It looks good. It just looks good. But they can still get you if they want to. We're going to get into that too, because when were they victims? See, what made them victims? I can understand the first set of people, but if you know for a fact what he's about, if you know for a fact people get beat up, people get slapped, people get abused. We all heard the testaments of his first group of people, and people still flock their ass over there. So now we have to determine, with the evidence that people said and them still flocking their butt over there, are they victims or are they accomplices? We gotta let it be known they had a choice. Exactly, Teresa. They had a choice. We got to stop calling them victims and brainwashed. Yeah, when they got there, they got more brainwashed, but they chose to go over there and get brainwashed. Like I said, I'm going to show another video. Do not get no ideas. No ideas. This is just for educational purposes only. Okay, where are you? Okay. Educational purpose only. Do not go out and try it, okay? Let's go. Why is this important? Because these are the videos that people watch when they setting people up. These are the videos and these are the studies that they watch before they set your ass up. Now let's go.
Don't you want devoted followers who leave their families for you, give their money to you, give their bodies to you, give up their lives for you, consider you God, and will kill for you?
I love you.
Don't you want to become a cult leader?
Hey, Antoinette.
Since the death of God, there's been a vacancy open. You could fill that void. Here's how. Structure your cult like an onion with the most benign and helpful features on the outside and the most controlling, kooky, and evil parts at the secret inner core. Use deception. Don't tell them who you really are. Lie. Leave out important information or distort information.
Are you trying to recruit me? No. I'm just trying to share something meaningful with you.
Establish front groups.
We're a Bible study group.
We're a management course. We're a meditation center.
We're a world peace organization.
We're a personal development center.
We're a drug rehab center.
Promise to fulfill their dreams.
Don't you want a world of unconditional love and brotherhood? We have the secrets to self-improvement.
Okay? We're gonna run this back. We're gonna run this back because these are all parts of cults. This is all types of mind control, and this is all ways to get your money. Get your money. You heard them label different things. I told you, we're gonna be going to class. We're gonna be going to class in here. This is a classroom. This is a classroom, guys. Run that
Structure your
back.
cult like an onion with the most benign and helpful features on the outside and the most controlling, kooky, and evil parts at the secret inner core. Use deception. Don't tell them who you really are. Lie. Leave out important information or distort information.
Are you trying to recruit me? No. I'm just trying to share something meaningful with you.
Establish front groups.
We're a Bible study group.
We're a management course. We're a meditation center.
We're a world peace organization.
We're a personal development center.
We're a drug rehab center.
Promise to fulfill their dreams.
Don't you want a world of unconditional love and brotherhood? We have the secrets to self-improvement. You can join us and be special.
Join our elite mission to save the world. We can teach you special powers, personal power,
Psychic power.
Past life connection. Telekinesis.
You hear that? These are all the things they can teach you. But the main thing is saving the world. Want to change the world? How do you change the world? It's like 1 point something billion people in the world. Only way you can.
The secrets to self-improvement. You can join us and be special.
Join our elite mission to save the world. We can teach you special powers, personal power,
Psychic power.
Past life connection. Telekinesis.
Offer them something free and get them to feel obliged to give you something in return.
Well, we gave you that free dinner. The least you could do is come to our weekend intensive.
You can tell them time is running out and that they must make their decision now or it will be too late.
This is your only chance to make it. Don't blow it.
It's important to make this commitment now.
This is an issue of burning urgency.
Don't give them time to think. Diminish doubting commiseration by separating your new recruits from each other. Surround them with happy, true believers so when in doubt, they will tend to do what everyone around them is doing and believe that is normal. Start with a prolonged period of love bombing. Surround them with unconditional love and attention. Your cult family should act friendly and interested.
I know. See, I wanted to show you guys an old video. Then we're going to get to a new video. It's only seeming funny because you got to remember these cults, all the different things they're named is different cults. So until it's being done on you as an individual, see, we see it's funny now, but it's still telling you how they get you. So it's not really his game. It's if they was in a suit, if they was in a suit, or they got that thing on their head and all the beads, all the beads and all the rocks and stones and their rings, and all these rings have meanings. But this going to show. I brought this one back to show you how far back it goes. Look how quick they separated you, and everybody started hugging you. And he said, because everybody is doing that, you would turn around and do the same thing. Right about there. And you got to remember, each one of these people represents something that we want to, we want to do in life, or something we're looking for in life. Something we want to do in life, or something that, no, three things. Something we're looking for in life, something we want to do in life, or something we're running from. It's funny because I see it. I done seen a lot of cult things. It's bigger than one or two cults. It's every organization and religion. It ran trust no man or woman. That's in the Bible. So, again, some people need to see how it's done. Some people need to see how it's done. And you got to remember, when the devil come to you, the devil going to come to you wrapped just the way you like it. It's going to come to you wrapped just the way you like it. So my job is for you to hear these key words. For you to hear these key words. So you know to get the skating. People coming up to you, no, thank you. No, thank you.
Get information and hone their weak spots.
Tell us about yourself.
Take this personality test.
And then use this information to manipulate them.
Gradually, over time, you'll begin to shape the recruit's behavior by granting or withholding this love and attention. After they've bonded, slowly start making your demands upon them. The message being,
Nothing in this world has value unless it relates to the leader or the ultimate purpose.
control their behavior.
Come live with us.
Wear these clothes.
Eat this food.
All you need is 2 hours sleep.
Prescribe a rigid schedule. Keep them active and with as little sleep as possible. If you can, restrict their eating habits to low-protein food. Control their thoughts.
Our ideology answers all questions to all problems.
Let our doctrine think for you.
Control their emotions. Induce guilt.
The United States dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima.
People are dying of starvation.
People are dying of starvation.
You are not living up to your potential.
You are not living up to your potential.
You cheated on that test.
And fear.
The enemy will electroshock you, torture you,
Kill you or carry you off to hell.
Control information. Keep them from knowing all the workings of the cult.
Block out any information which is critical of the group.
Encourage members to spy and report on one another. Separate the recruit from himself by attacking the self and inducing a mental breakdown disguised as a spiritual awakening. When they start to freak out, have side effects, or hallucinate, tell them they are flushing out the bad stuff inside.
When I was meditating, I felt an infinite emptiness. It was utterly terrifying.
No, this is good. You're transforming. Do it more.
You are reaching God.
You are being reborn.
You are becoming one with our universe, one with our family.
Make them paranoid about their own bodies or thought processes.
You're battling your sinful nature. Your body is detoxifying.
Tell them that there is a part of their mind they must eliminate in order to find happiness.
You must eliminate the toxic mind.
Your ego is the source of all your problems. I don't know who I am anymore.
Good. Now you're free. In fact, there was no you there to begin with. Claim authority. It can come from a divine source.
Your Bible clearly states that I am the Messiah.
Bogus scientific research.
Scientific studies prove my techniques work.
Or special knowledge.
I am the enlightened master of the universe.
Make up stories about yourself to boost your importance.
I invented air. I have special access to the aliens.
But don't be stupid about it. Start slowly. A good con man takes a little bit of truth and a lot of lies and pulls the wool over the eyes of the ignorant. Induce trance states and self-hypnosis by practicing thought-stopping rituals and repetitive acts like dancing, spinning, singing.
We love the leader is love. When I'm not with him, I feel like a schlub. We love the leader is love. When I'm not with him, I feel like a schlub.
Over breathing. And chanting.
Stamp out down, 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 stamp out down. Stamp out down, stamp out down, stamp out down.
Practice prolonged hours of meditation. In these trance states, they are more receptive and suggestible. Revert them back to childhood dependence and mindless obedience. Encourage separation from their family.
Your friends and family probably won't understand.
Your friends and family probably won't
Hey, all
understand.
talk.
It doesn't sound like your family and friends really love you if they can't support your new decision.
Maybe you should stay away from them. It's unhealthy for you to be around unenlightened people anyway.
Hey, Black American
Your
Radio.
friends, cut off from them.
Stop wasting time with non-believers. Stop wasting time with non-believers.
Encourage dependency and conformity, and discourage autonomy and individuality.
The whole purpose must be the focus. The self-purpose must be subordinated.
The whole purpose must be the focus. The self-purpose must be subordinated.
Have confessionals where people demonize their early lives
Thank
and only
you,
praise
baby.
their life in the group. Rewrite the past as terrible, even if it was great.
Before I came to Emerge, I was a bad person. I was greedy, misguided, self-centered, and lost. My life is wonderful now. I hate my old life.
Before coming to Emerge, I was always in my ego. My toxic mind was running my life. I was a sinful, negative loser. Thanks to the leader, every day I'm a winner.
Isolate them from the rest of the world. Make them feel part of a special elite group with an important mission.
Monuments and historical landmarks will someday be erected to commemorate us and our sacrifices.
Tighten your group's bond by establishing scapegoats and enemies. Demonize outsiders as less than human, biased, corrupt, or conspiring against the group. Develop an us versus them mentality. Fighting resistance. Tell them their critical thoughts are evidence that they have committed crimes against the group. Start investigating them and make up crimes.
I think I want to leave.
You must be insane.
Make them feel guilty.
We're doing important work here.
You expect saving the world is easy?
We're all called upon to make some sacrifices for the cause.
Just when things get tough, you want to give up.
You're weak.
Do you want to move forward toward freedom and enlightenment? Or do you want to fall back into your old dirty ways?
What's more important, our mission,
Our family?
eternal salvation?
Or your petty grievances?
You're being negative,
Ignorant
selfish.
and sinful.
Our leader is flawless.
The doctrine is flawless.
There must be something wrong with you.
There must be something wrong with you.
There must be something wrong with you.
There must be something wrong with me. There must be something wrong with me.
Yes, there is.
Yes, there is. Indoctrinate with fear. Tell them that they could be possessed by evil spirits, or suggest that if they should ever leave, something bad could happen to them.
I'm just warning you that without us, you're liable to get into a bad accident, get sick, or even die.
I'm warning you. Without us, you're likely to get into a bad accident, get sick, or even die.
If you leave, you'll just be reincarnated into a lower life form.
Make it easier for them to die for you by calling their bodies containers that are shit before they evolve into higher life forms.
Hey, Elastic.
It's that simple. Now, don't you want to become a cult leader? Don't you want devoted followers who leave their families for you, give their money to you, give their bodies to you, give up their lives for you, and will kill for you?
I will do what you say for the cause.
Of course, I will approve. Of course, I will approve it if he would like to come on it.
And she doing whatever the fuck she want to do.
I would definitely approve it. Remind you what bad people do. Hey, Latanya. Welcome. Now, I want to, before I get into the next cult video, because remember, is when we think about cults, some of you was naming some good ones. Now, who was the one who said they aren't joining the JW? See, the thing is that, and I tell people all the time, you have to learn the book too. So when they throw certain things at you scripturally, you can throw something back at them. You understand what I'm saying? They're throwing scripture. You could throw another scripture right back at them. That's why it's so good, because if they're bastardizing the book and they're extracting what scriptures that they want to benefit them and to control you, you have to come back with scripture yourself. You have to come back with scripture yourself. And you have to learn how to go dig in that Bible and pick out scriptures for that. Like wherever they say it's a scripture there, hold up. But this scripture says blah, blah, blah. Oh, then you know I'm telling the truth, D-Moore. Exactly. So whatever you do, do not be afraid, or don't say I'm not dealing with that book. Don't let people, religions, keep you away from the book. The book is the only thing that can save you. I don't care if you believe in it or you don't, but that's right. Now she's talking like the Israelites now. That's right. Could you wait, Seth? You always making me forget my thought. The link ain't going nowhere. I got you. I say he could most definitely come up. But I'm just saying that if somebody come at me, baby, I got a book of scriptures ready for you. Don't come for me. I got a bunch of scriptures. Pow, 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 pow. Who's Galad? Who's Gallagher? Where he cuss at? Because that got to go. Who cussing? Who is cussing? You cannot cuss at all. That's going to spam the channel. Oh no, more. And we got more to go. This is a class. We got more to go. Please do not curse in the chat. Re- Angela, if you saw it, baby, erase it. You got the power to remove it. Remove it. Hey, Kiki, what happened with Maya? Oh my God. Oh my goodness. See, this is why we do out. This is why we do what we do. This is why we do what we do. Because every cult not like Nature Boys. A lot of them, depending on oh, thank you, Angela. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. If you want to come up and tell a little bit of your story, I dropped the link in there. I dropped the link in there. Come on. If you can help somebody. No, everybody's story is special. Everybody's story is special. Maya, both of you guys can come up though. Ozark and Maya, both of y'all can come up. Now we're gonna listen to a little nature nut, right? We're gonna listen. We're not gonna watch nature nut, even though we're gonna be watching him, but we're gonna be listening to him. Okay? We're gonna be listening to him. Let me see if this is the right one. Okay. Now, when we listen to what he's saying, and we're going to be watching the scenery. Look at what they got on. Look at the colors they have chosen. Everything was done, put there for a reason. Right? Everything was done for a reason. Now, I already told you guys that he was barking up something he had no business doing. No, oh, you don't have a mic. You don't need a mic. Your mic is in your computer. No, it's not a calling number, but your mic is in your computer. Yeah, I hope they find peace, baby. And then we're going to go into today or tomorrow. Why can't cults be stopped? Why can't cults be stopped? But we're going to listen. Oh, shucks. I had it and I clicked it off. Okay. Now we're going to listen to what he's saying. I'm going to be stopping for a reason. Okay. Now, let's go. Okay, as soon as your devices are connected, you gotta connect your devices to it. When it says let it use your mic, you gotta say yes. And when it says let it use your camera, you let it say yes. You got to connect your devices. It's hard, and the sad thing, my aunt was the one who told her to join, which led to her F in the end before my cousin told my aunt she was going to. Oh, goodness gracious. See, these things is real, and they disturb a lot of our lives. But I got to remember also, just like Jahumi, some kids are born into this. Yeah. Well, Maya, you could come up, but you got to connect your devices, hon. You up here, but I can't put you in until you connect your devices. You just go into StreamYard, right? And when they say let them use your mic, you got to say yes. When they say use your camera, you got to say yes. But you remember, you don't have to have your face. You don't have to have your face on the camera. That's only if you choose to. You don't have to have your face on the camera. But you got to let them do it so we can see and hear you on here. And hey, boss lady. And then you also have to remember a lot of these coats, they dibble in before they even become a coat. They start dibbling and dabbling. And a lot of this sacred geometry, my old self can't figure it out. Maybe another time. I enjoy listening and learning. No problem. And a lot of times they dibble and dabble in a lot of spirits and Satanism and all that other type of stuff. So let's get into this. What's up, boss lady?
All right, shoot, just enjoying this weather.
Here she go. Bye.
Downloading, you're at 60%. I am at 60%. Olodumare. 60% Olodumare.
Okay. 60% Olodumare. 60% Olodumare. See, when we hear Natureboy, right? Are we really listening to what he's saying? Or we just think that he's just a cult leader and he really does not know what he's saying, right? Olodumare. Let's go check this out. Hey, Nick.
Hey, Nico. Hey, Angela. Kiki, are you with me? Do you love me? Are you with me, Kiki? Are you with me? Do you love me? Hey, Ozark.
Okay, what I do? I had it and I don't know what I did with it. Let me see if I can find it for you guys again. Let me see if it's still in my history. Here we go. It's still in the history. Now, Olodumare. Did anybody bother to look it up? Let's look it up. Olodumare. When Natureboy starts saying stuff, I think he's a cult. Hey, Miss Leo. Hey, baby. I think he's a cult leader. We know he mixes stuff, but what is he saying to us? What is he saying? Okay, that's what he said. He says these things for a reason. Now let's see what he's talking about. The more knowledge you know, the better it is for you. So sometimes people may not tell you the name of stuff and the meaning of stuff, but they do it right in front of you and you don't know what it is. And you do not know what it is. So by you thinking, no, it's not an African practice. I'm going to break it down for you right now. Not African. It's not African. But it's not, again. Oh no, the other one. You're right. The other one is not African. He dibble dabbled in a lot of stuff. Okay. Ore do mare. Can y'all see this? Did I share it with you guys? Yeah, I did. I'm gonna open it up some more. But we gotta know the names and what witchcraft it is. Why? Because things could be done in our face and we don't know what it is. Like a lot of times we see certain patterns. We don't know what the pattern is. We're just looking at it. How many videos we have seen? We've seen a lot of stuff done in our face and not knowing what it is, but they know what it is. We see a lot of signals done in our face, but don't know what it is. There's a lot more we would never know. There's a lot more we would never know. We got some that being that we see it so much, it's obvious. Some we see every single day, and it go right by us. Why? We don't know. We don't know. I'm gonna try to open this up for you guys so you guys can see it. Like I said, he was into too much stuff. A little bit of too much stuff. Oda Damare. The Yoruba believes that Oda Damare is an omnipotent and is the source of all. So he think he is the source of all. Adamare is aloof. He is not directly involved in earthly matters and let other ushers who are his sons and daughters answer human concerns through divination, possession, sacrifice, and more. However, anything in the hands of Odemare, when they are going to bed at night. However, everything is in the hands of Odemare when they are going to bed at night. When they go to bed at night. The name Odemare symbolizes a divinity entity that has no father or no mother and is simultaneously is and is not bound by space, time, or dimension. Historically, the Yoruba worship Adamade through the agency of the Osira. Thus, there is no image, shrine, or sacrifice made directly towards them. There is some controversy about whether Odemare is directly worshipped due to his aloofness from humanity. However, there are those who also worship Odemare directly. Odemare is the origin of virtue and mortality and bestows the knowledge of things upon all persons when they are born. He is omnipotent, not transcendent, not unique, all-knowing God and evil. All-knowing good and evil, right? The Yoruba call on Oda Madre when other deities seem unwilling or incapable to help. The Arsa or Areshas, I ain't saying all these names right, but you can read, are supernatural beings, both good and bad, who represents human activity and natural forces. Yoruba believe Oda Madre created all other forces of the universe to help continue the evolution of the universe. Right? So he's really finding or worshiping a lot of things that will put him as God. As God. Now, these are things people worship. And you got to really be careful. You really got to be careful. We already broke down June 5th, right? We already broke that down to the smallest molecule. So y'all already know what June 5th means and what's it all about. If y'all wasn't here during that class, let me know and we'll break it down again. No problem. Right? Because he's double dabbling in a lot of mystic things. Because a lot of people worship these things. But none of this is real. None of these people is real. None of the power is real. But if you keep saying, would you stop? Why you always do that? But if you believe these things long enough in your mind, they become real, right? So it says, who is Adamar in the Bible? Let's check. He is the origin and giver of life. And in that capacity, he is called Elimi, the owner of spirit. So at least we know he was practicing on that crap. The evidence the Oda Madre is the creator of everything is displayed in virtual, or well, don't you dare. Virtual accounts of relationship between Oda Madre and the universe. Is Oda Madre the same as God? Let's see. The supreme God or supreme being in Yoruba, Pathan Oran, is also called Oda Madre. Among Yoruba people who practice Christianity and Islam, the name Oran refers to Abraham, the Abrahamic God. Humans, what the hell is you? Get your ass, get down, get down. See this damn cat always starting stuff this time of night. Get your butt down. I can't stand you. Ugh. Okay, sorry guys. You know my cat got to make an appearance. Him or the dog. The supreme God, a supreme being in the Yoruba Pathan Aran is also called Adamadre. Among your people who practice Christianity and Islam, the name Aran refers to the Abrahamic God. There is no Abrahamic God. Humans do not worship Aran directly. There are no sacred areas of worship or ordained person. Right? Who is Jesus? And see the supreme God or supreme being. Now he's African. Okay? God in your belief and the theistic problem of evil. Right? Oh no. This is how many pages? 17 pages. Y'all need to check that out. 17 pages. Go check it out. We're going. Now we know is what Africans. Now we know this is what not Africans, but the no, but they serve. But this is what the oh God, the Yoruba people study. This is why in the Bible God told us to stay away from a lot of them Hamites, right? This is why He said, "Don't be dealing with them Hamites," and this is why He said, "Do not be dealing with them Hamites." When you hear the word Hamites in the Bible, He means certain African, even though it's a lot that that area that they now call Africa. And a lot of them still study these things. They study these things. That is not of the Bible. That is not of the Bible. So y'all got to be very careful talking about African studies. You can't do both. You can't serve God and then say I'm African and this is our culture. Be very, very, very careful when you say that, because then you got to take on some of these rituals, and them rituals is not ours. Them rituals is not ours. We left them rituals there, and we came over here. Hey, Zion, welcome. And now we taking on these rituals. You been on vacation? Okay, K. Now let's get back to Nature Nut and let's see if he got other words he has to say. Cause we're gonna break this ninja down. And we're gonna see all the different spirits and stuff that he tried to conjure. He couldn't stick to 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5. He had to go messing around with some of everything. That's why his some of everything is sitting in one cell. Now let's get back to Nature Nut. Let's see what else. Cause we gotta start listening to what this man be saying. We gotta be listening. People hear these things, and people think he's all into the culture. Okay.
My Orishas are at 60%.
My Oishas is at 60%. Oishas. Let's see what he mean by that. Is it the same thing? My Oishas. Let's go to Google and see if we find Oishas. 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 Now this thing don't want to listen. Oishas. I hate Google. Oishas. Nope, they don't. I'm gonna see if I can find it on here. His Oishas is at 60%. What is an Oisha? Let's see if I can find it on the other Google. You can't talk it in the Google because it's giving me everything else but Oishas. Yeah, but it don't. I'm trying to get the meaning, but Google don't want to be nice. So I gotta try it on here. His Oishas is at 60%. Oh, I did have it. I did have it already. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. His Oisha is at 60%. So we're gonna break this down. I'm not playing. No, I have it up there. I have it up there. I saw the video but what happened on my allergies and sinuses was bothering me. But I had all of this pulled up already. But I had it all pulled up. I just didn't realize it was here. Now let's look up Oisha. His Oisha. His Hoishas. We're gonna look it up and see what it says. Okay? All right, let's go. His Oisha. What is a Oisha? Okay, Oishas. I'm gonna open it up big as I can. Okay, Oisha are spirits that play a key role in the Yoruba region of West Africa and several regions of African diaspora that derive from it, such as Cuban. Hello, where's the boy at? Where's the guy at when he said they wasn't black? That's why I said I ain't gonna keep arguing with y'all people. But let's go. African diaspora that derived from it, such as Cuban, Dominican, Puerto Rican, Brazilian, they had different names. They prefer spelling various depending on the language. Okay, according to the teachings of these religions, the Orishas are spirits sent by the supreme creator of the Mari to assist humanity and teach them to be successful. Okay? Some believers and practitioners of the region where the Python system or Orishas originates, that the Orishas are a different class of divine beings who become deified or transformed after their departure from their human state on earth. Okay? These practitioners believe that Orishas to have been ordinary human who were deified upon their death due to the lives they lead, their outstanding spiritual growth, and extraordinary feats accomplished in their lives while on this earth. Okay? The Orishas found their way to most of the New World as a result of the Atlantic slave trade, and now expressed in practices as varied as the Santeria, the Kandaboli, Trinidad, Orisha, Umbanda, Oteg, whatever, Oyatunga. I know the word. The concept of Orisha is similar to these deities in the traditional regions of the Bini people or Edo state in southern Nigeria, the Iro people of Benin, Ghana, and Togo, and from the Fan people. So them are not his wives. Them are not his wives, Stat, you got to learn how to let me do my job. Thank you very much. Sat has to let me learn how to do my job. It is not his wife. Orisha Ashun. I think it said that. Yes, single. No, Orishas is plural. Ashun is singular. So no, they're not his wives, darling. And plural. Okay. So he said his Orisha is 60%. So is he talking about life or death? Is he talking about drinking the Kool-Aid? What is this man talking about? Baby, none of us don't understand this stuff. Latoya, we on this journey together. So you honest, we all honest. That's why I'm trying to get you guys to listen what these people are saying. I don't care who it is. If it's a word you don't understand, if it's a practice you don't understand, look it up. Now we found out what the Odamaya is, the Orisha is. All these are practices in parts of Africa, which the Bible says, no, I don't want you messing with them Hamites. They practice too much stuff. And then people, like they said, they brought it here and telling us that this is our tradition. No, it's not. All in a nutshell is different types of witchcrafts. It's different type of witchcrafts. But you need to know which witchcraft it is. It's our job to learn as much as possible. So when something is done right in our face, we get to step in. Hey, Blanchy baby. We getting there. We getting there. I mean, anytime like it's about witchcraft, I mean, anytime you praising something, a person or something that says that they are God, I don't know if I want to deal with that. But that's your choice. That is your choice. I'm not practicing nothing. So let's continue with him and see what else he's saying in this video. He's already praising, he's doing all these, remember, but he did more. Where did the word witchcraft? It's in the Bible. It's in the Bible. It's in the Bible. But write these questions down because we'll find out. You saying he need cool cat what? You saying he need a reset charger? I didn't say nothing. I'm listening to what he's saying and I'm looking up these words. Now we'll get back to Nature Nut.
We are in the 6th year. We are in the year of 6. We are in the year of 6.
So do you have special powers? I mean, you said you're a god. Can you do anything like supernatural for us that we can see God power? No.
It's all bad. They all bad.
I will show you.
It's a deity. It's not.
Okay, wonderful.
These are deities.
And this year I will show you anything.
Oh, not right now.
No, after the June 6th and then all that babbling and all that stuff, he trying to put it all to one. In the Bible as witchcraft. Y'all need to read y'all Bibles. It's in there. And y'all can Google, where does it say this in the Bible? Can you research the word three God? Teresa, don't make me do it. Don't make me do it.
Teresa, go in the closet. Just walk on in there. She's in the closet for that.
Hey, liquor barrel. You hope you ain't been in no more trouble, liquor barrel. These are all deities and entities and spirits, and this is what the people. If you watch some of the African movies or African shows or African cultures, these are the ones who is like the top one, the top one in their tribe, and they possess all these powers, and it only exists because people believe. It only exists because this is what people believe. Yeah, it's trending. As we look at, we watching it now, Zion. It's trending like crazy. Visionary Woman Network. Link, please. Please keep it about the top. Please about the topic. Please keep it about the topic. Please keep about the topic. Visionary Woman, hit the link. Oh, we gonna get the Bobby Hemmett, baby. We hitting up everybody. Oh, if y'all do not have my other channel, this is where we're gonna be hitting up all of these people on my other channel. We're gonna be getting into all of these type of things, because if we don't, our community will never be healed. We will never heal as a community, and we will be, for the people who choose to use these things in the wrong way, we're going to be keep falling victim to this, and our people are never going to unite. We're not going to do it. We're going to see who teachings is for us and who teachings is not for us. Certain things we ain't got no business going into. Woman said drop the link. I dropped the link. Where you at, love? Oh, yes, darling. That's what my mod's supposed to be doing, right? They're supposed to be looking at my sugar babe and dropping my link down. And you gotta remember, they eat things. They make these potions and stuff. Hey, continuously, people who are either seeking love or giving love, trying to fill a hole in a soul, or they also running for something. Continuously evolving. That as what I said. People, I said 3 things. People, when they get into these things, this is something that they was looking forward to doing, that's given into humanity. Or they running for something. Or they got caught out there. Now, I'm looking for my other page, because it's so spanking new. You ain't gonna find it. Hello, Dean.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay, and you are who on the chat?
I think I'm down there. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, what's your name? Your name is Dean on here, but who are you in the chat?
Yeah, and let me see. I think it should be under. I gotta find that out. I'm filmmaker Dean. I don't want to do the hair discrimination in America videos.
What?
I do hair discrimination in America videos.
Hate and discrimination videos.
I'm sorry, hair. I do black hair discrimination in America videos. You know,
Black hair.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta see. Hold on, let me see what they call me on YouTube. I'm sorry, I rarely go live on YouTube, but I was just like, this is Mental Health Awareness Month, so I was about to join the conversation because a lot of these young ladies in here seem like they're dealing with that mental, health situation.
Go ahead.
Trying to find my. It's DNR Multimedia and Talent Agency.
Okay, so now do you have something to say about what we're going through here with the video?
Okay, that's me in the chat. Yeah, I was basically like just saying like it seems like this Natureboy person, he was just going on YouTube journey like a lot of us did with the conscious community. I first seen him in I first seen him in the Sonetta videos. It's a Black Conscious YouTube channel where they just bring. At first, they was debating histories of Black people and all that, and it seems like what he did, he got caught up in grabbing everyone's information, whether it's on astrology, whether it's on Black history, whether it's on Yoruba culture or whatever, and he didn't have a teacher to mentor him on that, and he lost his mind. And sometimes I think too much of anything can make you go crazy or whatever. And this Mental Health Awareness Month, we see these young ladies are grown, but they were impressionable, and all of them are got signs of some kind of mental illness and stuff like that. So even though a person is grown, what society done, I seen like a couple of years ago, because of insurance purposes, they just threw everybody back on the street. So a lot of our people that's having mental health problems, because they ain't got the money or the cash or whatever, they're thrown on the streets. And then in the Black community, they don't believe in therapy a lot or life coaches a lot. So they don't have the tools to deal with it. They just say, get a preacher or, so everybody is self-medicating with joining these kind of cults and stuff.
Yeah, but in all reality, it's the cults are nothing new. It's the exposure that Natureboy put out there about cults, because he wanted to make sure he's known. You know what I'm saying? He is known.
Right. But when we look at him, he's basically a symptom, right? Because he's not the first one of these people we've seen do this and whatnot. We've seen the polites, we've seen the pharaohs, the young pharaohs. We've seen they get all this information, then they lose their minds. So again, he's not the first one. He's become a statistic. While everyone's putting him on his pedestal, to me, he's basically just became a statistic, another one. Like as DJ Khaled would say, another one. He's not the first. He's another one. He's a statistic.
Mm-hmm. I think with Natureboy, well, what I've seen from what he's been doing, he thought he was mastering all of these different like these different spiritualities. From like one, when he speak of Hadu, he said Hadu, 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 and then I got what Hadu means, right? Because and see what he went around, I guess, while he was sitting in jail from the ages of 14 to 19, right?
See,
we're gonna leave it right there. He already had these dreams and aspirations always, right? So in his mind, he's always had a thing like, I want to be God. I am God. Like everybody's gonna worship me. So then he had been, besides him just being narcissistic, like you said, that is a big mental. It's that you need mental health like crazy. So then he started like, let me bite off this and bite off this, and not knowing that some people had to study for years studied for years. Just one. Just one. He dibble dabbed in a lot of it. And you know,
Yeah.
when you put too much stuff in the pot, you know what I'm saying? So that's where he got messy. Then he started learning about this, and then he started learning about that. One minute he was learning from the monks, and then he's learning from Christianity, then he's learning from Islam, and then he started going into the African cultures. And then he started learning about the different things there, and the Buddhas, and even Hadu, that comes from the Japanese.
Right.
You gotta a visionary woman.
All that is white supremacy stuff.
She gotta connect her device, connect your mic, and when it said let them have your mic and your camera so your devices can connect, baby.
And one thing I would add too is like when people start talking about this white supremacy, like, you know, some accountability has to come in somewhere. You can blame some stuff on historical things and stuff like that, but again, you know, we have to start repairing ourselves and whatnot, because again, we're fighting against ourselves. We don't, again, we don't know our own language. We don't know our own religion. We have the black people, or the black man, black woman, are going through identity crisis. So, you know, I can understand you grabbing onto everybody else stuff, because they do it to you in school. You know, like, they don't teach you your history. They teach you like,
but they can't teach us our history. Number one, and I mean, when you sit back and you think about it, Africa is a whole entire continent, right?
Exactly.
So, but look what we did. We created our own history. So we've been searching for something that people want, what we created, but we searching for what they have. We created our own. Everybody wants they want to be like us. So even though they took our history from us, but from every tribe is something different, correct? Every tribe, so there's no way they was going to be able to teach us African. I mean, if you really think about it, we wait for visionary to.
What I would do, I wouldn't disclaim a person because of their color if they do the research.
No, we're not talking about color.
Again, like I would say, when I say black people are going through the identity crisis, it's because, again, they don't know. You know what I mean? Like, just say, for example, with mental health, they thought just go to the preacher, or just figure it out, or what goes on in the house stays in the house, and they suffer these traumas and whatnot. You know, we just now learning about self check-ins with ourselves, and you know, it's okay to go to therapy or life coaches. We just now embracing that, but we've been dealing with these limited beliefs for so long, wherein only white people do this, or only women cry, or only white people going through this. We just now getting out of that, you know, and stuff like that, and getting back into our, you know, self-care mode. So, you know, that's one thing that's good that this brought about. People are, you know, when it comes to mental illness, we starting to say, okay, these people are going through identity crisis right now, and they're searching. And you know, a lot of black people are going through this right now because we don't know who we are, so we gravitated to a lot of stuff and whatnot. You know, a couple of years ago, everybody was trying to be they were bleaching their skin, they were straightening their hair, they were putting contact. You know, they were fishing, like we say they do. White people do black people. Black people were doing the same thing and whatnot. So again, it's an identity crisis that's happening right now. You mix that cocktail with mental illness, you have stuff like this happen.
All right, he just called. Okay, Malaya over there answering the phone, talking about Allegio Entertainment. Stop. What the heck did I write? I don't know what you wrote. Continuous. Let's see what you wrote. Let's see what you wrote. I just called from a block number. Yeah, but we gotta start. They would need to connect their mic and cam. You gotta connect your mic and your cam, visionary. Oh, she got it. Okay, let's give the floor to Visionary Woman. How are you? And welcome to the show.
Peace and blessings, and thank you so much for including me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I thought I could add something to the conversation
Mm-hmm.
regarding some of the research you were just doing about Oludumare and the Orishas.
Mm-hmm.
And so, first of all, let me just say that I am not of the Yoruba or Santeria or leukemia. I'm not of any of those practices, but I'm
Mhm.
knowledgeable about those practices.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all we ask for.
Okay.
That's we have to have knowledge. We have
Right.
to, and I'm glad that you came up, you learned how to work this thing to spread knowledge. So spread it, sister.
Okay, so here's what my understanding is about. First of all, Oludumare is the Yoruba name given pretty much to the Most High. So, so they're not using the term the Most High, but that's the name given to God. Now, I don't know what Wikipedia or anybody else is saying about that. Sometimes when we do a search or research on Google or even Wikipedia, we really can't trust that that information is correct, accurate, or that it may be somewhat correct and accurate and somewhat not. And places like Wikipedia, that's an open site, or open source site, so people can add to any of the Wikipedia, and so therefore we may not be getting correct information. And then Google also shadow bans, and through the algorithms will only present us with a certain line of information.
Yeah, but we gotta at least have a start. And
absolutely.
And then you dig. Cause remember, before some of these words we never even heard of.
I get that, absolutely. So at least it gives the general public an introduction, right?
Right.
Some of these terms and knowledge, or terms and religions and such, until more is presented. So the Orishas, this is Dean, who's just okay. The originally, and if we search a little deeper, and some of the stuff is not online, or you may have to really go deeper into the search levels, university levels, and so forth, or cultural levels and so forth. But the Orishas originally represented the forces of nature, right? The force of air or wind, of fire, of water, of earth, and of ether, the ethers. And so, a lot of indigenous people, before religion, before an organized theology, a lot of indigenous people really held great respect and regard for the forces of nature, right? So, for example, fire could warm our bodies, fire could cook our food, fire could bring us, comfort. But also fire can destroy and wipe everything out.
You got that right.
That's right. And fire is much more powerful than any human being or any animal, that walks on all fours or flies with wings, right? Fire, that element is very powerful. And the element earth is very powerful, right? Earthquakes. The element of water. It's very powerful, right? We need water in our body. We live on a water planet, and yet water could just take everything away from an entire city, from an entire village. Just wipe us out. And obviously we need air. We need air to breathe. Everything here on this planet needs air to breathe. And so if we damage the earth by cutting down all the trees and just really messing with the environment, the trees play a role in our quality of air and oxygen. And if we destroy the trees, we're destroying the lungs of the planet, and therefore we're destroying our own lungs, and we can't live. Nothing can live without oxygen. So originally, the African peoples and I'm melanated, by the way. So the African peoples of Central Africa, West Africa, South Africa, all around that lower region that embraced Yoruba as a theology, as a spiritual value system, valued forces of nature. And then, like many religions, or I should say spiritual belief systems and paradigms, would then often personify these forces of nature, meaning now these forces of nature are no longer called the wind, they are called Oya, for example. Now, the element or the force of nature called fire is called, Oshun, right? Or the sea, the spirit or the energy or the force of the sea is no longer called the sea as in the word, but then it's called Yemaya. And then from there, these forces are personified as human personages, meaning now the images of the forces of nature has eyes, nose, a body, arms and legs, and starts looking like humans. And I did see that somebody put in the chat that later through the distribution or disbursement of enslaved Africans throughout the diaspora, and because enslaved Africans that held Yoruba as a spiritual belief system and a spiritual grounding system connecting them to their ancestors. A lot of Africans held on to that belief system in secrecy because they weren't allowed to practice that. If it wasn't based in the Bible, if it wasn't based in pretty much in the Bible, especially when it relates to slave trade.
But you gotta remember that African. Okay, let me make one thing understood. People have to remember, African culture predates the Bible. Okay, the Bible didn't come first. The African culture came first. Okay, let's just get that straight. Now, number two, I'm trying to find my other page. I'm trying to build it up so we can have more conversations like this. But your name is, are you a channel holder or that's just your name? Tell us a little bit about that so we can know who you are.
Okay, no, I'm not a content creator. So I do have a channel, yes. And I'm not a content creator. However, if you all have been on Bigo, you will find me as I am.
No, but I will find you on there.
Right, I am. So I have been on this Natureboy carbonation trail, I guess, for the last 5 or 6 years. And so, as a observer, researcher, and commenting, on various content creators, YouTube, and more recently, Bigo.
All right. So what do you think that Natureboy is basically doing with all of these different African, because he did more than just African spirits, cultures and rituals and stuff like that. But because he my man goes even to the Japanese when he be like Hadu. We're gonna get to that next.
Hadu, yeah. Right.
We're gonna get to that next. But I tell people, we've been listening to Natureboy so much, we're not really listening.
Right.
And we got to see, what is it? We got to learn that how is he, using these things? What is the evil side of this? Because we know what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
So we got to show how people use this for the evil side. So being that people always keep saying we've been disconnected, we in search. So when we start to hear certain things like this, we're not drawn to it. Because we don't know if it's evil or the good, because you really don't know.
That's That's right.
So what
well,
would be
here's
some of the things that would people, if they're doing it on the evil side?
Yeah.
What,
Well,
how
I've always said to folks, listen, if you're going to open doorways into this these practices, supernatural, occults, invocations, calling in, invoking, bringing in, and calling in a presence, I put a big caution sign. Caution, be careful. Now, if we stay with the pseudo, and I have to say that, from my observations of Natureboy, he's not, or Eligio, he's dabbling into these very ancient practices. Dabbling. Now, here's another, as above, so below. We know the polarities. We know there's divine good, and there's absolute evil, right? And the paradox. So even within the Yoruba theology, calling in these orishas, my precaution is, do we, or does he or anyone else know who is actually being called in? Because I personally do not believe, spiritually as well, that folks who are not initiated into these practices and prepared into these practices, that they are opening doorways to imposters, opening doorways to energies and entities that pretend to be of these realms, that are more of light bodies, more conscious, more positive. So there are people who have used, and I would say that he's doing that as well, use these practices to self-serve, and to self-serve power, greed, power over, and more power, and more power, and more power. And so therefore, calling in the energies that are of a lower expression of these so-called, and I want to say this with all due respect, of these higher, very, very powerful, let's not make any mistake, that these energies are extremely powerful and therefore not to be played with.
Because that goes back to what I was saying, sister, that I kept saying that he was doing too many of these, even with the sacred gematria, and the occultic world, he dabbled in so much stuff that he was not given permission to do this. So
exactly,
this is what I'm trying to explain to people. This is why he's in the mess that he's in. Because you didn't ask for permission. A lot of people, he was playing with fire. A lot of these people, even if you believe in it or not, even do it for good or evil, they studied this for years. Some of them started since they was young. But now for you to come up in here and throwing in this signal with that, and these people, you can't do these occultic stuff with this people, and they. So what we see is one thing, but for people who know what it's about, they know exactly what he's saying and doing, and it's an insult.
Oh, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. And just like you're saying, anyone who's a true follower of these very ancient African traditions, like Yoruba. Now, there's not a whole bunch of names. Yoruba is the primary. You go to South, you go to Latin America is Santeria, right? You go to Brazil is
I just named it, right?
Right, leukemia, but it's all part of that Yoruba Ifa. You go to Haiti. You go to Haiti, and it's the Baldoon, which is again originates up in East Africa. Now there is another name that he was also chanting and having them chant. Now this other name, I'm not going to say it because it's a very, very powerful demonic force. I will spell it. That's O-S-E. I believe that's how it's spelled. It's either O-S-E or O-S-A. And there was one video recently.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Okay. And then I also had found an old I be finding stuff. Remember, I've been doing this for a while, so a
Uh-huh.
lot of stuff after a lot of my videos just disappeared. And
Okay.
they just disappeared. YouTube, I don't know what. I found the old one, and I had a queen. She used it in here, and when they was doing the chat, she caught on to it and she looked it up.
Yes.
They have been dabbling a lot
Yes.
of different
And
things.
right.
I mean, he was trying to. This is people don't understand. This is my understanding. This does not make it the truth. This is just from my understanding. That's why I'm glad, you hear, sister, you can give your understanding. But when him dibbling, dabbling in all of this, now remember, we broke down, hello, Panamanian princess, we broke down the date of June 5th, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think what he was trying to do in his mind was all these different things in his mind, not in reality. He was trying to become like, because remember, it's the Babel, it's the Tower of Babel, right?
Right.
So on June 5th, that's when all of them come to this. I gotta build. I wanted to show it again, people who missed it, but I'm out for the Tower of Babel, and everybody took. So I think he was trying to really become the most, in his mind, the most powerful man.
Mm-hmm.
On I'm like from the Hindis. Remember they were doing Henny at one time, Uber at one time. He was a nun at one. I'm surprised he wasn't a nun, but I'm just saying that. I didn't mean to say nun. That just slipped out, but who knows?
Right.
Nun at one time.
Right.
Then he was the Baphomet at one time because he was androgynous. So he was trying to, on June 5th, he was trying to bring all of these things.
Yes.
Not the mind, he's dabbling in everything. He don't know what the heck he's doing.
Yes.
But people thinking it was, but this has nothing to do with that bait case, and this has nothing to do with Natera. These are the things that we have no knowledge of, that the people who have knowledge of it, you're not going to be doing that in their face. But in his mind, I'm going to bring all of this together. I'm going to bring all these different things together. I'm going to do this. And so 1 minute he'll do this spirit, that spirit, this spirit, that spirit, because he thought he was going to invoke all of these different things from all over the world, and it was all going to be inside of him.
And I truly believe that he did, and if not still, became an open vessel for possession. Because I have observed, like I said, for the past 5 to 6 years, I have observed. I actually was even, a couple of times on IG, many years ago when they were still in Mexico, and I had a couple of times of actually having a conversation with them on science and that type of stuff. So, so I have seen, like you have seen, if you've been on this trail for these many years, the extreme presence that he's had since his, just up into his arrest, being called the Three God. Now, because he was invoking this one particular OSE, like I said, I'm not going to say the name.
I know, because they were singing that song.
They were chanting.
It's not just or we don't know what stopped him, but I think what really stopped him wasn't just the Orishas. Don't forget he was doing sacred.
But I wouldn't call it
sacred geometry, and he was messing with. Now he's messing with the occult. That's the Caucasian man. He was doing a lot of Caucasian man stuff. You got to think about it.
Oh yes.
Look how many artists. Look how many artists we have seen. This is nothing new, but nobody never threw them signals up. We done said Jay-Z couldn't make us do it. Beyonce couldn't make us do it. You name an artist, they didn't have a bunch of people throwing up them signs. We knew not to do it, but he did. Oh, you barked up the wrong tree without permission.
Without permission, without being fully initiated, without being guided by elders to initiate him and guide him. You just don't step into, wake up one morning and say that I am this and I'm going to call in, the Orishas. But let me just come back to this other entity. That entity that now has been researched and I have taken a look at. And there was a very old video that was found on YouTube of this melanated brother. I think it was probably in the 70s, could have been early 80s. And he was given a full description of this OSA entity or OSE entity. which is extremely demonic. And part of the abilities of this entity is the ability to confuse people's realities. Is the ability to have people believe they see one thing and they're not. The ability to do mind control. It was just amazing to me when this brother was talking about the aspects or the quality of this particular demonic force and how it played itself or how it presented itself through the human experience. And I think that because Eligio was so hungry for power, and he proclaimed himself to be the god of the earth plane, he really needed a force to back that up. But that particular force, now, anytime one is dabbling in and playing in the field of occult and these very supernatural, very powerful beings, it's a give and take. You don't get to experience the power of these beings without giving something up. And therefore, that's why either you sell your soul or you give a baby up. Remember, that child, Zoka's baby, was called a demon from almost day one.
No, they were. I think what happened with Zoka's baby, if you go back, the link that I am dropping in, make sure you click on that, sister, because we want to take it back. I want to go back past Bobby. I want to go back, right? We want to go back, but I can't do that on this channel because I don't know how. So that's a new channel I created for these type of talks. But we can talk like that now because we're doing commentating on what he's saying. But baby, I would love. I'm trying to build up an audience. People are like, why shouldn't start? I'm trying to build up an audience because people come in, I don't want to start this. Then when we really get into it and we really start breaking stuff down, that people now they want to come like, well, we did this like 3 videos ago. But but I want people to be in it from the beginning. So this is, if y'all really, like I said, want to go to class, because this is the only thing that's going to really save our people. And we want to save ourselves. We have to learn.
That's right. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power.
And this is not entertainment as you think it is. But in the beginning, he was happy that she was knocked up. And he was like, oh, and it's going to be a girl. And he was so happy. Now, once he started, but until he decided what he wanted to do with that baby containing which ritual, then it became a demon.
Yes. And when one is, and that's what they talk about, the music industry, right, in Hollywood, that once you reach, or you are reaching for, one is reaching for a level of power that is not rooted in love and light, there is a give and take. You don't get to have that without giving something. And so you have to give up something. Now, remember him recently, again, just up to his arrest, when he was talking about, this is 60, it's a 60% download. She started presenting himself as if he was channeling. And
he said he was 60% and
download.
Arisha,
right.
60% Arisha.
Right, but he was, that was a deception. Because again, the Orishas at the highest level of spirituality do not, they're not channel. This is not a channel being. It is a great force of nature. And again, one has to be initiated into that to really receive the benefit of it, meaning that connection to that realm is for the benefit of the family, for the community, for the people. It's readings for health and medicine and helping people with problems. It is not about one person being powerful and being able to wield their power.
He thought he was going to take. He thought, the problem is demons are no more. It's not the fact that demons are real and not real. The problem is the rituals that they do because they believe in demons. Okay.
Yes.
So we're not saying that they're real or not real. All we're saying is the things that the rituals and the things that they do because they believe is real. So, even though we just can't excuse it and go, okay, it's not real, okay, whatever. No, we can't do that.
No,
we gotta look into these. We have to just let's cassette always. Yeah. So
you have to. And I would really go as far as to say that if we're looking at energy And, oftentimes the conscious community, the Black conscious community, we use a lot of different terms and terminologies and sayings. And so one of them is low vibrational frequency. How many people say that? Low vibrational frequency. They're acting like a low vibrational frequency. So these demonic forces, if you will, are very powerful low vibrational frequencies. They're not the Joe bag of donuts walking down the street. The low vibrational frequency. These are very, very, very powerful, but they're not working on behalf of the most high light of love and light. They're not working through that filter or on behalf of that, right? They're working on behalf of very selfish power grab. Very selfish. And so when I hear him say, he is the God of the earth plane, three God of the earth plane, that is a voice of a power that wants to rule this plane and not to engage with this plane because it wants to bring healing, love, and light. It wants power over this plane. So those forces do exist. And I say, don't open doors if you don't know. Don't do rituals, don't do ceremonies, don't do the hand signals, don't chant the chants unless you really can control and know and identify what's coming through that open portal. And it's very concerning because right now we're in the woke, the age of information, the age of Aquarius. Everybody's waking up, right? A lot of young people are waking up. And this is the most dangerous time right now because people are tapping into all kinds of modalities and opening all kinds of portals, just general people. And therefore, there are imposters, there are entities that are lurking at the doorway, if you will. There are energies and entities that are predators that feed off of chaos and that need to be in the physical realm to experience itself. It wants the alcohol. It wants the sex. There's sex demons, right? You've heard of incubus, the incubus, and the succubus. These are real entities, but they're powerful, but they're not operating on the behalf of the most high frequency love. It's a love of something else, but it's not the love of light, of love and light. And so so he's dabbling in all of that. He's getting them involved in that. They're doing mind altering or altering stuff, whether it's smoke and certainly the alcohol, opening up these portals. And I think that he put himself in danger because of his selfish serve self. When people use spirituality to just serve themselves, then they are vibrating at a frequency that attracts energies that want to just serve itself.
Well, we sorry you don't believe it's real, Sat, but it's real. You know me, I don't like. She came on here she came here stating that she don't. No. She just have knowledge of these things.
I'm not a practitioner,
right? We're not none of that. We just need to exactly, and that's what we do on this channel. We research and we have to, because these people are all around us. Right. We have to learn how it is portals, because if you mess with the mind long enough, just like if somebody continuously tell you you're an apple, you're an apple, you're an apple. People don't understand that's a portal. You will start to now think like an apple, not knowing, you know what I'm saying? So you cannot say these are not, it's real. And if your whole cult is about apples, you understand? I'm just using it. That's a scientific fact.
That's right. I see that Salt 12 is saying there are no portals. Portals are complete nonsense. And you know what? If that's your belief system, then you have a right to believe that. And yet, there are many people who have great experiences, good, bad, and indifference, into opening other dimensional realms and having their life really messed over because they were playing around. I mean, and look at the Ouija board. Now, for some people, they say, oh, the Ouija board is just a game. It doesn't do this and doesn't do that. And of course, we've seen so much on Hollywood, where kids are playing around with the Ouija board and, all kinds of occultic spirits enter the space. That's one thing. Now, me, I'm 65 years old. I have been around. And
Yeah,
so my knowledge and research is not just, it predates Google. So I've been around before the internet. You know what I'm saying? And so, so part of it is book research and knowledge, being exposed to the environment and literally have participated or sat and witnessed to a lot of different rituals. And not to participate in it, but to observe. And I say respectfully, because of the danger of allowing oneself to merge through belief system. It could be complete belief system. That's all you need.
Okay, I'm gonna make it a little bit more simple for her, right? Now she may not agree, but she ain't agreed with me in 3 years now, so we go at it. And this is a page of, people can, unless you disrespectful, you have every right to voice whatever, even though none of us probably agrees with her, but sometimes she makes good sense. You know what I'm saying? But let me make it a little bit simple. When you send your kids to school, right? And they all start singing these songs, right? The bridge is falling down. Ring around the rosy, or hush little baby. We all our kids get happy, not knowing what they're really singing or saying.
That's right.
Like, hush little baby, don't you cry. Mama go, wait, something. Then what's the one that throw the poor baby out the window? And we like, oh, we'd never caught on to that. And London Bridge is falling down. Like, nobody go, okay, when did London Bridge? Nobody, you know what I'm saying? But that's what they did. And a lot of kids, they feed it in our minds as kids. All these lullabies that we sing, y'all need to really listen to these lullabies.
Let me tell you, let me tell you about one. There's a couple of them I could tell you about. But let me tell you about Ring Around the Rosy. Ring around the rosy, pocket full of posies.
Ashes.
They all fall down. So during there was a period in London where it was the plague. It was a plague. And so, this particular, it was a virus. I can't remember what that was. It was a plague, and it was like ringworms. And so this particular plague or virus put these rings on people, like, these circles look like ringworms. So there were circles all around. So ring around the rosy. So it was a ring around an inflamed area on the skin that became rosy. I mean, of course, we're talking about European people. So red rosy with a ring. Now, ring around the rosy, pocket full of posy. Posies are flowers. It's an herb. And so the people at that time literally carried posies as a medicine to address this plague. And so the plague had actually killed, like we got the CV-19, actually killed thousands of people. So ashes, they all burned down. So these were people who were burned.
Right.
They were burned. And that's where a the word bonfire is actually bonfire. So the word bonfire comes from bone fire. And so people who were hit with this plague, where they used the posy, the other thing about the posy also helped with the stench of death. So they carry posies in their pocket that help with that smell as well.
Right.
So children are being programmed.
Children are being programmed to glorify.
Right.
To glorify all of these bad plagues and things that were done. So
that's right, for the smell, exactly.
Right. So it's about the Black Plague. But
the Black Plague.
we don't stop our kids, we singing with them. And I forgot which ones. Even the one, which one is what we always sing, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Yeah. But people don't understand the original song is eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a ninja by the toe.
That's right.
And if he holler, let him go.
Right.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Exactly. Do you know when I sing, that's when they hung our behinds.
Right, exactly. So speaking of hanging, let me tell you about. what's the name? Just left my mind. Oh gosh. Oh, I can't remember. But let me tell you about Amazing Grace.
Oh, I know about Amazing Grace, girl.
I don't sing Amazing Grace.
Me neither.
I do not sing Amazing Grace.
I thought it was just me. People don't know.
Right, I don't sing Amazing. Oh no, Rockabye Baby. Here's what I was trying to think of.
Oh, that's the song I was trying to think of. We on the same boat. Go ahead, girl.
Let me tell you about Rockabye Baby. So Rockabye Baby says this: Rockabye Baby on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come baby, cradle and all. I think that's pretty mean for any child to have to be listening to or as a lullaby. So it is rooted, first of all, it was written by a white. It was written during the times when Africans were working the fields. And it was written by one of the white
slave masters.
Right.
Who made the boats.
Who made the boats, but we're talking about Rockabye Baby, right? So Rockabye Baby.
Oh, not talking about Amazing Grace.
Yeah, Amazing Grace.
Let's
go,
girl.
To that one. We'll come back to that one. This is Rockabye Baby, and so the enslaved Africans. This was early on. Enslaved Africans the women who were accustomed to carrying their babies on the back. It was no big deal, right? You wrap the baby on your back and you go about doing the work, right? So early on during the slave trade and the diaspora, the distribution, women were not allowed to carry their babies on their back while they worked the fields, the cotton fields, the sugar fields, and all of them. And so they were made, now follow this trail, they were made to hang their babies in the trees. So Rockabye Baby on the treetop.
When the wind
blows, the cradle will drop. When the bough breaks, so that baby is on the bough. The bough is a branch. The baby is the baby. The babies are hung in these trees on the bough. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come baby, cradle and all.
Well, how many of this sing this? That's why I said, she said the portals. No, baby, we was getting programmed since these wannabe lullabies. But the eeny, meeny, miny, and they change it up. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, something. If you have the letter. But they don't know. It was really saying eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a ninja. Can't say the word. Right.
That's right. That's right. And now if we go to Amazing Grace, and you said you don't sing that.
Go ahead, girl. I would not. I would not.
I listened to Dr. Maya Angelou, and she woke me up to this understanding. And this is in Wikipedia, so anybody can go to Wikipedia and look at this. They can look up Amazing Grace. So, and for those of you who don't know, Amazing Grace was written by a white captain of a slave ship.
I did a video on that. But go ahead.
Okay, and that is a fact, and Wikipedia even notes it. So a slave, and so this captain wrote this song as his redemption song. Amazing Grace is a redemption song. When I'm listening to those lines that says "a wretch like me," first of all,
yes, that's what. Yes, and then he said, "I was lost, and
but
then
now I'm found."
Who saved the wretch? I'm like
a wretch like me.
No, it's like with me. I'm like
I'm not a wretch.
I'm a real music person.
You know what I'm saying?
And the impacted part of me is I can feel the music. Hold up. As I'm singing, I'm like, hold up. My spirit ain't right now.
So, right.
And I went and looked at, I heard the name of Jesus. Yes, the name of Jesus came from a slave ship. Remember, the J did not exist in the Hebrew alphabet. So that is correct.
Right, or in Aramaic, which was the original language of that time in that region. And so this captain, he didn't feel spiritually. He didn't feel good spiritually because he was a Christian, as it was noted. And the Christian, the Catholic Church was very deep involved with slavery and the slave trade, and so he was feeling.
Girl, we ain't gonna make it too deep on this page. You gonna have YouTube come and get me.
You know,
cause baby, but see, a lot of these things, what we think, the point that I'm making, a lot of these things that we see as cute is not.
No, because it's
a
mass.
lot of things we see as entertainment is not.
No, that's right.
Until we start seeing things or trying to see things for the way it really is. Like I mean, every award show was nothing but ritual on top of ritual on top of ritual on top of ritual. You understand what I'm saying?
No, right. It's a mass ritual. Mass meaning hundreds of people. And just like you said, everything sugary ain't sweet, basically. Right? Things ain't always as they seem. Right? And so when we are bopping and dancing and moving and singing to the music, and music is very powerful, we're also receiving all kinds of messaging, whether it's subliminal or whether it's absolutely direct, whether it's sonic, in meaning the notes and the frequencies used, or the words used. And so so this captain was really feeling he woke to his consciousness, to his heart. And so he wrote Amazing Grace. Now it's interesting that a lot of Black folks sing Amazing Grace and they bring it into a funerary service, right? They send their deceased loved ones off with that song that was written by a slave ship captain, and he redeemed himself, and he had what do they call that?
He was in masonry. Yeah.
Right. And he redeemed himself and wrote this song. Now the melody, now this is said, I can't prove it, but it is said that the melody is an African melody, that it's rooted within an African melodic sensibility of West Africa. Most of the slave trade happened in West Africa, Guinea, Mali, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone, a lot of those countries there. And so the melody is something that he heard coming through, because they were able to sing and hum,
but they was on his boat, so
it
was on the boat with him. Now
that's right. So that he became saved, but history tells it that he also did a couple of more trips back and forth from Africa from the continent, from West Africa, throughout different places. So he still made money off of that slave trade. And so that's his redemption song. Now, Bob Marley has a different redemption song. Won't you help me sing, right? These songs of freedom. So Amazing Grace is a song I will never sing. And I will never send my loved one off with a song like that.
Thank you. See, and I be trying to tell people these things. We're not on YouTube, but just tell people these things, because the things you have to listen. You have to listen. Now, Satan / Lucifer. Okay. Even in the Bible, God, God, but yes and no. It depends on how you use the music, because God used to tell the children of Israel, sing to me. Sing to me. And that's why our voices are unlike no other.
Oh yes, very powerful. Everything's vibration. Everything is frequency.
Right. Our voices is like no other. Absolutely. It cannot be taught. You could have all the singing teachers. They had to go like when a lot of other people sing, they just use their mouth, their neck. Well, on us, when we sing, we use our whole entire body. You could tell when somebody getting ready to hit a good note, that leg go up, baby. You know what I'm saying? You can't learn that. You can't learn it.
That's right. Even Mariah Carey, she had to put her hand in a certain position to hit that note, right?
Exactly.
When she was hitting those really high notes. So music is very, very powerful. And just like any tool, if you will, of power, is how we use it and the intention and purpose of its use. And somebody wrote, Makia wrote, Satan / Lucifer was the angel of music. Question. Absolutely. That's what I've asked. That's what I've heard and read as well, that was one of those dominions.
Right. But again, it depends. Like I said, it depends on how you use it, because God also said, children of Israel, sing to me,
dance,
sing to me,
your drums,
right? So it depends on who you. Again, it depends. Can you touch? Okay, first of all, you're not supposed to speak in tongues. Now, can some people now, being that we have no language, and if something comes out of you, that doesn't mean you speaking in tongue. That's your expression to whatever that you're singing. You may go out, but it's not like you're speaking in tongue. We have no language, so it's what's coming out of you to go with whatever is moving you at that moment.
Right.
Now, if you call it speaking in tongues and saying you got a gift for speaking in tongues, that's not true, because God is not is the author of confusion.
That's right. And I'm noticing again, as we are in this awakening, I'm seeing a lot of people talk, demonstrating on the various platforms, social media platforms, light language, which is very similar. I don't know if you've seen this.
No, I haven't seen this.
Yeah,
I ain't seen that one.
Very similar to the idea.
I'm gonna look it up now, right?
of speaking in tongues.
Yeah, a lot of people do that because that's if you is an apostle. I heard you not. There is no interpreter.
Yes,
because what are they saying?
No,
Like,
no interpreter.
what are they saying? What did even God said? Listen, we're gonna stop this. That's why they call it babble.
Right, it is a babble.
We're gonna stop this babbling now.
Right.
No.
Now, some people, like you said, who get so moved, right? They're so moved, sound comes out of their mouth and it doesn't make any sense, right? So there is a term, you all could look it up. It's called vocables, like vocals, vocables. You can look it up. It's in the dictionary. And vocables are sound forms that do not hold a specific definition. They are like organic, sonic or vocal expressions. It's called vocables, right?
Like,
and
ooh, like it doesn't have, but how people go when they feel somewhere, they go, oh, I'm not being expected, but I'm just saying it's a vocable. It's a vocable.
It does not have a linguistic meaning or interpretation. That's why someone said you can't have an interpreter, because it's a very subjective. It's not a cosmic or universal or even or related to any spiritual theology. They're vocables that have emotions, because people are feeling whatever they're feeling. And so with the emotions, they are expressing themselves through this organic sound form called vocables. Now, some people looked at indigenous native people of this land and other lands, but if we say in America, listen to indigenous people's singing and call that singing vocables, and indigenous people said no, those what we sing are not vocables. When they're saying hey 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 hey, those are not vocables. Within their culture, those sounds have meaning. There's a story, there's a narrative. So we want to be clear about what the differences is. What is a vocable? What is, and what is a sound form that indigenous people speak, that have a story attached to it, has a meaning, has a belief system attached to it.
Yeah, so that's why I say this is when people watch Natureboy, my aunt speaks in tongue when she prays.
Yeah.
I always give her the side eye.
Yeah.
You got to see if it's a vocable or a tongue, KR. You got to decipher which one it is first.
Because
some people never heard of vocable. They don't understand that even within themselves. So they may say, I'm speaking, but if they read that book and it's in, and I have to start bringing verses with stuff, but the only thing is hard to put the verses down. I don't know what y'all gonna put in the chat. I don't know, so I don't remember all the verses. And then we got somebody could explain it. Like, hey, Richard, how do you find this channel? Is this your first time here? Welcome.
So people, and I also feel that people.
Now, I was saying, how did you find this channel? And if it's your first time here, welcome.
Okay, so when people are in spiritual ecstasy, I mean, really, where they feel like they are being touched by the Most High, whatever name it comes under, but they're in the spiritual. They're prayerful in relationship to that higher presence, that spiritual presence. Sometimes our mother tongue cannot even express what they're experiencing, and that's where speaking in tongues and or vocables come into place, because our language is limited when to express all of the spiritual ecstasy that one might be experiencing. But there again, with vocables, the question is, who's speaking? What source? Is that an authentic source coming through you, the speaker, because they're in spiritual ecstasy, or have they opened themselves up to energy or energy fields that are opportunistic and deceptive that is now speaking through?
Oh, she's part of that church I was telling you about. They used to have us on our knees for hours praying so we can find our tongue.
See that,
baby? I can't explain that. But what I always try to tell people all the time: everything you need is in you already. Everything you need, but you just have to trust the process. You have to trust the process. You have to trust life. You have to trust maturity. You have to trust, because everything technically what you're doing in life is what you, from your whatever your past mistakes, your what happened to you, and you have to trust life process, and that you're going to do anyway. There's nobody. I don't care. There's nobody that when what you did in your 20s, some people may be doing it in their 40s and their 50s, but you're not going to be still doing it in your 60s. Even if you try to do it, it ain't. You got arthritis now, back hurt now, your knees hurt now. So life itself you're not going to be never doing the same thing. And life is going to give you plenty of time to sit back and go back on everything you should have done, and then you want to correct a lot of stuff on your own. And the best thing to keep saying to people is, when you stick your hand in fire, you will know, oh gosh, this is hot. I'm sticking my hand in fire no more. You're gonna go get that glove. So you're gonna learn everything you need to learn just through life, period. Everything you need is already in you. Now, if you need, like, if you come across somebody that, can say, well, can help you, but it got to be freely. First of all, they can't charge you. It got to be done freely. And if you got somebody that can help, like, guide you or tell you, like, encouraging words or be, because we do have elders who've been there before, who is going to try to get you not to try to make the same mistakes or things they have seen happen to other people, and they see you going down that route. So it's nothing wrong with having an elder guide you. I don't mean they gotta be old. People hear the word elder, you automatically think old. I'm not talking about an old person.
Right.
But it's nothing wrong with saying, well, how this go, baby? And older people, old people back in my days, they always spoke in riddles and parables till you didn't get it till you got older anyway. But, but it's nothing wrong with that. But all these different beliefs, like, try believing in you. try everything that you put in somebody else, try putting it in yourself and see what happens. You can't go wrong. Just try it before you bend down and be like, oh God, like all these people get trapped. But if people like teach you these things, it's already in you. It is already in you. But it's good to learn about these things, because in life, you just cannot just worry about yourself. You got to worry about your kids who may get trapped up in these things. So you'll know what to look for. Okay, I see this is going on. Okay, I see these. Okay, I may not know all these things, but I see a little something. I think I better go this way. But if you don't know what to look for, how do you know not to take the bait?
I also think that, again, because we're in the, information, the age of information, so much is available to people. And I use the internet. I call the internet university because we could learn so much at these, now on the internet. But not everything that we can find on the internet is true and accurate, and is of a high thought and of high intelligence or rooted in love. So the thing that we really need, and I need to practice as anyone else, is discernment, right? We have to be able to discern what is good and what is not good, what is love and what is not love, right? We need to discern the difference between good and evil energy. And then, just as you were saying, that we can use our own internal barometer, our internal sensibility, our internal antenna to feel into something, not to intellectualize it, but to feel into it and see if it feels right. It's like, does this feel right to me? And we have to learn once again to trust what our experience is with whatever we are engaging with. Now, if we're already closed-minded or closed heart, or we're coming into something with trepidation and fear, that already is a setup. But if we come open and because we're open, we haven't made a judgment, we don't have an end of the story, we're in the experience, and that experience does not feel right. I say trust that. Trust what doesn't feel right. Mm-hmm. And if you feel like you want to explore a little further because you're not sure that the reason why it doesn't feel right, because you're already conditioned to believe this way or that way about that thing, you explore it again and see if you feel any differently. But if you keep feeling off, like something is off, that you're not in alignment with whatever it is you are experiencing, I say trust that. Because why go into something that you don't feel good about? If something feels off, but we might go into it because our family was into it, our community is into it, our social circles are following that spiritual or occult or psychic trail, or that our culture might have been into it. But it's really about, what is your experience? How does it feel to you? Does it make you feel comforted, safe, grounded, connected? Or does it make you feel like you're in chaos and you're losing control of yourself?
And that's what we do. And sometimes it's okay, when you do, like here, we're going to research everything together. Do your own research, and then when we get on the other page, we're going to research stuff together, because this has been in our community for so long, and people are taking it and misusing us and misguiding us for their own selffulness.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. For their own selfishness and sense of power. My understanding is that, that the balance is service to self and service to others. Now, because we can't just do service to others, because then we're into altruism, right? Where everything goes out to somebody else, and meanwhile, one's life is a mess. But they're, doing good for everybody else, but their life is a mess. That's altruism. That's totally out of balance. The other out of balance is, I just serve myself. I'm not helping anybody else. I got mine, you get yours. That attitude. We've lived through that attitude. I got mine, you get yours. I'm not worried about anybody else. That's another level of imbalance. So I think the spiritual balance is service to self so that I can be in service to others. You follow me?
Yeah.
So that I can be in service to others, versus I'm in service to self. End of the sentence. Period. Right there.
And
that's when we're moving into a whole nother realm. That's total realm of imbalance. Because we're here to help. We're here to grow ourselves, and we're here to help others heal, grow, expand,
Right,
be
right.
comfortable, have shelter, have food, help with their healing, not to be their overall that person. But if we don't have what we need, we're not in the position to really help someone in any qualitative way. That's a total imbalance. So
No,
just
but I
swinging it back
think
to Eligio.
I think you could always help somebody some
Oh
way,
yes, but
somehow.
some people are
What?
not. Eligio was much more energetically, because I've again observed over the years, his modality and his focus was service to self, but that was hidden in his narrative that he wanted to teach people divine knowledge of self. And he didn't want to charge anybody for that. He's not asking for money, but he was still asking for money. But the selfishness, the self-focus, serve me. And even with carbonation, ultimately he was saying, right, what's the one mind, oneself? And he didn't say one mind, our mind collectively. Now that makes sense. That's the mastermind. That's an old concept. The mastermind. Bring all minds in, and collectively we have the power of our collective mind. But that was not what he was saying. His one mind was oneself was about his mind, and everybody had to function and live out his mind. That is extremely self-focused, because it wasn't about truly bringing people in divine knowledge of self where they develop and tap into their own minds. And if they did, there was a consequence, right?
Yeah, and that's I got another video coming up, with cults, and we already know they're narcissistic, sociopathic people, and they really have a lot of disorders there. I'm just naming some. He could be the whole entire alphabet. Who knows?
That's right. Right.
But
And someone just wrote, what was that?
Mika, that goes to
I
me
am
too.
your higher self. I could not believe, even when they were in Mexico, all lined up on those stairs and, all majestic and looking kingly and all that in velvet. And he would say, who am I? And they would say, my higher self. That people actually believed that he was their higher self, when we know that spiritually, all the spiritual texts, and I've researched them all. You should see my library. I have real books. It's not just my computer, right? But it's helpful, this internet. Where he is totally what all the sacred text, just like you were saying, says, look within. That consciousness, that most high frequency, that divine intelligence is within you. There's nothing and no one outside of you. And even this person, if we follow the trail of Jesus, Yeshua, said the same thing. Said the same thing. And so how is it that this person, because he's got an other energy entity working through him, who would say, that I am your higher self, which then says that my higher self is outside of me. My higher self is outside of me, existing and being expressed by a whole nother human being. Now that really, that's just like, wow. Talk about drinking the Kool-Aid. Wow. That was deep.
Yeah. And a lot of people, my question is, like, I could see after the first set of people who went on, and I also showed a video and I broke down every single lie. And my thing is, our elders, my people 50 years old and older, and I don't mean everybody 50 years old. I'm talking about people.
Sure.
Remember, he claimed he's from the East Coast, which consists of being New York,
right,
and
New Jersey,
and New Jersey, right? When now y'all know the man is lying, but nobody, like, and I had to break it down the other day. The man said that he was a crack baby, right? Now, if he was born in 82, you were not a crack baby. It wasn't out. It didn't drop yet.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way,
Mhm.
according to your age. Hey, don't come in here to my no Europe, his lordship, that. All right. So you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
then
Yes.
certain song was there, and then I was rolling with a dip. Hold up. You couldn't have been that age when deep.
Mhm.
No, you wasn't. You was a little boy. So how was you on the mopeds and the? But again, no. I mean, I hate to say
Yeah,
it, but
that's
I'm
a good point.
gonna do that. It's a lot of points because if you was born in that time, you should actually know. Remember, a lot of things happen, different things. Then my
Right.
man was like, "Yeah, now it's the road with the blood, the death, and the reptiles." I'm like, "No, you didn't. We didn't have gangs, we didn't have them gangs yet.
Mm-hmm.
Them gangs."
Right.
Exactly. He would have had been born in Watts or something. Well, you
Mhm.
wasn't in New York with no
Right.
Bloods and Crips because they wasn't here yet.
Right.
We didn't have gangs yet.
See.
So
Yep.
a lot.
Yep.
So that same way I'm gonna bring up. I gotta do one on Mr. Kevin Samuels.
See, and I believe
when I break that down.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, I only break down what they say. So whoever getting, I'm not doing it on this channel.
Right.
Whoever getting mad, that's gonna be on them. But I'm not doing nothing. I'm only gonna make what he says.
Right.
You know,
Right.
and especially when my man supposed to be 50 something, right? 56, right? Then he claimed his mother got married when she was 50. So that means what year was you? See, these people, they even when I showed you the first video, they throwing you stuff with these sad ass damn stories to hook you in because people got a thing for sad damn stories.
There you have it.
They do not listen to what these people are saying.
Right.
And then it's no coincidence. Natureboy first YouTube video was 6 years ago. Young Fat first YouTube video was 6 years ago. Kevin Samuels' first video was 6 years ago.
Isn't that interesting?
Come on now. Yeah. Oh, baby.
Looking at that era, looking at that timeline. Exactly. And so, part of his strategy.
But listen, something happened to all three of them in this 6 year.
You see that? Exactly. Isn't that something? That's right. And we, it's good to pay attention because there are correlations to whether it's gematria or just simple numerology, the cycles of numbers and the correlations and the synchronicity. So all that earlier stuff that he put out, and we don't even know what's true. We don't know what's true, but that was
I know what ain't true. I know what ain't true.
We know what's not true, right? And then there are some things that we can't even fact check, right? But that I've heard it come from his mouth. His mouth is not the first time I heard it, but you tell a lie often enough, people believe it. So he's very aware of that. And the other part was the grooming through trauma bonding. So all of his early childhood storytelling about his trauma was also a tactic to get into the hearts and minds of people who have been traumatized. But also note that the earlier, what was it, melanation, so carbonation, ether nation, they were an older group of folk. And then it started changing to the 20-somethings, to the 17-somethings. And right now Aya is the oldest, and the youngest was it is either Zoka or Pice or Juju, right? Like I think Juju was like 17 years old. So then he started reaching out to that younger generation whose timeline doesn't go that far back.
Exactly.
They're not making the connection.
Because he know he's not going to tell me, he ain't going to tell me no crack story. Well, hold up now. Right. He knows the same way he said that the bitches beat him so bad. But then the next sentence he said that, she let us go outside and she said, be home before the light comes down. So how was you so badly beaten?
Right.
And bruises all over you. She beat you that bad. But she let you go out, not the front porch, not the back porch. She let you go outside with friends and play. And you
Now,
was
there
a,
was-
and you were able to play, but if you was abused, you wouldn't really have friends.
There you go.
And she would never let you went outside because she'd be scared to death that you're gonna talk.
Exactly.
Or they might see you out like
That's right. That's right. Because Black families, especially, which is part of the problem, is that how many times we were heard, don't put the family's business out on the street. That we would hide the most heinous experiences because we are protecting our families, and that was part of that code, right? That was part of the family code. You don't tell. You don't put your family's business out on the street. Now, I don't know. There was a video. I don't know who did it. And this is years ago. There was this woman who said she grew up with Eligio like a neighbor, and that his story does not check out. That he grew,
Yum Candy.
Was it her? And that she grew up with him? No, I think it was somebody else. I don't know her, but I just know her from Bigo. But it was somebody else who said they grew up, or they were a neighbor, and that he grew up pretty comfortable economically.
About the girl, right?
Yes.
Yum Candy.
It was her who told that story, but so I think there's a lot of smoke and mirrors. There's a lot of trickery. And he's grabbing for power, a need and a greed for power, to have power over. And that kind of desire and passion and strategic move is to me an expression of a low vibrational frequency or low vibrational entity that needs and wants that kind of power. So remember, children. It is said that women and children are the most vulnerable to energy or entity interference. So he could have been tapped as a child. Who knows? By demonic forces. He could have been. I don't know, but I'm just making that particular point.
Yeah, we all can. There's nothing wrong with that. I believe you born that way. Same way you got some kids just born so sweet. But then there's some kids that's born demons too. It is what it is. But my thing is now, like I was saying, but I forgot and I just remembered.
Oh yeah, someone said, has anyone ever interviewed his brother? Yes.
Yes, they have.
Yes, his brother was interviewed, and I think that was a brother with a different mother or different father.
Different father. That was the first case of me knowing that he was a liar.
Yes.
Not the interview with the brother, but he said both his parents was gone before he was one.
Right.
So I'm saying if you got a little brother, where did he come from?
Right. Exactly.
If they both dead and y'all got this, you and Leonardo got the same book. And you're an older brother. He's a little. Well, where did he come from? They both dead. But either way, what I wanted to say was, now I understand the first group of people that came there, because if you watch his early videos, he knew how to sell himself.
Yeah.
And you also, if you catch him, you could tell that he had a divine plan, but he had to feed you, baby spoon you, right? Now, for the rest of the people who came, like after the second group of people left, and as they was telling their stories, does that make this group victims? Because now they know. Now they know what they have to do to go there. So at that point, it's a choice. I feel at this point now it's a choice, because the first set of people said, blah blah blah. This is what happened. This is how he is. This is what he do.
Exactly.
So why we keep trying to save these people? Even that little young girl right there, Zoka, say, yeah, I know about Mama D. I know everything, but that's what. Okay, so why don't you say that you are no longer a victim? None of you guys are no longer they don't listen to none of these guys. So do you think they all should have been picked up right along with them? That's what I'm saying.
Some, yes. I think that some are definitely accomplices, very, very self-aware in terms of what they were doing. Now there is a thin line, because someone who is mind control doesn't know that they are like somebody who's hypnotized. They don't know.
No,
they're
but I'm saying that's after you get there.
Well, after you get there, no.
Before you get there,
right?
Before you get there,
right?
And you're
No, I don't
hearing
think
the
so.
good, and you're hearing the good, and you're hearing the bad.
I think that the only one who came in, who I think was groomed early enough for a number of years before she was age appropriate is Zoka, because it is said, or she said from her own mouth, that she was listening to Nature Boy when she was 15 or 16. And she started staying out in the tent and all of that. So that grooming, he was grooming her as a young teenager. Whereas Sheba, I would say, no, she didn't come in as a victim. Efru, because I saw them all come in. She didn't come in as a victim. You know,
Malaya and FBI,
but they did not come in as victim. If anybody, it's the younger ones that he was grooming when they were too young to be age appropriate, and Zoka is one of them, and who knows how long
Juju.
he was listening.
I only go for Jokers, Zuzu, and Pisces.
And Pisces, right, because he was grooming them very early on. And speaking of grooming, I don't know if how many people have looked, but I have screen saved two. I think they were Twitter or IG. Two young people, young boys, two different families, two different platforms who are completely wrapped up in this whole carbonation with all the terminologies and the three God and the fingers and all the narrative. And so I screen saved them because I like to pass that on to somebody, to those who are doing that kind of exposure, because the danger of this is that the younger and younger children, now these are children, not even talking about young adults, children, I'm not even talking about teenagers, 10, 11-year-olds who are following and adapting.
I've seen it. And some parents that like to put their I don't have to mention their crime. I don't have to do anything, Sat. We're sitting here talking. Don't tell me I don't have to do it. The whole damn cult is a crime. So you pick anything out the hat, pull anything out the sky, whatever you choose, it's a crime. So I don't have to be specific because the whole entire cult is a crime. What good came out of everything? From even him taking on these spirits and deities and all of them working together, using these things that we have seen forever, all these signs, that is a crime. You know how many people, like she just got finished saying, Zoka knew about all of the crimes, but she been watching him since 15.
Right.
And she just said, I seen younger kids. So you pick anything you want out and call it a crime.
Now listen to this. Yeah, cults are legal, but listen to this. When I looked at when I looked at the pages of two different boys, I also started making some connections. So they are following him, right? They're following him, which means I think one was a Twitter site and one was an IG page, right? So if they're following him, that means that they are following any links that he puts up. Now follow this trail, right? He's putting up the link. And the only reason why I saw what I saw on Twitter, which is no longer up, is because he presented a link to go and take a look. Now, I could be that 9-year-old, that 10-year-old, that 11-year-old who is following him. He's my whatever guru, teacher, higher self. And he says, follow the link, because he doesn't say, advisory. He doesn't put any conditions. He doesn't say you got to be 18 or older to look at this Twitter page. It's there for anybody to see. And so when I went to take a look, I mean, I could hardly even look any further. But so I go take a look and I saw what I saw. So that means that a 9-year-old, 5-year-old, 10-year-old, 11-year-old could also see And it was all the stuff that now is on the case. Is all
Yeah.
what they're calling
Yeah.
the revenge, D.
Mhm.
And so that and more, just in your face, blatant. Now I have to ask anybody on the chat, would you want? I mean, it's your parents, right? If you're a parent, you're a guardian, you're protecting children. Would you want your 9, 10, 11, 12, or even 14-year-old to have a link to Twitter to watch him in his sexual shenanigans, deviousness?
Now, she said cults are legal. Yes, cults are legal. Which I'm explaining you why they can't stop cults. Not on this video because I have to spread out my videos. But the difference is them cults are not bothering us. They're killing. They're doing weird stuff amongst each other. He had this all in the. I mean, he's introduced people to a lot of demonic stuff.
That's right.
And then
debauchery and violence.
And then she says, I have to be more specific. How about battery? People slapping people?
Oh my goodness.
Is that assault? Is that assault?
Right. And what's the message given to young people? If we're trying to raise a nation of upstanding young men, upstanding young females who are in their power, who are self-respecting and respecting of each other and the family and the environment and all of that, and then they go and have access to watch these videos, to see him in these demonic, expressions, to see him calling these goddesses. How can you be be called a goddess and at the same, turn your head to the left? Now they're B's and H's. It's a lot of confusion. Now, adults are one thing. Adults, we have a right to do whatever, but what about the children? And that is his demographic right now. That's who they're going after. These women, when I'm listening to them, they're not talking to 50-year-olds. They're not talking to 40-year-olds. They might not even be talking to 30-year-olds. They're talking to young people. And so my concern is the level of recruitment that may be happening under the woke, the time of information and the Aquarius, and we're all waking up cosmic consciousness, and people are looking and searching. And I really do believe that these women, other than Zoka, Juju, Pi, some of those younger ones, I really do believe that they came as true seekers. I really do. They got twisted in the meantime, but I really do believe they really came and thought that they have found a melanated teacher.
And then, you got to remember one thing, Dr. A narcissistic person doesn't see themselves as narcissistic. A sociopath don't see themselves as sociopath. So you can address it all you want, but it's a shame that a narcissistic person goes to therapy smarter than the therapist. You got to remember, they're smarter than the therapist. So, and a lot of them, they've been I know a lot of narcissists, they won because a lot of times they're narcissists, but they end up going to see a therapist because like maybe they abused their girlfriend or something. So they had to court mandated, to go to therapy. So it was not because they wanted help. And a lot of them, they were more advanced than the daggone therapist.
Right. And I do, and I agree that there is a level of mental illness being presented here.
But these type of people, but these type of, but if they're a narcissistic person, why would they don't say, oh, I don't feel right, or something ain't wrong, or I need help.
Unless they truly awaken, truly look at themselves honestly, and just to use this terminology, repent. It's like, yes. What's that? I was just trying to think of this artist on TikTok who says, he has a song. I think the first line is, "Yes, I effed up." If you haven't effed up, raise your hand. That singer, ever heard them? It's like, so to at least admit. Now, Eligio has apologized 1,001 times, but that's also the pattern of abuse. That's the pattern of the abuser, right? love bomb you, love you up, show you my best side, my best self, then the abuse, then the apology. Oh, bad me, bad. I won't do it ever again. You know, alcoholics do that, drug addicts do that, sex addicts, whatever the addiction is, the apology, then it's back to the abuse. Now, perhaps in those stages, those patterns are interrupted where that person is doing a true look at themselves and realize how much in trouble their soul is, how far from grace they have actually fallen, and then wanting to redeem themselves spiritually. But that's not what I'm seeing in
I don't
the
think they
apology.
want to. Now, the thing is, it is legal, and it is legal to worship wherever.
Yes,
that's
it is.
why it is hard to close these cults down.
Yes,
But
yes.
the thing is that type of worshiping and stuff like that, that's underground. That's underground, right? The same way we still have the Ku Klux Klan. The only difference is they took the sheets off and replaced it with suits. You understand? Hey, how you doing? We see them every day. You understand what I'm saying? So you can't differentiate who's the good Caucasian, who's the bad Caucasian. You really don't know.
That's
But
right.
the thing is, this is in our face.
Yes.
You took the hidden practices.
Yes.
The hidden practices of these cults, and he was using too many things without permission. He did not get initiated into
Yes.
nothing.
Right.
He didn't, and then for him to get initiated, he used so many different things to combine it to make himself one.
Right.
That he wouldn't need a lot of permission sheets. You know what I'm saying?
And he probably wouldn't even be granted permission.
Exactly. He would have had to go to the monks, get a permission sheet from them. He would have had to go to everybody, get permission from them, from the Satanists, get the Luciferians. This man needed a lot of he needed a lot of permission sheets here.
Right. But however, with the satanic demonic realm, the only permission required is when you state yourself, when that person says, I give permission, I want to tap into this. So I don't know if any of you would catch it. He would have so much going on. It was not easy always to catch all the innuendos or the things that were hiding in plain sight, if you will. But there were a few times when he would say to whatever platform, do you give me permission? Do I have your permission? That is part of the satanic approach to giving permission to indoctrinate. Exactly.
But he went around the whole damn world.
Absolutely.
So he needed permission from
and the satanic, like you said, back in the day, it was more private, and I know that Satanism, that jinn, in the Arab culture, it's called the jinn.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They don't have a devil. They don't have that word. It's called the jinn.
Mm-hmm.
And there is I have looked at so many demonic possession, depossession videos that I can't even understand the Arabic language because it's not in my English, right? But they are swamped with the jinn, with that force, that demonic force called the jinn. And so the jinn, that demonic energy, has been on this planet operating forever. We know that. We see it in the Bible. We see it in the Torah. We see it in the Bhagavad Gita and all the sacred texts. It is spoken of, different words being used to define or names. And so, but however, to tap into this, to have access, to have the glory of this energy, you don't need to be initiated. You don't need a coven. You don't need a temple. You don't need a babalao. You don't need a sage, a shaman, or anything else. All that person needs to say, I am interested, I'm open, and I want what I want. And
it's even an application too. But like I said, he done tapped in so much stuff. He needed a lot of different permissions here.
But now let's look at this though. And then that's been part of my challenge when I have watched even friends who have been devout practitioners of various religious theologies. and they still end up hungry, homeless, and
Thank you.
penniless.
Thank
So
you.
here's somebody who's tapped into all of this energy and entity that has kept him out of jail, in and out of jail for 5 years, but now is caught up. And so all of this still did not help him.
Yep. And I can't say that enough. And then you gotta remember, if you asking for something, you have to give up something.
Yeah, you do
It's
have to
a-
give up
it
something.
has to be a fair
That's right.
exchange.
Right. And I'm seeing Barbie the god. Yes. In the Arabic, the devil is called Shaitan.
Shaitan.
Right. And then there's Jinn. I think what is it? Jinn? Jinn or JJIN as another name. Yes. But it's still, under a different name, but it's still that same force. And please, people, we must acknowledge that this force is very, very powerful. Very powerful.
Yes, enough. And then, but like I said, yeah, she said yes, JINN. We gotta remember.
You remember, what was it? I Dream of Genie, right? So that's like way back TV days. But the genie in the bottle. Do you know that word genie comes from jinn?
Mm-hmm.
And the genie in the bottle, right? The magic bottle, genie in the bottle, also offered 3 wishes.
Yes.
But in exchange of those 3, there was an exchange for those 3 wishes. You had to give of yourself. But that was the enticement. You can have whatever you want. You can have 3 wishes. And that was the jinn, the genie, the jinn in the bottle, which was invoked by in this case, by rubbing the bottle, right?
Yeah, and then
the lamp, by rubbing it and calling it forth.
And it was for selfish reasons.
For selfish reasons. For gain, for material gain.
For gain.
So when I've observed Eligio with the headdress that's right behind him in this video cover there, when I observed with the face markings and around the fire. Now, and this is before Atlanta. He was doing this wherever he went. I believe that he was tapping into those energy fields. I don't think that when he put that indigenous headdress on, that he was remembering himself as an indigenous shaman.
I told you the man. That's why he kept saying June 6th, because June 5th, because in his mind he was going to bring all of that together. I say the man. What did I say?
There is some kind of astrological alignment on June. I think it's June 5th.
No, we went through that. We did. We went through that, and remember, I like to do. I did that, and I looked at different sources.
Mm-hmm.
So then, like I tell people, there's no coincidence that he's going to bond. Right? This is how I know all this works together, baby. I've never heard yet. Me personally, I've never heard, but I ain't been into I ain't been in jail, the court, really, to see nobody. So if somebody heard it, they can just say they heard it. But what was the purpose of them saying that, he spent his birthday in jail and told the date of the damn, I'm like, hold up. Where they do that at? Like who haven't spent their birthday in jail if they in jail?
Right.
I had a cousin who just made 18 and went to jail. They ain't say, well, hey, today is his birthday, And I ain't heard of that. You know what I'm saying? Well, where they do these things at? Because he, like I said, what we don't see, because a lot of things we don't know.
That's
right. But the people who do know knows.
That's right.
So and then when you're doing all these signals, hand signals, and speaking certain ways, like I even showed videos where my man shapeshift. And I'm gonna show you another one where this man shapeshifts.
Yeah, that's clear. That's clear. It looks like personality disorder, but certainly
I'm like, hold up now.
Extremely shifting.
That's why I told you, y'all better put that shield on.
That's right.
Y'all better put that shield on, honey.
That's right. I also think that he has some other people working on his behalf, working in those realms.
No, he did.
Doing various spells and all of that on his behalf and to protect him. But you see, like somebody wrote in here, one reason DR Multimedia wrote, one reason a lot of people don't get initiated because of the high cost. Some require you to pay a lot of money and travel and they charge so much. So yeah, that's also one of the reasons. And then I would say there's also a high cost. It's a high spiritual cost.
Yes.
Because then you become owned by these entities and these energies. And even in the lower, and I'm saying a vibrationally lower expression of Yoruba and the Orishas, right? There are people who say, who might ask you who owns your head? I don't know if anybody heard that expression. Who owns your head? And these are initiates in the Yoruba tradition or Santeria tradition. Who owns your head? And it's literally who owns you. What entity? What energy? Now, again, originally, spiritually, the Orishas were the forces of nature personified. Oya is the wind, is the winds of change. Shango is lightning, is that fire in the sky, is the power of light, right? And so, but then they were personified and humanized, right? And so then as they became humanized, it was a different expression. And so now these expression owns their initiates, meaning that they have to cater to and provide for those for their gods or their orishas who owns their head in order to receive their favor, whatever that favor is. It's deep. It's so many levels, and however, it's really it's playing with some big stuff. And unless you know how to protect yourself, how to protect your home, your doorways, and your sacred portals, it's easy. It's becoming more and more easier for people to access. Because just like Sugar Love said that it's all up in the open. The military, you could practice Satanism in the military now. That's part of
a lot of people said
group.
that. A lot
you
of
could
people
do
said
that now.
In the last chat, a lot of people said, and then I tell people, you have anything that claim, like anybody who claim they want to like really help you, and then they bring you into their world, you gotta be careful of that.
Oh yes,
very careful, and that goes for salesmen. Because technically all salesmen, right? But the salesmen, the self-help gurus, the get rich quick schemes, a lot of people get caught out there. They don't even know these are cults, or we thinking that they're just scamming. It's beyond scamming. They want the power.
Yes,
people, it goes beyond scamming. They want your soul, because anytime, just like certain people, like you can't even mention their name because their cult come right after you. Their cult come right. They come right after you because they a lot of times people are going through certain things. So a lot of things skip over their head because that person said the one key thing, like if you're going through marital problems, and then you got this guru that say, or you got dumped, and then this guru will come along and say, well, women, blah blah blah. You're gonna, oh God, that's my God. Or you may have a woman who went through something, and then you'll have a sister. These women do the same thing, and the men and everybody gravitate, and then that person becomes like your God and your savior. See, and what does the devil like? A following.
And we're all set up to be followers. Look at the words used on social media.
A fan.
We're all followers. We're friends and we're followers. It's like, that's tricky. Now I like DR Multimedia. You're right on point there. Exactly. So if the Orishas like smoking or sex or dancing, when they claim that head, they like doing all those things. These spirits are living their best lives by using human bodies. Exactly.
Check out the laughing online. It is what it is.
Exactly.
And then we have a lot of channels that talk about this situation. But like I said, every channel is different. And I appreciate every channel and content creator that expose anything. But my channel, I try to make it a little more unique because I'm always about the learning experience. We're not going to learn that. I don't want to talk about him or they unless and that's why I originally started talking about. And I'm gonna keep it that. I'm gonna keep it that way.
Right.
Like, if we're not gonna get the learning experience out of it where we can use it in our lives, then I defeat the purpose.
Yeah.
My purpose is not to point out. We already know he's a liar. We already know all these things. We already know, but these are the people we see every single day. Sometimes it's your boyfriend, it's your cousin, it's your brother, and they may not be practicing nothing, but they have that spirit. That spirit is in them. You got people who get abused every day, or you have people that use these spirits to make you do things that you would never even do.
Exactly.
It's a lot of jails that is filled with people that come from nice, but these people, and people don't understand how they get, they say groomed, we say worked.
That's right.
Whatever words you want to put there.
That's
and
right.
You have to be able to spot it.
That's right. And ritual abuse has also been something that a lot of therapists have had to get training on, for years ago, because it was so much. And for some people, they felt like, oh, it's nothing. We're doing our whatever, our ritual, our sacred, circles. We're invoking this, that, and the other. But meanwhile, some of the children around were being, involved in some of these very heinous. Though we're talking about the deep satanic, very evil abuse of a ritual abuse of children that I won't even go further into describing.
Please don't do that.
But you know what I'm speaking of. So that became a whole area of specialization that people who do therapy and counseling had to learn.
And a lot of them,
help kids and children and young people to be able to move through that.
But people have to learn how to find the therapist. And you know what? Oh God, you hitting stuff right on the money today. People have to be willing to find them type of therapists who specialize in that or know something about that, because when you start speaking to them outside of, this one touched me and this was they're not ready for that other world yet. They're not prepared. It's like Natureboy. People gotta remember Natureboy was still Natureboy before he had a cult. And this is what I need for people to understand. It's just that he started off with his baby mamas. He was doing the devilish stuff to them and doing the same. Now he just has a cult. So if we don't realize it starts out as one, you know what he did to his young cousins and how he did his baby mamas and stuff. We're living through this every single day. Every single day. What's the term for that? A single cult. It's called a single cult. Called a single. A lot of people don't understand. We're in single cults where it's just you and that person.
Right. Or family cults.
Yeah, we got family cults.
Exactly. So it's pretty deep. And your title up here, people have been saying Natureboy conjured an entity.
Oh, that's not my title. That's the video I was watching.
Oh, that's on there. Okay, so but which one or what? And I definitely think that as we're saying, he dabbled in this, in this occult soup or supernatural religious soup of all these different pathways of tapping in to make up something on his own. And sometimes these energies and entities, they don't want people to put any other energy or entity above them. So there's a lot of consequence, because sometimes these energies and entities are also narcissistic in their behavior. It's like if you don't honor and bow to me and and have reverence for me as your God or entity, then you have to pay. I'm not going to allow you to look at this one, that one, the other, allow you to pray to this one or invoke this one or do chants to this one, other than me. And so there's consequences to that. And I do think that I think that he was definitely conjuring, and that's whatever 60% download that he was saying that he was at. I think that was that is an energy entity.
And once he said that, and the people who knew what he was talking about, they done got in contact with girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
They done got in contact with girlfriend. This is what you're gonna do.
Right. Right.
And she had to follow orders too.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, all of them in there gotta follow orders. Y'all can say what y'all want to say, because you're not gonna tell me. It could happen. I don't know. Now you're still giving out spiritual guidance, and you had such a tumultuous thing happen to you.
Yeah.
Now you're gonna teach me how to get my. You're gonna teach me how to read. You want to read cards? You want to read cards to me and teach me how to get. I just after this tumultuous thing happened, child, please.
And not only that, so that they went through a whole trauma, right? They went through a ritual abuse, but they are all attached to this energy, to this entity. And so if any of them who have not denounced and cleared themselves is going to sit in front of a screen and tell someone that they are in a position to do a reading for you, then I would say that is suspicious, because then who are we relating to? Who's actually doing the reading, and for what purpose? To draw that person in? For what? To draw that person in to fund, like as in, contribute money towards their quote unquote movement. And what is this movement?
Yeah,
it is
exactly.
To an energy, a demonic energy, an entity that is selfish, that is abusive, that is deceptive.
And what get me so mad, like even when I looked at her, she still got certain things with them same numbers on there. You should never want to see them numbers again in life. You understand what I'm saying? You check out her IG. I'm like, well, hold up. Right? But I just get so mad at we're just commentary. I'm just a person doing commentary. I only say what they say, and I commentate on what they say. But here go they haters. Listen, at the end of the day, I can really care less what you got to say. Because once I cut this, my job is to help whoever want to be helped, or hopefully they'll hear something and try to find their own light, try to find their own, find love. But they're feeling like y'all don't get it. If y'all a fan of these people, you're still, all of y'all still following Natureboy, but don't know.
And see the trickery. There's a level of mastery in the trickery. Right? I call it the sandwich. The sandwich is this. Okay. So I've listened to Eligio, and there's 5 sciences, the 3 sciences. Nothing is original to him. Like I said, I've been around a long time, and I've got books. I got quite the library. So a lot of these quantum physics, biology, astronomy, all of that stuff has been around before he was even born. Right? Books, plenty. Going even deeper than where he can go, but all of that, right? And so for a younger or less evolved or a person that has not been exposed to, this may sound like high knowledge, high spirituality, somebody who's tapped in. Wow, I've never heard this before. This person is waking me up and waking up my DNA. And I get that. And these are for people who are young on the path, not just by age, but by life experience. But the mastery of the trickery is in what I call the sandwich. They got all this intelligent speak, which is the lure. It's like a fishing lure, right? So the intelligent speak and all the glitz, the glamour, the looks, including showing people waterfalls and mountain ranges. Now, anybody who gets excited about seeing a waterfall is because they have not seen a waterfall. So they can have a person showing them a waterfall and feel like that man is God. Look at that. He brings us to the waterfall. It's like, you've never been to a waterfall. This is really not, it's not that spectacular in terms of him showing you that.
And the part they miss, and the part they miss in all these different countries that you go to, and all these beautiful God-given or these earthly scenery, y'all didn't notice nobody was in the water but y'all. It didn't cross your mind that if it was so beautiful, like,
You're right.
why is only y'all there? Like
That's
that
right,
goes something
exactly.
is not. It will make you think something
Exactly.
is in that water. You know what I'm saying? Why was he the only person to go? First, when he went to these countries, he found the most. And I'm like, now these people that if you look at the land they're in, they struggling. The houses falling down. There's dirt roads. There's all these different things. So, but they didn't know this spot exists. That
Right,
is so beautiful.
Right.
And y'all the
That's cool.
only ones in the picture, and y'all the only ones. I'm like,
Right.
shouldn't that tell you some things is in that water, like
never know.
bacteria, algae?
That's right.
You know,
We never know. And the ritual, they could have did a ritual before they went on camera. We don't know. Now I want to look at.
That's why they all kept getting sick. That's just like they all had the herpes, right? And then he says, well, let's just stick with herpes. All right. So then he says, he got nothing, and I showed that too. Now y'all out there, listen, you need to go to a place you heal yourself. Hey James, hey my brother King Kevin. He says, okay, we got to be out there in our natural stuff to heal ourselves. And
That
I'm
makes
like,
sense.
no, it doesn't with herpes.
Oh well, okay, well, no, of course not. Right. I was saying generally that would make sense.
Herpes, extreme heat and extreme cold.
Right.
That's why they kept breaking out, because you cannot be under from the UV light or whatever light that comes from that. How did you not study that part, Nature Nut? You can't. That's why they always was having all of them break up, because they was in extreme heat.
Right.
Extreme heat and extreme cold. It keep it you know how the herpes it could have a no show.
Active, yeah.
But you keep it, but you're keeping it active in extreme heat. That's why they had it the optical herpes you seen at one point in time. They did not look better till they got back on US ground.
Right. So it's extreme weather, extreme heat, extreme cold, and extreme stress.
But that's supposed to be stressed. But even if they wasn't stressed, remember, stress is, you could be in any weather for stress, and the herpes could bring up the herpes. But you guarantee, even if you're the happiest person, but if you're in extreme heat, you're going to keep it active. But that's why if you look at all the older ones, and all these, they look sick. He was killing them in them islands because they in that dirty water that nobody's in but them. They swinging on these trees. They pooping everywhere. I'm like,
and the trees don't like that. The trees don't like that. The trees don't like to be peed on or pooped on. The trees do not thrive on human waste. Right? No, not at all. And so anyway, that was another piece of misinformation given out to the public, and to the public who didn't know. And that's not to blame the ones who don't know, because you don't know what you don't know until you know it. But once we know, then we are responsible and therefore held accountable for the next steps we take. But a lot of people don't know what they don't know. And a lot of people didn't know as much as he knew about.
But a lot of us, because the younger parents, we got so busy of people, like these kids got an $800 and better thing in their pocket that could give them the whole world they wanted to, right? Okay, so but if they don't know what to look for, they don't know what to put in there. So we don't teach our kids any word that you don't understand. Look it up. I don't care what word, what conversation. It could be, but that's a good way of learning too. Okay, what does that mean? What does this mean? So that's what I usually I break down these videos. Like he's saying all of this, and then that other word that they were singing that song.
Yes.
And they knew what it was, and the people who know about that word. See, A lot of things may not be known. That's why he ended up. And somebody wrote in the chat, and it's true. Maybe all the entities don't like each other.
That's right. That's it. That's true. Because they're extremely jealous and narcissistic in nature. Exactly. And
yeah,
then,
you just answered my question. I was just saying that for her to have such a tumultuous thing that have happened to her, and then now you all of a sudden ain't the spirituality work, but not that quick, okay? Not that quick for you to be teaching me. No, you gotta teach me how you got up out of what you were in, or you don't need to be on the internet. I'm still trying. You both healing, but you're teaching me how to heal. But if you went through that, that's why I said that. No, this goes deeper than the two.
That's right. That's right. Now, the Larry says trees love banana waste and other vegetables decomposition to decompose.
Not human.
As in compost. I compost. I have never heard of anyone putting their poop in the compost so that they could feed their garden with it. Now, there is something called humanure, like cow manure or compost.
That stuff be stinking. Lord, I know.
But that human waste, first of all, is never urine ever. Urine is toxic waste. But the other material, the poop, that poop has to sit and become composted. It has to sit for like 5 years, but before it's even safe enough to be utilized in the garden, in the vegetable garden. Never, ever seen it considered as good for a living tree or any vegetation in the ground, and certainly not compost. So that's another piece of information, and we can come up with a whole list of disinformation and misinformation. Talk about the miseducation of Black folks. he's like,
man, when we do that out here, you could tell when they first put that fresh compost on. What I mean, you want to puke, because they do it. They don't do it in one little spot. They do it like
trees don't like that.
I'll be like, oh Jesus,
the trees don't want it. Maybe the trees ran them out of those countries. Maybe nature ran them out of those countries along with the government, because it's not.
Yeah, but that's like I try to tell people. For people to be so invested in this, number one, you're down with it. Or number two, you don't even know you're down with it. So technically, you're part of the cult too. I'm not. I mean, to the point that you can't use, like you said, discernment and say, but they become fans. So when you become a fan, you're putting. I know that, Zach. That's why I say it stinks, but you're not listening. But you become a fan and don't know, even though you're following different people that's in his cult, it's still his message.
Oh yeah, and it's still very powerful. And I have to let you know,
you're still following him. Just like, okay, like everybody's going Google Gaga over Solar now, like y'all people crazy, and they're going Google Gaga over other people who have left, but I don't like getting into it with them.
I want to add also to the conversation that a lot of people went over there too, because a lot of you guys remember Dr. Sebi, very famous in the healing community, in the herbal community. He discovered a way to use the way you eat and using herbs to heal sicknesses, and he even went to court about it because he's got a doctor's license, and he says, I don't have to have a doctor's license because I'm using food. I'm not using medicine.
But these kids didn't know that. These kids didn't know Dr. Sebi.
Like I said again, so I'll say they did know that because
not these kids.
I'll say this because you'll hear them quote Dr. Sebi a lot.
Yeah.
They think that he can do what Dr. Sebi can do because a lot of them went over there with herpes and they thought that with certain disciplines and certain eating, that you can heal yourself from the symptoms of the virus.
No,
but
but
he didn't stay true to it like Dr. Sebi did,
Right.
and the environment, so they didn't get the same results. But they originally went over there in droves, thinking that they can get healed. A lot of
No,
them
not them, because he denounced Dr. Sebi, if you remember,
He
and he
did.
also said Dr. Sebi information was not
the thing
correct.
was, he
But-
denounced a lot of people because he wanted to take credit.
No,
for
we
it.
know that, but these babies, remember these 17-year-olds, or what, they didn't know anything about Dr. Sebi.
But again, like I said again, because of YouTube, I would say a lot of people do know.
Not these babies. They wouldn't even know where to look.
hear them talk about, I think a couple of times I heard a couple of the followers talk about Dr. Sebi. So they talk out of both sides of their mouths sometimes. And whatnot. You know, they'll talk about this and then they'll quote from the Bible, or they'll quote from Yoruba, or they'll quote even from Maya. You know, and stuff like that. You know, because again, these people have identity crisis issues.
No,
and,
he does. He does.
Well again, right?
But remember, he stole some of everybody's information.
Now that's the truth.
So remember, these babies wouldn't know because he's taking on. Remember, he said, if I was supposed to have a teacher or somebody who taught me things, I would say it. But I just know these things.
Now, can I add also, when you say babies, right? I would also add not only babies, I would say he's attracting people with mental illness and stuff like that, and that love drugs. And drugs is a doorway to mental illness, because you can take certain drugs, like some of these drones and hallucinations, and you don't come back and stuff like that. And so
you're right. Just
he's
like the
using
LSD.
a lot of that to
that Andrew does. Yeah, but
hey, you get visions if you take this hallucinogenic drug, and then when they don't come back, you know, and a lot of therapists use this too. Like, you take certain drugs, you can give certain suggestions to them, like stop smoking, stop doing this. But what if you use it for evil, and you have them under these drugs, and you give them certain suggestions as well? So I'm saying that, you know,
that you're speaking upon once they're in there, but to lure them over there. This is what me and Visionary was saying. To lure them.
Well, that's what we're
there.
talking about, like, right? The drugs. And
that's
because he's already in the drugs, right?
Listen. Let me go. Let's go backwards. You're talking about once they're in there already. These are the things that are being done. But let me finish.
The initiation.
Let me finish. But to lure you over there, he uses the nice waterfalls.
Yes.
He puts a brochure.
Yes.
Hey Tracy, I got you, King. He used the brochure. Remember, in the beginning, he used a beautiful, he made it look like the Garden of Eden. You know, it's so beautiful, and you can hear yourself. And this is where we belong. And people see that brochure, and they're like, so you talking about as when they get there. So we can't. It's very different.
Can I qualify what I was saying? I wasn't talking about when they get there. I was talking about, like, he does something online. He said the 5 sciences.
No,
and he teaches them that online before they go over there.
Right,
he's in communication with a lot of them.
Right,
offline.
but to even get them to look at that, I'm telling you how it started.
Well, no, I'm just going to finish the what I was saying about how he connects with these people. He gets them into his 5 sciences and whatnot online. A lot of terrorists, they're doing recruiting with the metaverse online, right? So
right, but in the beginning, this is how he did it. I remember we was there from the beginning. He used a beautiful scenery. Like, even if you go back to the first video, he starts saying, "What's up, bro?" He shows you. Oh my God, this before he even got into the sciences. Remember, this is all after he got the attention. Then he shows you, okay, this is what we're going to be doing. But to lure you there, he made it look, I mean, have you seen the pictures?
Well, that's what I was saying. There definitely was a shift. He started changing and whatnot. Again, that goes back to his.
But I'm talking about in the beginning. Did you see the pictures?
Now, when you say beginning, how far do you want to go back? Do you want to go back
to the beginning? Did you see the pictures?
Like, what year are you talking?
Then you didn't see the pictures.
What I'm saying to you is like I remember the journey from when he was on Sinetta channel from that part.
All right. So once he got to the islands, did you
Right.
see the pictures?
Oh, I definitely saw it when he was at
So
all that.
that's what he used
Mm-hmm.
to lure. So that doesn't mean they have mental problems. Some of them like, oh my God,
No,
this
yeah.
is you.
Yeah,
This
and I'm not
is
saying all of them.
beautiful.
I'm saying that his philosophy was to recruit by get them the 5 scientists in them before they came over there.
No,
And
when in the
Not earlier,
beginning he
no.
did not
I'm
have
not talking
the
about the
5
beginning. I'm
signs.
talking about what he's doing now.
Oh
No,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
what
yeah.
he's doing now.
Yeah, so I'm talking
But
about now what he's
he
doing to
already
get.
got you in now.
Right.
But
And so what he
to lure you in, he had to sell you the Fountain of Youth first.
Yeah.
right. So I'm only talking about right now what he's doing is he's recruiting
Yes.
online
Yes.
and he's teaching them the 5 sciences. So when they get there, they're already indoctrinated.
No, that part we know.
Yeah.
That
that's
part
all I
we
was
know.
saying.
Oh,
Right, like Zoka. That's Zoka's era of recruitment. So she was that 15-year-old who was watching all of his videos as per his instruction, learning the 5 sciences. They had to be questioned or tested on it before coming. But that earlier, from 6 years ago to 2017 or 16, whenever that first video, it was about leaving, quote unquote, Babylon, leaving the hood, leaving urban and living in the country, living in the jungle, tropics of this, that, and the other. And the people who are following him were mature and who are seekers. And they were older group of folk. Not
I was only
not
talking
over
about the
40.
now. What they're
But
doing
that
now.
was the sale. That's what was being sold. And Dean, I think that you were just saying that he was aware of Dr. Sebi and he was aware of the community in Honduras. So he wanted to replicate that as well as his when he went. It's part of his early initiative is to build a community. And there was a brother, I don't know what was his name, Phoenix, who said to Eliseo, he had so many acres, right? He said, I've got all of these acres, he inherited or whatever, and he wanted to give it to him. He said, we'll use this acres and we could build upon it. And Eliseo didn't want to take it.
That's true.
Because he really wasn't about that life, you see.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't about that life. He had a different agenda that he had to slowly reveal. And that's that calculating, manipulative skill. And as I said earlier, Dean, before you came up, perhaps, I don't know if you were in the chat, that in the mix, even with some of the later timeline of people, there were folks, younger and older, who were really true seekers, right? Who were like Mama Dia, older woman, and she really believed that Eliseo was like a Dr. Sebi. Right?
Yeah,
she really
believed. She
believed.
stopped taking the medicine because
And this was a very intelligent woman. This was not a 14-year-old sheltered young person who was just awakening.
And that's why I agree because they were already believing Dr. Sebi and other herbalists. They said, well, it works. So maybe this man tapped into that too. Right. And so she said, I don't even feel like taking my medicine. It's all in my mind, the sickness, and I'll ground by walking on the ground and everything. But again, she stopped taking her medication, and again, like I said again, I think taking the medication is the interruption for a lot of this what we are seeing right now. Because again, we are body, soul, and spirit, and we can talk about the spirit, but you got the body too, where they're getting venereal diseases, and stuff like that. You got abscesses, and then you talk about the mind with these delusions of grandeur.
Yes.
Different personalities. We can say that's just uncle in the back. That's just how uncle is. But because he can't make people take their medicine.
All right, guys, we're gonna like that because King Kevin opened his mouth yet, so we want to let everybody get a chance to speak. I'm gonna put myself on mute, and I'm gonna let y'all have it, but let's try to keep it keep it a little short-winded so somebody can say something, so then we all can get our point across. Hey, bro, I'm going on mute.
What's up, gang? I really don't have a lot to say, except, like in regards to just like the last 10, 15 minutes of conversation. This is a thing that I want to stress, and I know I'm probably going to be the minority in this thought process, but hear me out. So when we talk about Nature Boy indoctrinating these kids, and like I said, I think that we put too much on all of these elements, meaning when we talk about spirits and spells and demons and entities, and when we start doing that, that is what sucks kids in, because, and this is just my opinion, you have so many different religious beliefs and practices, right? We're in an age now where the younger generation, I'd say 16 to 25, they're on this quote unquote spiritual journey, which I think is also, it's just a pop culture phrase. We just use it so loosely. People use that as an excuse to do a whole bunch of other shit that they wanted to do, but now they can justify it in the name of spirituality.
Right.
So understand this, when we talk about, you know, and I don't even want to get into the debate about spirits and all that. Some people believe in them and some people don't. I don't try to change people's mind either way, but I'll just say this. If we believe in spirits, then what about that girl when we were, I think Sugar Love made the point about these single cults. You have women and men, but mostly women, every day that are being manipulated by a man. They're not casting spells. They're not talking about 5 sciences. They're not evoking feminine deities that don't get along. None of that stuff is manipulation. Is simply stripped down. It's manipulation. Now you can dress it up any kind of way you want. You could put lipstick and a Versace gown on a pig and it's still a pig. So let's not give these people too much power, because that's what we do. We start saying, oh, Nature Boy's casting spells on people. You can't listen to him too long because then you'll fall under his spell. Well, if you're already open to believe that, then you'll fall for that. But if you just take a logical perspective and say, Nature Boy is full of shit. Whatever he says he's doing, none of that shit is true. That stuff won't even penetrate your psyche or your thought process at all. The only people, and I repeat this, the only people who fall for that pseudo spiritual psychobabble bullshit that Nature Boy spits, that Rashad Jamal spits, and a bunch of them, the whole House of Consciousness, all that shit, they're talking about the Egyptians and the Anunnaki and the pyramids. That shit ain't got nothing to do with none of this. All of that shit is to control your mind and to think that they have some kind of special connection to spirituality that you don't.
No, bro. We know this, but we're pointing out the things that he's using. We already said that. That's
I get that,
because you said you came at the last 15 minutes. So
but what I'm saying is,
we had a whole hour. We don't. You already know I don't prescribe. You already know I don't prescribe to none of that. But it doesn't take away that these are the things that they're doing and people are following it.
I get that.
Our job is to say, hey, you know what you just said. Now I'm going back on.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So let's stop telling these kids that he has this power. Nature Boy has zero power. The only power he has.
He had power.
Well, somebody just said, oh, you know,
in the chat,
he was talking, you know, these spirits he casts are powerful. And I'm like, no, they're not. They're make-believe. They're fantasy. None of this stuff is provable. None of this stuff is scientific. But if you keep telling people that this person will cast some magical sex spirit or demon on you, then guess what? People who are weak-minded, people who are mentally challenged, they're going to believe that. But if we tell them this dude don't have no power, I don't give a damn what he's telling you. I don't give a damn what tarot card he reads. I don't care about no astrological charts. That dude has absolutely no power whatsoever to influence anybody unless you're already open to the type of the type of shit that they do over there anyway. That's why I said, I keep telling people, he's not the Pied Piper. He's not blowing some magical song and just having all these people mesmerized and spellbound. You got to understand, if you're a drug dealer and they have a whole community where they say, listen, everybody over here sells drugs. Nobody calls the police on you. You can sell drugs 24/7, make your money. You can do whatever you want and nobody's going to call the police. Guess where all the drug dealers are going to go? They would go over to the tropics if that's what he was offering, not because he cast a spell on them, but because he facilitates what they already want. So let's stop saying all these things and he's evoking all these spirits. And no, he's not. That dude is full of shit. Nothing he's talking about is based in any type of fact or any type of science. All of this stuff is pseudo religious bullshit. All of it. Because if it wasn't, Natureboy wouldn't be in jail. If it wasn't, his people wouldn't all look like the slow bus. That's why you know that none of this shit is for real. None of it. So that's the only point I wanted to make. And I'm gonna shut up because I've been talking a long time. But it just and if you start like I said, it's almost like we're indoctrinating them to believe that these people know something that they don't know. Like whenever he says the knowledge, no, everybody needs to say, no, that's not your fucking knowledge. This is where you got that shit from. Now, if they choose to still say that they think that's your knowledge, that's on them. So leave them over there and whatever happens to them, happens to them. We got to stop feeling sorry for people who are willing participants in some bullshit. They're willing participants. They're not under a spell. They're not mesmerized. They're not brainwashed. They're not any of that shit. They're not any of that. Because if you really, really, really are afraid of somebody, you get away from them. Your natural reaction will be to get away from them. Because our first instinct as a human is survival, self-preservation. So, we let's just call this what it is. It's just low-level manipulation. It's the same thing that dude does to 2 or 3 women that he's talking to, and he's manipulating all 3 of them. He got a baby by one, he's screwing the other 2, and he got all 3 of them fighting. That has nothing to do with spirituality or deities or anything. It's just simple, basic human manipulation. That's all this shit is. It's no more, it's no less. Let's not build this shit up to be something that it's not, because that's what makes people look at him, because people think, oh, well, why are they all talking about him? He's got all these magical powers and he's got all these people, mesmerized. How does he do it? Maybe I can do that, and maybe I can control 3 or 4 people. To me, that's what's going on. I feel like, and again, that's just my opinion, and I know people feel different, but you just have to understand that, when we start assigning things power that they don't have, then we unknowingly give them power. That's kind of what it boils down to, because if you took Natureboy and you took him away from those people and you put him around 12 other people, all 12 of those people would say, man, if you don't shut your stupid ass up and get away from me. But now if I get on the internet long enough and I tell people I worship a head of lettuce, I bet you I can get 50 people on my page to say they worship heads of lettuce too. Honestly,
it's crazy, because I just was speaking upon the thing Apple. That's why I said you wasn't here long enough, but we basically were saying the same thing. We basically were saying. Matter of fact, we all are basically. So he's speaking to the viewers, not us, because we always basically I even brought up the Apple. If you keep saying the word Apple and you are Apple, then people will start thinking they're Apple because you keep telling them the word Apple, right? So we basically all saying the same thing, but we're just telling the techniques that he used to get people over there. So, because these things have to be said as well as what you're saying. It all has to go together, because it doesn't stop the online cult or the people. And we also let it be known that all of them that we thinking that are now separate from him But people
Mhm.
don't understand that if you follow any one of them, you're still following Nature Boy without you even knowing.
Mm-hmm.
And you're following his words, his teachings, but you think, okay, now they're separate, they're gone, they'll be their own person. No, they're not. No, we got to stop making it seem like because somebody quote unquote left,
Right.
that they're
everybody's so quick to jump on these people back. Oh, I heard somebody the other day was interviewing Sassy, and he said, so are you no longer, if Nature Boy got out tomorrow and got a house for y'all, you wouldn't go back? And he said, nah, they praise Jesus, praise God, God. And I'm thinking to myself, you fucking idiot. This motherfucker still gonna ask you for some
if you
money.
don't watch your mouth, boy.
Oh, my bad.
So sorry.
My bad.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Kev, you had all your points were absolutely right on, and we know the human nature is very complex. And so, like someone put, narcissistic personality. Earlier, we talked about this being as mental illness, personality disorder, plus the manipulation. And then we can then take another view from another angle, because spirituality, right, whether it's cosmic spirituality or the Great Awakening, that's where we are. The Black conscious community, right? That is a lure. Right, that's a lure, because a lot of people are quote unquote waking up, and there's a whole community of melanated people who are structuring a spirituality, a collective spirituality. So then there's the predator, and Eligio is a predator, right? So knowing that young people,
the whole conscious communities
are looking for a spiritual base of understanding divine knowledge of self, and so the manipulation skill is to become a predator and utilize a person's, some for true seekers who are open and vulnerable, and use them, and to use them for his own power, however we define power, and however that power is used. And from what he's showing us collectively is we don't like what it feels like, and that's beyond spirituality.
Right. That's just like, because to go to show you see, spirituality is just a package that they wrap it in, because those who are manipulators, they find out where people are vulnerable to be manipulated. And since everybody, again, we're in the spirituality age, that's the hustle. Back in the 80s, guys that was coming out of the penitentiary, they all became ministers. They all became preachers. True, because they figured out where the hustle was. And that's what I want people to be aware of, because you look at any of these people that are in this sector, you look at them, all of them are crooks. Every one of them. We got to get to the point where we got to understand that if God is a single deity and there's one God, then we have to have a one-on-one relationship with that person, with that God. It can't come through another person. It cannot. And once people start realizing that, and they want to say, oh, we're organizing, and everything's a movement. How many movements have been successful thus far? And I'll wait. So, because you know what that tells me? Because we can't align ourselves with men, because men's personal ulterior motives always come to the forefront, no matter how spiritual, no matter how holy or righteous they claim to be. That tells me that God, our creator, is trying to relay to us, stop getting in these groups, these organizations, these movements, these tribes, these all this other shit that's taking you all the way away from your relationship with God. Because you can't have a relationship with what you consider your creator, your God, if you're calling Nature Boy God, or you're calling some other person your master teacher. God is your master teacher. This person, they read more books than you. That's it.
Right. That's
the only thing, because the only things they know are from a book. So if you read the same books, then you would have the same information. So I don't understand how people automatically go, oh, this person, that's my Baba, that's my so-and-so, this is my, I've never, ever believed in that. Ever.
And that's good that that's your beliefs and whatnot. But see, one thing about America, people be trying to push their beliefs on everybody.
Exactly, and that's why we should understand
believe other
today.
things. And
I'm
so
sorry, go ahead, brother.
what I would say was like, you know, when people jump into things like the sister was talking about earlier, and don't have a baba, don't have a teacher, don't have, they can get caught up. And so, you know, again, we're here for a reason, to find the tribe, to help one another. No one person has the answer. And I would say, but there are leaders, there are teachers in society, in religious groups, that are there for a reason and whatnot. So, again, a lot of people have bad experiences with religion, but we can't just paint one brush over all religious leaders, over all groups and whatnot, because of our experiences. And so I would just say, you know, like, you know, find your tribe. And
I'm not even judging it on my personal experience. I'm saying being on this planet a half century, I can look and study human behavior, and I can see the patterns that happen in people who are attached to religious organizations. And I'm not down, and I'm not saying nobody don't go to church or don't be a Christian or don't be a Catholic. I don't knock anybody's religion. Whatever helps you get through your life, and it's a positive thing, whatever religion that is, more power to you. All that I'm saying is that if you put all of your belief in a religion, like you look at the Catholic Church, they have a whole city which is considered a country, Vatican City. They're autonomous from the rest of the world. They're their own entity because it's a spiritual entity. But look at all the stuff. We all know what's been going on inside of the Catholic Church. And why has it gone on so long? Because people put spirituality over humanity. And that's where they mess up. They'll say, oh, well, we have to forgive them because they're men of God. But that's an oxymoron. A man of God would never molest a child. So we have to be clear on what we define. You can look at any religion, and like I said, it's not based on my personal experience. I'm just talking about human beings in general. Every religious organization I've looked at has manipulated, scammed, and failed the people who follow them to their detriment. They'll follow them thinking, if I don't follow them, I'm going to hell.
But again, it sounds like that's Christian thinking and whatnot. But here's what
all religions tell you, that if you don't believe in their religion and their religion alone, you're damned to hell. That's every.
You know what that's called? That's called fundamentalism, right? So if we take out the Godhead or the Goddess, take out the Godheads, and just look at the system. And so the system is called fundamentalism. Fundamentalism says this: it's my way or no way. That I have the key to the kingdom, and nobody else and no way else can you get there but through me. That's fundamentalism. Now there's Buddhists who are fundamentalists who say, you know, only through Buddhism or only through yoga or only through Allah or only
Islam,
through
Christianity, all of them. That's why I said every single religion does that, and that's the problem, not the religion. If you get something from the religious spiritual practices that help you in life, God bless, more power to you. But what I'm saying and what people need to understand is exactly what you just said. When you get to a certain point, you have to realize and understand that every single one of these religions tell you that if you don't subscribe to our belief and our belief alone and strictly, that now your life is doomed to eternal damnation.
Hold on.
That's where we mess up.
Hold on. Hello. Now. God dang it.
Cool, catch you on point. Go ahead, Tony.
That's what the people say. The religion says. What does God say?
Right. But see, we don't get to God because we're too busy worshiping these people we're in.
Now, God says it is better to trust in the Lord than to put confidence in a man. Right? Trust ye not in a friend. Put ye confidence in a God. You say, trust ye not.
Right. And if
let me finish. Confidence in the friend. I'm reading these verses. Let me tell you the verses that I'm reading now. Okay? So you go look them up yourself. Psalms 118 and 8. I mean, if people just follow these little couple of scriptures and forget about the rest, you will not be in no cults, okay? Right. Trust ye not in a friend. Put ye not confidence in the guide. Keep the doors of thy mouth from her that lies in thy bosom. Okay? Thus said the Lord, cursed be the man that trusteth in a man, and make flesh his arm, and whose heart deprivs, these are the old words, from the Lord. So these, it's a lot more, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's better to put trust in the Lord than to put confidence in the prince, right? So we got so many verses that's telling you not to follow man.
That's right.
Right. But the
Right?
problem is,
So
those
the
religions tell you don't believe the Bible. So people don't believe
Mm-hmm.
those verses because they'll tell you don't believe the Bible. You have to believe. See what I'm saying? So it doesn't penetrate those people. That's why I said you have to strip the religion out of your belief. Seth said, "Well, what about atheists?" Okay.
We're not. What did we say about? We're not going to do that, right, Kev?
Okay. You're right. Go ahead.
You taught me this, didn't you?
You're right. But I
and
was
you
saying,
spanked my hand, didn't you?
well, yeah, I did. You're right. You're absolutely right. But just like I don't have a problem with people who believe in whatever religion, whether you're Jewish or whatever, or Christian, whatever your religion is. My thing is, what I'm saying is, if I speak to an atheist, I don't judge. Oh, well, he doesn't believe in God, so he's a bad person. In my mind, this is the way I look at it. You can be a bad person whether you say you believe in God or not. But what I can trust is that a person who is atheist, who doesn't subscribe their thoughts to any religious group, their thought is more independent to me. Their thought and their beliefs are going to be based on their life experiences and what they went through personally, not what they read or what they were not, or not what they were indoctrinated to. See, like you said, you can sit there and read those scripture to a person, and the scripture makes perfect sense if it makes sense to you. But if you're in a religion and they're telling you, man, don't believe that Bible, that's what the white man gave you, that stuff made up, then you're never even going to be exposed to that information.
This is and this is only a couple of verses. If you read no other part of the Bible.
But they're not going to read it at all.
But of course, because they're going to take you away from God saying, and then it's also verses, I ain't getting on to them, will let you know what it's God tell you what's in man's heart. He tells you what is in man's heart.
Right.
So if you a man, and we all of us are the same, right? We all the same. And then God is, and how many times does God got to keep telling you we all the same? So that one person not better than the other person. But we do have to remember, in some cultures, like predates the Bible, in certain parts of this region called region, because we got to call it the way we say it. This region that they call Africa. Remember, it was named Africa after a white man.
Right.
So remember, that land wasn't even, it was just land in that region. Right. So they did practice, a lot of them did practice whatever they beliefs was. They practiced it. So this is why I keep saying American blacks have it a little bit easier, because we wasn't conformed to none of these practices that they are now bringing to us, saying this is our culture. That is not our culture.
Exactly.
We don't know where, but that doesn't take away. People are practicing these things. To me, it means absolutely nothing. But for whoever, but you got a lot of people now that think that, and I think a visionary mind brought that up earlier, somebody brought it up earlier, that it makes them feel we have, in our mind, we lost identity. So we want to connect. We want to, so, and they don't understand that connection. You have to understand what people are trying to connect you to. So you have to understand what they're trying to connect you to, because so I have to make sure I know what's in my face. So I could say, you know that person's practicing. I think you better, because what?
No, I'm just laughing at you, sir. Go ahead.
Well,
Go
you
ahead.
know, Eligio, King Kevin, you were saying, the point you were making is this, that there are people who will truly believe that the most high intelligence, called by so many names, can present itself as a human being.
Thank you.
That people believe
Thank
that
you.
a man,
Thank
a
you.
man born of a woman like nature has it, is
Right.
the God, all capital letters.
Right.
And Sugar, you're saying that even the Bible and many texts will say, never look towards a man, a human being, another human being, as that divine intelligence. As a matter of fact,
that goes against what
you could tap into that within you. Now, the spirit, the aspects of the spirit of supernatural. I'm not talking about religion, but supernatural, occult energies and entities is a part of the experience of human nature, right? So before there was a monotheism, right? Mono, like one God, and if you don't focus in on this creation entity, this Most High, the Creator, whatever, then you are doomed to hell, whatever. And there can't be no other. Prior to that, there was polytheism. And that polytheism said, I can look all around me and find the divine, the expression of the divine, maybe not called God or goddesses, but certainly divine intelligence. Then politics is a whole nother layer, but then the politics and power structure of politics then moved the mind, the collective, into monotheism, the one God idea. And we have been really programmed. And the children, now, how many of you are watching what children are watching? Disney has introduced magic and superpowers and supernatural powers. Nickelodeon has introduced kids, babies, to magic and believing in all these other realms, right? Harry Potter has introduced children. So there's generations of children now that are slowly, like all that stuff that was hidden in plain sight, now is being brought to the surface. And that's why I think that we can, when we look at it from different angles, right, different perspectives, and say, let's look at it, human nature. How is that even possible? Or that is quite interesting, that a mind can be bent and people could really believe what they believe. True believes that this man is God. And Eligio, when he first, and I'll end in a second, Eligio, part of the manipulation, because in his earlier videos, he says, I always wanted to be a guru. He had an agenda to be as guru, right? So he's always wanted to put himself there. And so the tactics to elevate him in the eyes of the Black conscious community was using spirituality as a lure, right? And to call himself God. You see,
and I'm gonna tell you how you know it's a hustle.
There's a lot of confusion in that.
I'm gonna tell you how you know it's a hustle. Okay, so we all know that all of this is financially and economically based. If there was no profit in spirituality, there would be most of these dudes wouldn't be around. Take the money element out of carbonation. Now, how many of those people do you think would be over there if it was no money involved?
I don't know, actually.
Okay, and
I think they are gone. I think they believe what they believe.
Well, they believe what they believe, but they're still human, because at the end of the day, if you're homeless and you don't have anything to eat, you're not going to believe this dude is God. But the reason that they believe he's God, because he can sit around and do nothing, and what they think he's doing is manifesting money, when all he is tapping into people just like them who are not over there. You get what I'm saying? But if he wasn't bringing in money to provide a house and said, we're all just going to live out literally in tents with no Wi-Fi, with no cell phones, with no modern conveniences, we're going to live like he claims that he wanted to live, when he don't even like bugs. How can you be Natureboy? But anyway, if they were living out in tents with no cell phones and couldn't go live on Wi-Fi, Do you think those people would be over there for 5 years living out in a tent in the jungle? No, they wouldn't.
No, 'cause
They're
they
over
didn't end up
there.
living-
They're over there because it financially benefits them, because they can do absolutely nothing all day long and people will still send them money. And when you talk to all of their families, when the ones that have spoken up, all of them unanimously have said the same thing. One, they all had mental issues before they left, and none of them wanted to do shit. I mean, stuff.
Yeah, that's a conversation too, because like from and again, I was agreeing with everything the brother was saying about this mental illness situation, because we have normalized mental illness.
Thank you. Thank you.
So much so, like in our own families, like again, that's just cousin so and so. That's just how he, and he said, okay, like when you're doing Dr. Bishop, it was entertaining to us, or when he does turn into a pimp and just like start snapping on the women or whatever. It's not like, oh, okay, he's a pimp now. Oh, okay, he's a doctor now. Oh, he's entertaining and whatnot. And again, like the interruption is medicine. You know what I mean? The interruption, like when we go back to it, whether we blame religion or cults or spirits, at the end of the day, like we have normalized drug use. We have normalized being high. A lot of these people are walking around high. And I see on our streets, like society, when you talk about the brother talk about money, they don't want to pay that money to keep them in them hospitals, so they just toss them out on the streets. And so we have a lot of our mentally ill people walking the streets, starting these cults or whatever, and starting relationships.
That's very, very, very important, because I know just in my city alone, we only had 2 mental institutions for adults. They have 2 more that are for children. Only one of the ones for children are still open. The 2 that were for adults, the 3 that were for adults are all closed. Now, I ask you, where did they go? Exactly. Where did those people go? Because they didn't go back home. So those are some of the homeless people that you see on the street. Those are people, when you see them walking around talking to themselves, because our system has failed them. Now, again, I could go down there and probably get 10 of those people to do whatever I ask them to do. That doesn't give me special powers. It doesn't give me any. I'm just a manipulator who found a niche. And we have to. And you made a very, very important point, brother. You gotta realize. Well, the sister just said earlier, True really believes that. I'm gonna tell you something. True acts like he believes that.
Don't give him no more good stuff till I get 5 more.
Okay. All right.
So we get 5 more. Y'all want all my brother. Y'all want him. Y'all want this panel to go on, because it's a damn good panel. We building like we in. Yeah, we need 5 more likes so we can keep this panel going. Can we get 5 likes up in here, please?
And y'all know I'm gonna be fussing until we get them likes. Y'all know how KB is. So please give us them likes. And if you feel so inclined, our beautiful, gracious
4
host,
more likes.
donate to the coffee fund and keep her going. She burning the candle at both ends to bring us these wonderful bills that give us all something. We all take something from this, because I know every time I get off a panel, I've learned something from that panel, period. I don't care what subject it is. So we only got 1. Can we get 4 more likes? Bush babies, y'all can come out. You don't have to get in the chat.
Oh, we need 2 more. We need 2 more.
Can we get 2?
2 more Bush babies. Just swipe it and go back in the grass. There you go.
Just 2. Just 2. We just need 2. Oh, one more.
One more.
We need that golden one. We need that golden one.
One more.
Come on, we got one Bush baby. I know.
We got one more nice Bush baby. Just one more nice Bush baby.
And we love the Bush babies too. We love y'all.
Pushing one.
Right. Pushing one.
Oh,
there we
go.
There we go.
That was easy.
That was easy. Tony. Yes, baby.
That was easy.
Thank you, Bush babies.
Yeah. Well, I think that Zoga.
Here, boss lady. Yeah. What you said, boss lady?
I'm sorry.
I wanted to tell you and Miss Leo that I received my package yesterday.
About damn time now. I don't want to hear no more about it till 19. But we're gonna talk about that too, because we gotta support each other. We gotta support Miss Leo. We gotta support Miss Leo, and Miss Ryder's not gonna. We're gonna support her. But I'm going back on mute. And let my co-host, all of y'all, my co-hosts, y'all finish enlightening these people Now that I got my likes, you know what I'm saying? We good.
I'm gonna say one thing, and then I want the panel to expound on it. I think from my, not just my personal experience, but from my personal experience, from mentoring, and from just observation of the human race, what will stop a whole lot of this is if we get back to the basics. And men, and I'm talking to all the men that's out there listening, we understand that the majority of the people that get caught up in these situations are women. Women are our most valuable asset. We will literally die out without them. We have to protect them. We have to be an influence in their life early on, so that by the time a young girl turns 12, 13, 14, you've been talking to her since she was 7, 8 years old, and she'll understand what a manipulator looks like. She will understand what having a lack of self-esteem can open you up to, and that's how we prevent a lot of this, because there's some people that are going to fall victim to this, because unfortunately we have a large, and a brother made a great point. Mental health is a big issue in our community, but it's still taboo for some reason. We don't speak about it. I have several members in my family who suffer from mental illness, but it's not addressed. It's just like somebody said earlier, one of my uncles, I ain't gonna say his name, I got a bunch of them, but they call him Wild Bill. That's his nickname, because he's but instead of them, they're just saying, oh, that's the crazy uncle. No, that's the uncle that has mental illness that has never been addressed. And so we have to realize that when we don't address those things, we leave our family members vulnerable to people like this. It's sad that Aya, who obviously suffers from mental illness, and her mother and father suffer from mental illness. And I believe one of them is institutionalized, if I'm not mistaken. But her cousin that came out and did an interview a few years ago, and it just made me think about it. And so it's a hereditary thing in a lot of people. And we just have to recognize and understand that we have to stop. We have to stop being so. The first group that we should be with is our family. Because you can't be successful in any type of other group or organization or team sport unless you're the type of person that you have a solid family bond with, because that's how you learn how to compromise. That's how you learn how to be open to other people's ideas. That's how you learn how to exchange information without somebody having to be in control. If you know more than me, great. Or if I know more than you, great. I don't feel the need to control you or tell you that you need to be underneath me because I have more information than you. Because to be honest with you, a lot of the people that I talk to in my life, I probably have more information than them, and I probably have more schooling than them, but that doesn't make me better than them. I don't feel like I'm better than them, because they know a lot of things that I have no idea about. They can go out and work on a car, and I'm lost. If I can look under the hood and I'm lost. So it doesn't make you greater because you know more information. And we need to let our kids know, just because I know people that can rattle off the Bible verbatim, scripture. You can just flip the Bible open and point to a scripture and tell them what it is, and they'll rattle it off verbatim. But they some of the most wicked people that I know. These are two actual people in real life. They can, verbatim. So just because they know the information, one, doesn't mean that they're applying it properly, and two, it doesn't mean that they have a good intention towards you, because we feel the need, human beings, we always feel the need to be in control. And that's what we have to understand. That's part of our instinct. If it's 3 people in a group, one person has to be the leader. And they always say, don't be a follower, be a leader. Well, that's kind of one of those cliche sayings, because if everybody was leaders, then there would be no followers. There would be no code. We have to realize there are people who are just followers, but we can't misuse them. The people that have power, we can't allow people who have power to misuse that power. Like Natureboy has been aided and abetted for the last 7 to 8 years. He's been aided and abetted. He couldn't have done this shit by himself.
That's right. That's absolutely right. And he the feedback loop, he was in the echo chamber. And that,
Right.
and for some of us who've been observing all of these years, myself, I would look at this and say, how is it that this behavior, forget all the spiritual realm and all of that, but that this human behavior is being broadcasted like this in all the
Right.
ways it is? Now, I can definitely appreciate the perspective that Eliseo has a hustle. So from that point of view, from that level, from that perspective, hustle, yes, and manipulating the market, if you will, right?
Yep.
Creating a need or seeing where there's a need and filling it.
Feeling it. Yep.
And then having a personal desire to be a guru or teacher, which is a position of power, teacher-student kind of dynamic. So that's him. Everyone else, they are not him clearly, although he has this whole idea of the one mind, oneself. I think that he definitely is a mental illness bend in his personality, clearly narcissistic, self-serving personality. The other people around him and the women, I can only imagine. I mean, I've heard Ephru speak. I've heard Zoka since his arrest.
Yeah.
Like you said, one can have knowledge and still know nothing, right?
Do you know how they can regurgitate all of this information?
They have a bulleted list. They have talking points. They all sound the same.
Right.
All sound the same talking points, which is not grounded in who they are and in their journey as a human or on the spiritual path. I think that Azoka, it also had been in a mental institution once or twice, or was hospitalized even just before. All of these women, I think, except Neytiri, but all of these others, they literally had to lie to their family. They had to say, like Malaya had to say to her family member, keep my son. I'm going down, her sister, or cousin, I think, something. I'm going to the store to get some milk. She disappears. Zoka, she tells her family that she's going to some sort of music retreat. She disappears, but that was as per his instructions. Efforts all the same. So their mental health is interesting. I'm observing their mental health, and the men too. The men also, all of them. He's a different case. Eligio, he's got to deal. He's got to deal at a whole nother level.
Yeah,
So,
this is real close.
I think Zoka. No, I'll say this. I think Zoka is going to fall apart at the seams.
This is real close to human trafficking as well, because like when you notice the pattern, like a lot of these women saw this behavior before, so they normalized it. Like a lot of them were prostitutes before here. So
well,
them, beating them, telling doing and they normalized it. So when they came there, a lot of them was on the street like the short pretty girl, what's her name, Zyla or Niza. And one girl said she holed to get it. She prostituted to get the ticket to get there, and a couple of them. So a lot of them have normalized, even in their house or whatever, in their homes or whatever. They probably normalized the abuse.
Sure.
So what we see
prior to going, that's why they were open to it, because Neytiri was in a cult. Neytiri was in a cult 5 years before she got with Natureboy. Her and her, she was all over in Southeast Asia. Her and her twin sister were in a poly relationship with someone over there, and that's why I said these people tapped into him. He didn't just cast a spell over them. They found him. They sought him out because they were doing the same thing.
Right, but he also targeted them. Exactly. He was on the back end, on the back channel with them.
People don't realize,
not in front of the cameras.
Yeah, it's a whole community down in Mexico.
Oh yes.
Down in Mexico and down in South America, period, but mainly Puerto Rico, I know for sure, and Honduras and these places. There's like dozens of cults down there, even where Carbonation was in Mexico. Do you know they have 4 spin-off tribes that were Carbonation members,
Right, that's right.
Crown Melanin, Tribe of Judah. I can't remember the other two, and that's not to even mention the network of guys like Gaga Goo Goo, and all of the ones that still support them that are living down there. So you know, it's like, you know, it's a network, so they all know each other. It's a very small community. All of those people know each other, and they're all on the internet and they're back and forth. That's how they know. Nice has been with. She's been with Gaga Goo Goo. She's been with Natureboy. She's been with TKO. You look at Nateri. She's been with TKO, Natureboy, Dr. Prince York, and other people. You know, she was trying to attach herself to Umar. That is what these people do. That is what they do. He's not poking people out of obscurity.
I asked a question earlier, like, where do they go when they turned out into society because the hospitals don't want to pay for it? Just like there's a thing called functional alcoholics, they know how to turn it on and turn it off. Because a lot of times when you get that money, okay, go to work. They know how to act normal or whatever, right? And whatnot to keep a job, to get to go down to the state office and get the food stamps or get whatever. They know how to turn. They know how to turn it on.
Great point.
They're functional, but they're still having these mental issues and whatnot. So a lot of people have learned. The behavior had been like a passenger in a car with them for so many years. They learn how to be functional with it and whatnot, and not take medicine and whatnot. So some people say, I can drive. They're still high, but they say, I know how to drive. I'm still not how to drive, but they high, and they normalize this. I can still do my job, and so like a lot of these people that we're watching, they don't think nothing is wrong with them because they can still do their job.
Right.
They can still do their crazy on the side or whatever, but they're functional with it. And so, and because they're functional, and a lot of them are functional with it, they're normalized it. If they sit down with a private conversation, they'll say, "Oh yeah, my daddy beat me, men beat me." That's what men do. Men supposed to be.
It's cognitive dissonance because you got to think about it like this: God is a healer, right? So if this dude is God in front of you, and he's a healer, then why is your cooch leaking green, slimy juice? You know what I mean? If you really believe and truly believe this man is God that's sitting in front of you, how could he possibly be sitting in jail? See, it's cognitive dissonance. If you believe he's God, where in any religion that their deity that they call God, whether it's Allah, you know, Buddha, whomever, when have you ever read anywhere in their religious text that they beat anyone?
That's right.
That they beat or sexually abused anyone or let children play. See, we can.
I can go deep with that, but for the purpose of this conversation, I won't. But like I said again, like I hear what you're saying about that. Like what they have seen, they normalized it. Like y'all saw Jesus was beat, and they persecuting him. I'm like, dude, they persecuting me, and they're buying into all of that.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a coincidence either that almost every one of these cult leaders / spiritual gurus or whatever you call them, all of them go to jail for sexual crime.
Isn't that something? Yes, across the board.
That's not coincidental. Right. It is not coincidental. And that goes from the Catholic Church all the way to Malachi Z. York to any of the rest of them you can name.
That's right. All through East India.
Isn't that like saying all men cheat? There are some out there that's not taken down like everybody else is doing.
Of course. Oh no, of course. Nothing's. We're saying there's a. You have to understand. People who are predators, they gravitate toward this spiritual community because they're allowed, like you just said, they normalize things that are not normal in the society that everybody else lives in. So you got to understand the level of cognitive dissonance a person has to display.
Deficit or whatever, because I'm hearing that a lot. Break that down to me if you will, because is that where people believe something? Because like that's a real important word you say in there, because I'm keep hearing it a lot. Break that down to people if you would, because like that's exactly what's happening.
Okay, just breaking the two words down. Cognitive means aware, being able to see, hear, being alert, being aware that you are alive. Dissonance just means you're separating. So you're separating what you think your reality from what you know is right. You know, if you say, well, I believe young Pharaoh got abducted by aliens and they tapped his 33rd vertebrae and then did whatever and brought him back to Earth. That's cognitive dissonance, because there's no way in your mind that you could have a factual conception of that literally happening. You're just choosing to believe it just off the strength that somebody said it, with no other factual basis or reasoning to believe that. You just believe something based on what somebody said without having any factual basis to base that upon.
And in some situations, that is a stress response. So
thank you. It's a fight or flight response.
Yeah. So yeah, fight or flight, but more so not fighting or not fleeing. So fight or flight, not fighting or fleeing.
Within your mind.
It's actually agreeing with the oppressor. It's actually falling in love with the oppressor. It's actually finding respect for the victim, for the victimizer. And that's a stress response in those kinds of situations.
And what do they all say when they try to justify Nature Boy's BS? Man, look what he went through when he was young. He didn't have parents. They start feeling empathy for their abuser. They have a new name, a current name that was coined in the 70s called Stockholm Syndrome. When you start to empathize with your abuser. And some people do that. A lot of people do that. They'll empathize with the very person who is abusing them, because like when I say the fight or flight response, that's mentally, like you said, in your mind, because you don't want to stand up to someone who in your mind is more powerful than you.
More powerful, that's right.
You agree with them, just like she was saying about the echo chamber. Notice what they do. Whenever Nature Boy wants to get on somebody, he'll go, man, damn, what the fuck wrong with you? Excuse me. What's wrong with you? Your energy off. Ain't our energy off, y'all? And everybody be, yeah, I did notice her energy be off all day. And that's wild. See, you let her come, and they'll just start, and they'll go further than he even went with it. That is all part of the whole cognitive dissonance. You suspend your own rational thought and belief just in order to agree with this person, because that situation, it's easier, it's less stressful for you to go against them than to agree. So you agree, but then once you do that so many times, now what will these people do if you set them in anywhere USA and said, okay, no more cult, this dude's in jail, you can't be in a cult anymore? What do you think they're going to do in life? Do you think these people are going to be able to go to a job for 8 hours a day when they're talking about, they're in the sixth dimension and, and they're doing and all of this psychobabble that he's been talking, all of these coin phrases that they use? These people could not even exist. Some of these, like True is a lost cause. True is going to end up either taking his own self out, or he's going to end up in a mental institution. Aya and Zoka are the same way. These people are not equipped to live in normal society. That's why it's so easy because people go, how could you sit there and let somebody beat on you, then put you in a corner and then talk about you like a dog, and all of this on the internet live? Because to them, again, the cognitive dissonance has gotten to a point where they said, so what am I going to do? Go back home and work at Walmart and then try to be a normal person and take care of my child?
That question and say,
look at what they're running from. You got to look at what they're running from.
I saw Uncle do this. I saw, you see what I'm saying? So a lot of these parents, they've conditioned a lot of these, society conditioned these people like it's not just happening in the cult. It's happening. You remember that we used to
in everyday life. That's what I was saying. All the weird stuff people putting on it is just manipulation, stripped down.
Like I said again, we used to tell our kids all the secrecy, right? Like what goes on in the house stays in the house.
That's what we said.
We pull back these households. There's a lot of dysfunction, right? So we see it live and direct because it's in front of our face with the Nature Boy show. But there was another show going on before they went there that we don't see of dysfunction, and that was normalized in their household. And again, the same mama or daddy said, "You let that man beat you," but in their mind, they grew up watching their daddy beat their mama or their mama beat their daddy.
Right? That's
right. But I gotta remember too. Hello, don't forget, guys. You see the link that I'm putting in the chat. Remember, we love these bills. And I want to continue these bills, but like we have to, like, even I had to tell Kev the other, and I don't like telling my panel and stuff like to be careful, so I want to make sure that's done on my other channel. So we can really explore more things together.
So glad for you.
And this is my flagship channel. I don't want to lose
Sugar
it.
Babe, Sugar Babe, Sugar Babe is the new
One
channel.
of my haters
Everybody-
gave me that name, Sugar Babe. So I
Sugar
decided,
Babe, so we took it,
I decided
right.
to keep it.
Right, that's what you do. You take everything somebody use against you and make it, you make it your own.
I do see that we really into to save our community. We have to, even if we believe in it, don't believe it, doesn't matter. But we still got to be able to break it down.
That's right.
We still have to be able to break it down so we can tear it apart and throw it away. But we have to start with the people who put it out there. Right. So we have to go into the people who put it out there. Because remember, if it's out there to us, if it's out, unless you have like a great grandfather, great that passed it to you, that's different. But if it came to us any other type of way, it was not for our benefit.
That's right.
It was not for our benefit. Now, remember, you do have certain things that was passed down little by little, but it but it was a certain thing was passed down, or maybe somebody like picked up on books or whatever. But like I said, we can't. Us Americans, we got to remember, us Black Americans, we can't really tie ourselves to anything, because what we did, nobody else did. We started for nothing. We made our own culture. We made our own traditions. Where to the point that even though we learning other people's stuff, guess what? They following us.
That's right.
They want to be us.
That's right.
I don't care where you go in this world. They got our dance, our music, hip hop. We may not like mumble music, but mumble music is everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. That's right.
R&B, this was all done from a people who had nothing, no tradition, no nothing. Yeah. But the thing is, I want to start exploring how our community started breaking down so much from these hustlers, this hotep hustlers, the intellectual hustlers, the spiritual hustlers. Now, we're not saying that. I'm not saying that the practice, like some of the practices is like really like simple and it helps you get centered. Right. So we can't say but guess what? It's not about power.
But
it's not about power. It's not about greed. It's not being the man on top. And it's not. Sometimes it's just like woosah. Or sometimes you need breathing exercises to help you. Some people, even in labor, they teach you breathing exercises. You know what I'm saying? So so there's nothing wrong with. But I'm talking about for the people who put it out here for their selfish gain, or for them to look like, Kev said, that they're more important or more smarter than us. It's all come from the same book. But I need you all to click on that link. And make sure you click on that link, Visionary Mind.
Okay, I will. I have to copy and paste. But anyway, I'm probably going to sign off. It's been really good, Bill. Great conversation. Thank you for having me. And I just want to say that with all being said, I will never know the story of these people's lives. They are all humans, just like you and I. And, we are all of the same cloth, but certainly not of the same ilk, if you will, paradigm. And so, I hope that people find their way. I definitely want justice to be served. And I'm not committed to the outcomes of any of them.
Now, what's your Beagle name again?
I am. With the hands, the prayer hands in front of it. I am.
I don't even know how to do that.
I am, or actually, the Beagle ID is I am Sophia. Sophia means wisdom. So I
put 1 a.m. Lord have mercy.
Yeah, I am.
I'm tired.
Am Sophia. So that's the ID name. That's why I gave you the wrong one.
No, I put in 1 a.m.
Oh, one. Okay. I am Sophia. Sophia meaning wisdom. But anyway, and we may not know. I know I will never know the full journey of these people's paths. I'm still working on discovering mine. So, but anyway, I am interested in human nature, and it's really it's very interesting. It's sad. It's heartbreaking. It's upsetting.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna keep my eyes. I'm just gonna keep the watch going. And
Visionary.
I'll continue being on panels and having some commentary. So that's pretty much what I do. I touch in every now and then on Bigo and every now and then here.
Well, thank you for coming up. Definitely learned a lot. Dean, you as well, brother. Appreciate the input, man, because like I said, I learned something every single time that we have a build, and hopefully one little thing that I may have said may resonate with someone in a positive way.
But we ain't leaving that.
No. I was just kind of piggybacking Visionary before she got out of here. But I just, like I said, I appreciate you guys when y'all come up, because it just adds such a perspective to a conversation. The conversation may veer totally in a different direction, but it's all in the same vein. So we'll get to the answer. Sometimes we have to go down the street and around the corner, but we get there. And that's the beautiful thing, because we have such a diverse group in here, and so we have so many perspectives, and I love that. So I just wanted to say I appreciate y'all for even tapping in and coming up, because I get tired of hearing myself talk sometimes. So I just love hearing you guys and different in the chat, and that's why I interact with the chat so much, because I just truly believe we have the smartest chat on the internet, because they come up with some of the most inquisitive questions, ideas, things like that. So just like I said, and I ain't gonna be long-winded, I just appreciate you guys. So thanks for coming up, and please tap back in.
Absolutely, in the chat. And so on the last note, Sat 12, yes, we still need to know how to break dance. Very important.
Not we.
Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you. Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
And come back.
Much love.
Much love. Peace.
Oh yeah, I just subscribed to your other link and what is that the one you were talking about? The link you put into the Room Sugar Love?
Yes. So
thank you.
Make sure we can get get more topics, because I don't want to just keep it, even though you can get so much out of nature. Can y'all hear me? Because I've had to take myself out and put myself back in, because it was
you sound good.
It was a what you call it? An
echo.
Yeah. So
I had to turn mine off or mute it too when I came in here, because like these kind of some of the first conversations I actually clicked on live because of the build was you guys were building, and I'm like well let me see if I can click in on this thing. So again, I'll definitely be clicking in on more of them and supporting them with the Cash App. So I would always just watch and see dollar signs pop up there. Like, how do they do that? Because I was using my YouTube more so as a storage or just to watch video and stuff like that. So this is cool to actually get into the live conversations, and just build.
Yeah. So glad you tapped in, brother.
Yeah, but I want to like I said, we have so many more topics to conquer. This is just one of many, and then the other channels are going to be more panel and talk. We're going to pick topics, and we're going to do what we do.
Yes.
Well, let's get that other channel popping so we can have straight panel discussions. Because if we got 6 people up there, that's going to be a dope build. We got 8 people. I don't know how many. I think we can have 8, whatever, in the chat. But
let me see. Let me see how many people in there now. Because I don't, we just start. So I want to make sure, because it's a shame that I'm echoing again. It's a shame that you gotta put a Natureboy or whatever to draw the crowd. You understand what I'm saying? We should want to do better as a people. We are so intrigued with this, because a lot of people are cult followers and they're so intrigued with it. But what is it doing for you?
Yep. Hey, Panamanian Princess.
That's my baby right there, boy.
That's my girl. What's up?
She be
I
hitting you
love
with a
that
lot
chat.
of context. She be Panamanian Princess be on it like the Green Hornet.
We and see, and it's and y'all think we really don't read y'all. I'm telling you, trust me, because when we talk off the air, me and Sugar Love, we don't know any of y'all personally, but I promise you, we could talk about the whole chat because we know y'all by y'all names so well. Like off the top of my head, it's 20 people that I just know from the chat because they always put interesting comments in the chat, interact back and forth with me, and that's the best part for me because I don't get to talk, like I said, a lot to people because I'm kind of to myself. But when I can have conversations with like-minded people, it's a beautiful thing. Because I can stand around a group of people all day and they'll be talking about the most insignificant stuff that I'd be like, I don't care what happened on Love and Hip Hop. I don't care about, all this trivial stuff they be talking about. So, I mean, it's cool just to have conversation. But these kind of bills, man, I just, I live for this. I be rushing home for work. I be going to my office, locking my office door just so I could come in and listen, even if I can't come up on the panel. So let's get that other Sugar Babe channel.
Yeah, only one
we can
person
really get
subscribed,
it going.
and that was Dean. We need some more of you guys to click on that link.
Just click on subscribe and come right. That's all you gotta do. You ain't gotta even leave out. Boom, boom, come on back. But we want to get that pumping because we want to give Sat 12. We want to give KR. We want to give Panamanian Princess. A lot of people, well, we want to get we want to give more people. She wants to give more people. I'm speaking for her like it's me, but she just, it's a powerful thing to have, input and have people build. So let's get her up there and get her, because you got a lot of these channels and all they put is the drama on and they get a lot of views. And then I'm not knocking them. I don't begrudge no other channel holder. I have no beef, no ill will toward no other channel holder and what they do and how they do it. We just do something so unique over here that I want this to be like, we don't have to have any drama in the title in order to get, a couple 200-300 people in the chat because it's that important, the stuff that we be talking about. So
yeah, and that speaks to a little thing in us as a people. Like we always say, I want to see good Black programming, Black television, Black movies, positive stuff, but we don't support.
No, we don't. Yeah, no, we don't.
We getting canceled. We be like, why did that just get canceled? Y'all ain't watch it.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that is very. We say out of our mouth, I want positive conversation. I want positive, but the people they don't support. They support the foolery.
Right. Think about it. Of all the reality shows on, how many reality shows are about just normal people that are having a good life and that are happy? None of them. Every reality show that's on TV is drama based. Basketball Wives, Love and Hip Hop, Bad Girls Club, this, that, every single one. Everyone is drama based. Everyone. That's part of our human condition. And we have to understand that we can only have what we want, what we demand. Like I always say, I was one of them like you. Like, why don't we have any smart, intelligent, funny Black shows on? All of them, we have to be looking like buffoons, or it have to be about the gang life in South Central or something like that. We just can't have regular Black, like white people can have just regular shows about nothing. Seinfeld is literally about nothing. And it's one of the biggest shows on, they would make a joke about it. They had no drama on that show, but that's one of the biggest sitcoms, if not the biggest, matter of fact, it is the biggest of all time. Of all time. And they literally had no drama on that show. None.
Everything about algorithms now, like you could type in certain words right now in this conversation we having right now, and a lot of people be just for that word you put in. Matter of fact, the hashtag is big now because of that. They said, if you want more viewers on your channel, hashtag certain words, algorithms.
They do that with death.
They come in, oh, y'all talking about that? Okay.
Yeah. And that's why I said we have to, if we want something better, we have to create it. And when I say we, our community, but let's start small. Like I said, I started in my household and work my way out. So here's one of my steps outside of my household is my community family that's here in this chat. So we build, and then we take our build, and then we spread that out. But if we want something, if we want good, positive content, we can still talk about the drama sometimes, and we'll clown on it, and we'll joke and laugh. But that doesn't have to be the majority of what we're talking about. In fact, it's very little of what we talk about. We may start off talking about the drama, but we always end up building either on the mental health aspect, on the manipulation aspect, about narcissism, about, you know, just different aspects of the topic. And so if we want this, build up Sugar Love, build up Sugar Babe, build up Tony T, build up all those channels, so that when you get tired of hearing that drama on every other YouTube channel, you can go, you know what, let me go over and tap in and see what Sugar Love and them on. They be on something different. That's it.
Yeah,
We have to create
and
that.
it's sad that you got to separate the channels, because you don't want to risk the chance of them taking down your page, because sometimes YouTube, when you get really good into building,
That's true.
a lot of people, I've been seeing so many people complaining this week that they video went on private on their own. I seen some people saying that they sent out one. So being that that's a new channel, I'm not, if it goes, we could just keep starting another one. But this is my main one. I can't play with this one.
Cannot play with Sugar Love at all, because they already tried. And that's why I said, you know you're making an impact when bigger entities and the powers that be come at you and start trying to kind of muffle your voice.
Y'all gonna get mad at me, but I ain't got on Kevin Samuels yet.
Right. See, and that's what.
Wait.
Now that. Go ahead, Sugar.
Yeah, YouTube. Yeah, wait, because people.
Oh wow, Barbie, they're unsubscribed people, huh?
That's called purging. They will purge you. It's called purging. They will purge the X out of you. Yeah, but why? When he needs to be talked about, because he was still in our community, right?
Right.
And but it's not going to, like, I don't do it to where I'm doing it because this is what you presented to us.
Yeah,
and
it's not bad.
And it's not going to be it's just what made me say his name, because there's no coincidence. It's no coincidence that something happened to him, Pharaoh, and Natureboy at the same time. It's no coincidence. They both 3 YouTubers, and they both 3 YouTubers started on YouTube 6 years ago.
And Polite too. It seemed like they all
no. Polite did not make his first appearance 6 years ago. But we will be discussing Mr. Polite. Everybody gonna get it. Everybody anybody who have took our community for their own selfish gains, we gonna get into it.
Right.
I made the mistake of typing words. Had a nice dress on social media. I was like, "Ooh, kill him! You getting it?" And then I got a message: "We will not post any threats." And I'm like, if you, I like when I use "ooh, kill him," I mean you look good in that dress. And the algorithm thought I was threatening, so they said we're not going to post this because that's threatening. If you got a question of it, you can challenge it. So a lot of our posts are getting taken down because of the wording. We can't even say the R word anymore on when you're talking about certain things.
That's why sometimes, like, please God, can y'all just say sorry to you too, because sometimes it's a shame that as adults, the word that it is, we should be able to say it.
Thank you.
But we can't, and it's a shame. And that's not just YouTube. I mean, that's a lot of other places too, but YouTube is a little bit more stricter on you. But everybody got to go Ussy or Bussy, or we can't just go even JJ. We got to go Bape, or it's. You got to understand. It's like we're being, but you know what? This is their machine, and these are the things they like. Even what the cursing. Yeah, you no longer have freedom of speech. Is that even with the cursing? We got to watch our mouths. This is an adult. This is an adult content.
Like you in grandmama house when
18 and over.
That's my point. It's like, and you gotta think about why would they try to stop you from using a word that's used in everyday language, even though it's describing an ugly act. There's nothing vulgar about the word. It's you know what I mean. I mean it's crazy. Why wouldn't we talk about something that's so prevalent? It's just like if they said, well, you can no longer say human trafficking. well, then that would make me think that they don't want human trafficking to stop, because human trafficking is a very big problem right now.
Well, he
So
still
why
says he still says the word anyway. I'm gonna smack him. But I know what you mean. And you know what's even
did I just
crazy?
say it?
Yeah. but
did I?
But it's a shame that we have to watch. And then the craziest thing is that something else we can't say. Like even when we had to change the word. Now we already know it's the damn virus is out there. Why we couldn't say the word with the C?
Right.
I thought, to me, I thought that was the dumbest thing. How do people we know
How can you not talk about something that's dominating the
epidemic.
whole society?
Yeah,
it's a pandemic.
And
now watch this. Now you see why we code switch, like the slaves used to do, or like Billie Holiday was used strange who swinging in trees. She talking
So
about
why can't
the whole situation. Instead of saying the words, you have to be poetic. You have to be metaphorical about the thing. You know,
that's crazy.
Code switching is.
Can we not say salmonella? Can we not say salmonella? Or they had the SARS outbreak, so now we can't say, if SARS comes back, we can't say SARS.
Whatever we couldn't say, you sure saying it now?
Well, no, I'm just saying these are
I
words.
know.
Like, how do we know what's banned? Like, these are not curse words. Like, how do we know if it just like there's a war going on? Everybody in the world knows there's a war going on,
And
but we
don't
can't
say
say
the
it.
word you,
No, I'm
please.
not. But I'm just saying, if we know that it's a war going on,
Right.
what's wrong with saying where it is? That's crazy to me. Like, I don't want to. Like, what? You can watch me through my computer, but I can't say a word that's in the dictionary.
No,
Well, I
exactly.
mean,
And
you have
it's
to
crazy.
back to Big Brother and whatnot now, because you know, if we're gonna operate in these, unless we're gonna create our own system and metaphor and
But
whatever.
of course we are. 'Cause that's
You
what
know,
that's what we do. That's where we got slang from anyway. We gonna make it happen. But the only thing that cracked me up is when I was taught, it only applies to the black sector.
Right. Because white folks can say whatever they want on here. That's the truth. That's the truth.
But I'm like, how you couldn't say? I mean, let's say I was sick. I can't say the C. Well, I'm like,
Why?
Like,
Exactly. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. And like I said, I've always been the one. Now, I would never do it on here because I would never want to jeopardize you or anyone else. But if I had my own platform, I'm gonna challenge that. I would say every single word they told me not to say, and I would challenge every single.
You can't challenge it. They would shut your page. You can't challenge. They would take your page so fast, make your head swing.
Yeah.
Why
First,
can we?
yeah, first they monetize it.
No, they take the whole page.
That's right.
Ain't no challenge. And then they remember they tell you when you go to get YouTube that they could take your page without even telling you.
And they know your IP address now, so you come up with another name, be like, no.
A lot of people woke up and their page was gone. I'm a witness. I was a witness, and I'm like and it happened, and now I'm like, what the hell? I mean, what the heck? But I'm just saying. But I'm like, I mean, but we're gonna still get the job done. You know, just gotta yeah. And they would ban your IP. Damn, they banning that.
Yeah.
Too.
So you can't register under another name or another account. Your whole IP address, you get the but that's what I'm saying. It's like okay, so just the incident we know, I'm not even gonna say it because I don't want to take a chance, but we all know, well, not all of us, but a lot of us know what happened in Buffalo. So can we not call that event what it truly was? See,
you have
where
to
does
be
it stop?
careful. No, you can't
Right,
call it. But it's crazy. You can talk about it.
Right, but you can't call it the event what it was.
You cannot, and
that's crazy.
And then we can't even fully get into that of the bullshit that was said on the other side.
Thank you. Exactly. Because we can't use the other word. They said they gave excuse for them for the word, the disease word we can't use. That's crazy.
And then the answer Sats question, stop asking me 50 million questions. I just specifically said the reason why I got Sugar Baby. She go, why you got Sugar Baby? Got turned T. I'm like, so are you listening to us or not? Or do you come in here just to ask something that we just answered? That's why I'm not even going to answer it. You should have been listening. And you heard Dean why I said I had got that page, right?
Exactly.
Everybody else, but not Sat. She too busy thinking of something to say to her pose. She said you gotta use words like unalive. What is that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because you can't. You gotta say. Oh, even Merc. You gotta say Merc. You can't say the full word. I'm like, but at least
See,
you know
I
what?
can't. It's hard to talk like that though, especially when you're just trying to have a regular, authentic conversation.
Adult conversation, authentic adult. This
Adult,
is
exactly.
Not a code switch. You have to code switch.
Yeah, like that's it's to me like. See, this is what I want our people to start getting in the habit of doing. Saying, okay, if they're gonna start banning our pages for free speech, then guess what? Forget them. We'll just go. We won't patronize their platform, because you got to realize YouTube needs content creators.
No, but it's just not YouTube. Even when you go to the no good Bigo, people got to understand.
But
Bigo,
you know why?
But they even got it, even the social media too. But I think when you haven't, we need our own. That's what it is. But but we got the people who can do it, but they're not giving them the funding, because it's a lot of money to make a platform. And then when did we have Black something before? What happened to it? What was it? The platform we had? I forgot. It was Black something. Well, whatever it was, But
depending on how far you want to go back.
Same thing happened to BET. Once they got so big, they sold it to a white company. So it's no longer Black entertainment television at all. When the last time you heard somebody even say they watched BET?
One reality we have
Black Planet.
We're not that big in the United States. We only like 15%, so they don't care. Like if you take 15% stop watching YouTube, it would not make a dip.
Black Planet.
So we were more than that, and stuff like that. So shout out to those that's making love right now.
See, this is what makes me want to go harder on our people. Because we know we were brought here for all of this to happen, for them not to care. Why would they care? Because I was telling somebody before, and they were speaking upon racism, how people. I'm like, I said, oh gosh, I ain't want to get into it. But I'm gonna say, there's no way that is learned. Look how old he is. He don't know nothing about that. So that can show you, people are still teaching. But we still want to be like. Let me see. That's for the other channel.
Yeah.
You can have your own set, but we don't have our own servers, because you got to put that channel.
I was just getting ready to say, they still, the Viacoms and they still control it going on the airwaves. They still, we don't own these towers that we have to broadcast this platform through. But see, the reason that we can't do anything, the reason they're censoring us now is because of idiots like Natureboy and idiots like Young Pharaoh that get on and do any and everything. So now they're just trying to shut everything down, because them Negroes acted a fool, because they didn't know how to have any type of restraint in what they do. Because if you look at it and think about somebody who wasn't familiar with our culture, and they came here and then they watched Love and Hip Hop, and then they watched Natureboy and Young Pharaoh and Rashad Jamal, what do you think they would think about Black people in general? See, that's what's portrayed out there, and that's why these companies are coming down so hard. It's not because of people like Sugar Love or somebody that's on here teaching something of value. It's because of idiots like this who they allow to flourish, because again, the more of this BS that they have, the more revenue that they generate through ads. So it serves their purpose for a while, but then once it gets to a point where they get too much heat from feminist organizations or whatever, or Me Too movement, they'll go, okay, we got to stop this, and it doesn't affect their bottom line, because they're gonna make money off us either way it go. They're gonna pimp us out either way it go. But my thing is,
what he was doing, they created satellite radio, and then everybody went over to satellite radio for freedom. You see what I'm saying? Another genre just came out of nowhere. They said, okay, y'all got that on lock. They came out with satellite. And and so maybe again, everyone's making things now, the phones and the apps and everything now. So so maybe the next thing, the New World Order is for, and again, we become the subculture. Every subculture finds a way to talk, to communicate, right? We found it on satellite radio. We found it on pirate radio at one time, hooking up to the different poles and getting certain channels with AM or whatever. So the subculture will find a way.
Right. Right. It just has to be, what I tell people all the time, think about the LGBTQ community, right? They organized, they went and attacked the structure. They went and attacked the politicians who passed legislation that could help them. They took all the necessary steps in order to become a force in this society. So much so that if you say anything that offends any gay person, you liable to get canceled. Now, name something that they call black people everything but a child of God, and nobody gets canceled for calling a black person anything. But you can say something innocent. You can say something that just they say, I'm offended. I'm offended because there were no gay characters in your movie or in your play. I'm offended. They will boycott that movie. They will shut that director gets canceled. All of the actors that are in that movie, they're gonna have to come out and issue apologies because they weren't sensitive to. And I think about it and I say, damn, why can't black people do that? Why can't we do that? You know what I'm saying? Why can't we do that?
Heterosexual black.
Yeah, right. Heterosexual, right? Because they have more power. The probably, we are the least powerful people. Heterosexual men and women, or black heterosexual men and women, are probably the least powerful people in this society, because you got to think about it. Even with women, like, they've gotten to the point where I hear them trying to categorize women as something other than women. Now, you can call them whatever you want. She's still a woman. I don't, all of these nicknames, this cisgender. What does that mean?
That's what really,
why can't she just be a woman?
And a fish and all this other stuff.
Right. But that's what we'll accept that.
That's for the other side.
Yeah. But we'll accept that. But we won't. But see, that's what I'm saying. It's like we gotta figure out what's important to us. Like we gotta start canceling people for offending black people.
But the first thing we got,
white people do it. The homosexual community do it.
The first thing we got to do, because we want to demand to help change. First thing we got to do, we got to go back and see the people, our own people that perpetrated a fraud on us.
Right.
We got to go back. That's why I say we're gonna have to start calling these people out.
The people who aid and abet this stuff.
Even if we don't call them out, we got to start talking about them, because, and everybody who come that particular name, everybody who come off that couch, you gotta say, what have they done to benefit? What have they done to benefit our damn people?
You can turn that whole
black power, all damn. Where is that?
You can they can burn that whole house of consciousness down, because that's the least thing that they are. That's the house of scams.
And then look at all the people. Then we got to look at we got to go back. And I got a video where a lot of the old players, we got where these players is at.
Yeah.
And then I have to put my disclaimer in. This is not my opinion. This is the opinion of different people in this conversation. Because I mess with some of the house of consciousness, because, like I said again, I found out a lot of information that I never did before.
No, that part is true, and I must agree. And I never took that from them. But as we keep saying, is that them what you call intellectual hustlers.
Right. Okay. But I was saying again, not all of them. You got the professors over there and doctors that.
Well, when we get on the other page, baby.
I wanted you to know, I forgot to tell you this the other day when I went on Q Butter's page. I wanted to go on the panel, and he wouldn't put me up on the panel. So I went back to the chat and I said, Q Butter, I am Tony T's homegirl from Sugar Love. And then he read my comment. He said, "Oh, boss lady. Oh, I thought you was a troll. Okay, you can come back up." But he knew who you were.
I know. I chat with him, and I've been on his page. But thanks for throwing my name in it, though.
And you know, but
Thanks for
this
throwing
one
my
thing.
name in it.
This one thing I want to go back and touch on that you just said. Then you said you know some professors over there. That's cool. But here's my thing: how can you affiliate yourself with known scammers and hustlers if you're legit?
The beautiful thing is like when they went through their little situation. I've been following for like 10 years or something like that. And when a few had their little situation over there, right? I had relationships with again in academia with some of the professors that
right.
you know it's not in all that crazy stuff that was going on. So I would say you're probably speaking about a handful
what
of them.
What happened is everybody on the couch is not scammers. What happened is that some of them, the ones that are not scammers, they got to hit him off to go on the couch. Okay.
Right.
So we're not going to. So, but the thing is, if they good and if they're bad, when we go through them, we will find out.
It is a big change because I remember
I remember this was something that started, even though a lot were scammers, but a lot of people who did not know they were scammers, they come from all over because he had the audience for the intellectual people who wanted to learn and who wanted to build. So no, we're not saying everybody is scammers, but the ones who are not and who couldn't like bring him in money, and like even when Q Butter went up on there, he was talking about, and I know what Q Butter does, and I see Q Butter's only not too far from where my daughter's at, and then when he did the video, and I'm like, damn, he's doing something in the community that's not he brought science to that community. He took them buildings and bought the building, and he got a school and everything. So I was able to relate to him, and I can see what he's doing is real.
Right.
But you have to realize.
But the trick to it is that the ones who are not scammers, they had to pay to sit on the couch or pay to come through. It wasn't for free. Now the ones he can make money on.
Right.
Then when the ones
I can't co-sign that they were paying to get on his channel.
I'm telling you.
Oh no, they absolutely were.
I'm telling you.
That's facts.
When they get pissed off, when they got pissed off, they come out their mouth. Right. When they get pissed off, they tell us. When people get mad, honey, they tell a story.
They start telling that truth. Huh?
They tell
because they all turned on each other at one point in time. They got cool turn, and it's not a coincidence that the biggest platform in that sector is the biggest freaking scammer and the one who brought all of these devils out here and unleashed them from Pharaoh to Natureboy. But I'm just saying, he unleashed them on a large scale.
Right, exactly. They had to go through his couch.
Thank you. He's the gatekeeper.
Right.
That's my point. If that person who you know brought all of these people forward who all are in jail now or on their way to jail because they've all been locked up. Polite, Natureboy, and Young Pharaoh. So now
we got their jail coupon on the way.
And he's the biggest channel holder in that sector. What does that tell you?
Again, I would say
Kevin's forcing this on this channel.
My bad. I'm gonna cut. I'm saying nothing else.
No, but we can speak in general of things that we're gonna cover over there. So if these are the things that you're not getting deep into, you're just basically saying what we're gonna be covering on the other channel. Not just him, but we gotta go take Babby Hammett, Phil Valentine. We're gonna take it back, and we're gonna start learning some of their teachings and stuff. We are divided amongst us if we have no you. See, that's where Barbie. It has to start with us. You understand? What I'm saying? So even it's like the 70 people in here is 1 o'clock. I forgot to say my famous line. I ain't staying up with your asses all night. Damn it, y'all be keeping me up to we team no sleep in here, Dean. They be having me up 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm tired. Time I told them about sunlight. It's sunlight and stuff. I ain't messing with y'all. But and then what I say that and end up
It'll be
sunlighting it.
3:30 and you'll say it again and you'll get off about 4 something.
I don't like y'all.
But we're gonna have a lot to talk about on the other channel. We're
Right,
gonna have
because
a lot.
we have to build our own little black little network over there and our own let's get together. But like I said, you people have to want to do it because Team No Sleep, because we stay too busy into all the garbageness that's going on. Like I said, if it's bullshit and people come, or you got these fake ass gurus, you know, all these like, come on now, we got to start saying, and we don't teach people, you know, how to do you really need a freaking coach? And then people don't want to say we was bamboo, you know. I'm not going to get deep into him because I believe once you gone, you off my radar. Yeah. Once you transcend, you off my radar. Yeah. So I can't go in on you the way I want to, but it's still my job to show you the inconsistencies of a lot of things that he said. It's a lot, and I'm not talking about the quote unquote advice that he gave people. I can care less. I'm talking about his life period, and he was a plant too.
Yep. Hey, and you know what's interesting? I ain't gonna get too deep into detail, but we know, Uncle. Think about it like this: here we are over here, our little self over here, the Sugar Love Gang, and we just chopping it up. And out of nowhere, one of the biggest channel holders, not just in this sector, one of the biggest black platform holders, period, on YouTube, tapped into Sugar Love and said, wait a minute, hold on. What you saying? I ain't like what you said about me. That's how you know your reach is out there. I'm like, and rest in peace to him. And rest in peace to him. The guys, and you know I would have got, it would have been Kev against Kev. And see, that's why I said I play it fair. I play it down the middle. I'll say things about women, but you know, I be looking for one of these, you know, these co-signing dudes to come up here and try to justify Natureboy, Jamal Rashad, whatever his name is, Young Pharaoh, any of these dudes, even Uncle Kev, because you have to call out wrong when it's wrong. Okay, period. I don't care who say it.
Before we go into him, please listen to his ballad. His ballad. What's his name? What's it that damn Russian man name?
Vladimir.
Valid. What's whatever.
Vladimir Putin.
The white guy who do the interviews. The one who every time somebody do interview with him, they ask him.
Vlad.
Vlad TV. Okay.
Watch, because it's so much inconsistencies in that video that a lot of people did not catch, but I did.
Yeah. And you notice how all the rappers have to go through him too to blow up. They got to go through him, whether they like they are, Vlad the Feds, but you see they all go sit on his couch, don't they? All of them, gangsters talking about crimes they did. I'm like, wait a minute, what part of the game is that?
And then the thing is, even when he spoke to, if you want to call him the uncle, the godfather, or whatever, he already knew his CeeLo. And he asked particular questions, and Kev fell right into it, but I guarantee you nobody caught on.
You see, I peeped the whole thing because I was sitting back, and I'm gonna tell you something else too.
Okay, what name one thing you peeped?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you this. When he asked him about his previous his ex-wife, when he asked about his basically his relationship experience, I noticed how he didn't do the same thing with his wife. He didn't categorize her the same way that he categorized women when they call in and ask about advice. That's one thing I noticed. I had to think about it because, you know, of course, my mind went blank because you just asked me.
Number one, that was his childhood sweetheart, right? His first wife, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he's in college. Then there was something, he dropped out of college. But then he's supposed to have a baby. Then he's supposed to have cancer at the same time. But then again, he didn't have cancer. Did anybody catch that part?
Oh, I remember he did say he had cancer. I remember.
But did you catch the part that he didn't have it?
Right, because my thing was.
But did you catch the part that when they found out they didn't have it, he already had it.
He already had his thing. That's
he
how.
Was he was already on the operating table. Motherfucker,
oh,
get the fuck. Listen,
see, I didn't
to that again.
What I thought I heard him say, they were when he was getting ready to go in for the surgery. They examined him again pre-op and found out that the cancer was gone. I didn't know he said he was actually.
Yo, you got the hands. Bro, I had to rewind that motherfucker.
I gotta go back.
Please, go back and hear it with a new set of ears.
And I know people are hesitant because and God bless the deceased. It's no disrespect, but we're allowed to have a conversation about things that the man talked about, and I think it's important that we have those conversations.
But that's why I'm telling you, before we talk about it, baby, you got to watch it again. And then
I definitely am. I am. I do my research because I
will tell you that shit was so. I'm telling you, that shit had me so motherfucking mad. I said I'm gonna play the clip of somebody else's clip. I ain't lying. You got here for you. That shit. I was like, what the fuck? I said, oh, where they do that at? And then it was a scare. So which one is it?
Yeah,
it's a scare. And then they told you, and then not to mind you, listen to the. Bro, you guys listen to the whole freaking thing. First, he didn't know what was wrong with him, right? And then he didn't have good insurance, right? Which is a lie. Right. Then he went to the emergency room.
He had a corporate job, and he didn't have no insurance.
He didn't have no corporate job. Man was selling perfume, right? That's the corporate job, right? And then they didn't have the good enough insurance, as he said. He ain't feeling good, so he goes to the emergency room, right? Then he goes to the emergency room. They give him first. He said MRI. Then he said CAT scan. You just fucking himself all up, right? And then right then and there, they tell him what type of cancer. I'm like, where they do this at? It wasn't like they found the lump or whatever, or come back. Or no, they told him.
He just said his stomach was bothering him. Yeah, he didn't even say that they told him what specific type of cancer. He just said he was having stomach problems.
They told him what's cancer, but they don't do this in no emergency room. Come on now.
No, that's what I'm saying. When he said he was having stomach problems, they didn't diagnose him right then. They didn't know that he had cancer until he was on the operating table. That's crazy. Why would they? What would they be doing the operation on?
They told him this in the emergency room. But the test or something got mixed up while they're operating, right? The man cut cab. Please go back.
That's right. They because they took something out and they wasn't supposed to. Was it his spleen?
No, they just stopped. You gotta listen to it again, bro.
I gotta watch it again because I was half watching it.
I'm like, is this a comedy show? Is you serious? But you believe this shit?
Wasn't pregnant, was he? I got questions.
You know, the intriguing thing to me about him is both him and Natureboy are both narcissists, but on opposite ends of the scale. But they're both still the same narcissists. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
They're very much the very same narcissists, but they're just on different ends of the spectrum.
But we have this too. Call it like we see it too. They are plants. This happened since the beginning. And then who we love the most? The plants.
Right.
You know,
because they know our community, so they give us what we're gonna. They knew he was gonna be controversial, so they're gonna put him out there. They know this person is gonna be controversial, just like it's all mind manipulation. Like they'll give us who they want us to follow. You know what I'm saying? We never selected a black leader. They just said, oh, this person is the black leader. No, we never elected nobody as no black leader. How did y'all just make him the spokesman for all of us? Like, nah. Like, they try to make it seem like, we all are supposed to, fall under the same, belief system as this person that they put as our leader. Because like I said, I never remember ever in the history of black people that we voted anybody our leader. Who said Jesse Jackson is our leader? Not me, not my people. But he was always, for all these years, he's been our leader. What? Then we find out who's our other leader, Al Sharpton. Then what do we find out in 2017? That Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson have been paid government informants for the last 35 years. But these were our leaders.
Who got next?
Get bits and pieces now. Y'all put that. Ain't nobody gonna come see my show. Ain't nobody gonna come to my show.
Oh yeah, we gonna say that bill.
But I'm gonna show y'all this shit though. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna show y'all this shit though. I don't give a damn. Well, y'all hold it down. Let me go and pay my water bill. Hold it down for 1 second.
Now I wondered about that. I was like, see, I'm 57, so I hung as long as I could and whatnot. I said, do you take them breaks? I got questions. Yo, my bladder was a situation. But
yeah, you notice. You notice what they did to him. You notice what they did to him when they got tired of him and his usefulness was done. Speaking of Jesse Jackson, you remember they caught him on that hot mic talking about Obama, criticizing Obama when Obama got elected because he was jealous that he wasn't the first black president. Yeah. Now all these years they put him.
Don't forget Jaime Town when he spoke about the Jews.
Yeah, they put him up as our hero, but then they all of a sudden caught him on a hot mic. It wasn't like I said. All of these people, when you see people become prominent like that, most of them are plants. And that's
who do you think got next though with our leaders? Is it a religious leader like a T.D. Jakes or somebody? Who got next when it comes to black people?
We're not gonna have another one, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because the majority of us who have lived long enough, like you and I, that have gotten to be 50 years old, that age demographic is we've saw the whole evolution of the quote unquote movement, right? So we know what it's about. The young kids, they're detached from those people. They don't know who Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton is, Julian Bond. They don't know who Fred Hampton is. They don't know any of these people. So they're detached from it. So there's no. That's why people are breaking off in these little tribes and these little cults and because we're not gonna have the day of somebody coming up in prominence and being a leader for us. That's gone.
So now you're saying it's all about the town hall, like on Twitter,
it's about what we're doing right now, and then that's going to spread out into a town hall. That's going to spread out to the mainstream media, and then that's how it gets out there. But what we're doing is really a town hall, because if we have 200 people in this chat, that's more people than are at a town hall, and we're reaching more people.
Barbie the God, baby. See, this is where plants are. That's why they call plants. Because you sit right there, you water it or whatever, but after a while you don't know it's there, but it's there. See, it didn't start out like people, man, oh man, that waits out. I'm only gonna get into this. I'm only gonna get into this part right now, Barbie the God. But it wasn't about who he treated, right? The man was a plant. Period.
Right.
His job was to division amongst the men and the women. How can it be a community? Men and women ain't getting along. A community consists of man and woman, don't it?
Yeah.
The black people consist of man and woman, right?
Yeah.
So we're not getting along. Are we a community?
Mm-hmm. And
no. But
I'm still talking about that other platform for musicians and whatnot. Because again, obviously, it seems like all the black youth, and I would say our young black, I don't see the women too much, but all the men are getting killed in hip hop. I mean, that's the thing now. In the YouTube or whatever, they even self-speaking, they going on there. But that's the new normalized dysfunction. You grow up.
And it's crazy. And let's not talk about the ones that either they're getting killed or they're getting arrested. And people are going to try to say that it's because of the words they put in that song. If that's true, everybody in the 90s will be gone.
Yeah. They can't just...
Every single body in the 90s. Did you hear the shit we were saying in the 90s? Bump, have a nice dream and all that other type of shit.
Hey,
you lose. You got the L Street Blue Pop. Take this on your way to. Are you kidding me? They must don't know the 90s hip hop.
Right, because
the whole 90s be locked up.
You got to realize they could lock actors up too for movies. You know what I mean? So and don't get it twisted. That's why. And every time, and this is one thing too that it irks my soul about our community. Every time a black man gets locked up, oh, y'all just they trying to take down a black man. Well, yeah, because he's doing things to children and he's beating on women and he's scamming stealing money from the government. So yeah, he got locked up. But it's always, oh, it's just a white man. Y'all helping a white man take a black man down. Some black men some black men need to be taken down because they are destructive to black people.
Okay,
period.
Kevin, the real Kevin, not this Kevin, but the real Kevin called King Kev. You ready?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna be fast forwarding, so I'm gonna be fast forwarding. This from somebody else's page, so I'll be stealing their stuff and not his stuff, because you know if I lie, I be getting your ass.
Yeah,
it's amazing. It's amazing how once they get big, now all of a sudden they don't want to share their videos and shit. But let's pray on this one, right? But here we go.
Cultures.
Wait till I get on this. I already was working on this, and then the Lord sent me this, and then because I was listening to it, then I was like, damn, somebody got it, and the Lord sent it to me. So maybe that's how I know I'm blessed. But let's go.
At how Kevin Samuels lied to Vlad TV and lied to the audience.
So, you graduate high school, I guess, Millwood High?
Yes, Millwood High School.
And then you go to the University of Oklahoma,
Mm-hmm.
and you studied chemical engineering.
Yes, I did.
He couldn't even say that right, but let's go.
Okay, why chemical engineering? Because,
Now watch you get no answer and look at his face, but just listen.
I studied computer science, and I remember my AP chemistry classes that I just failed completely because it was just way too hard.
Well, I wanted to go to medical school. Why I studied chemical engineering? Because that's where the money was, the scholarships were. When I went to school my freshman year, Black Monday happened.
Now, he only went to freshman year, but this is not about breaking down in school. You want to get to the CA. We're going to get to that another time. And not to mind you, he has married his childhood sweetheart and his daughter at this time. So let's go.
Timing.
Okay, and you graduated?
No.
No. Unfortunately, during this interview, that he dropped out of college.
He's supposed to have, you see the name? Hoskins. You see that?
Okay.
You see it says Hoskins, right? Because remember, Kev said it didn't say, but now we're going to keep going. This that bullshit. This that bullshit. And y'all see the symptoms there, right? Or catch it on a replay.
Because he couldn't hack it, he couldn't make it, or whatever. He has to make up a lie. Telling Vlad, hey man, I dropped out of college, grades. Convinced Kevin when they lie, when they don't have to lie. But he didn't want to look.
21.
Wow. What kind of cancer?
Hodgkin's.
Listen.
Okay, I'm not familiar. What is Hodgkin's exactly?
Familiar with, what was it? Hodgkin's is a type of lymphoma.
Okay.
Prevalent. Strikes usually between the ages of 18 and 26, and then possibly in the late 40s. I want to say Mickey Mantle. You remember from me who Mickey Mantle is?
Yeah.
Him and his family had Hodgkin's, and he kind of attributed the way he lived because he thought he would get it too. So, yeah, changed a lot.
Okay. So, how does a young man really get the news that they have cancer?
Listen.
Is this like a deadly form of cancer if it goes untreated, or?
It has one of the most highest
kind
cure
of
rate.
cloudy.
But like anything else, it can kill you.
Huh? What do you say, boss lady?
He effed up.
Boss lady, what did you say?
Kind of fuzzy. I said,
Does it sound fuzzy to all of you guys?
It was echoing for a second.
Let me cut the volume down. Sometimes it's the volume. Now listen to this. Now you see how he's saying it, right?
Yeah, it ain't that you can die, you will die.
What? That's sort of kind of but let's go.
Like anything else, I mean, it's shocking. You weren't expecting it. Well, honestly, I could tell during one of the internships I was having, I wasn't able to do things I used to do. I couldn't eat a full meal. I always had this pain in my abdomen. And the sad part about it is because when I was in school and didn't have the right kind of insurance at the time.
Listen, he was in school, didn't have the right kind of insurance. Let's go.
Going to the local clinics.
He was going to local clinics.
Doctor actually tried to tell me I had an ulcer because he thought we were in there just trying to, get party drugs for the weekend or whatever.
Now, you got an ulcer, but they're going to give you party drugs for the weekend. Where they do that at? Well, let's go.
Now that is a real thing.
I actually have to kind of demand.
Huh?
That is a real thing. Like doctors they think black people can, when they come in there, they think you're trying to get drugs when you go in there for pain.
No,
that
we're
is a real
talking
thing.
about an ulcer.
conversation.
They're not going to give you a Xanax or a Percocet or for no ulcer. They're going to give you you don't get that for an ulcer. Well, let's go. They don't give you no party drugs for the weekend for no damn ulcer. Who had an ulcer in here? Tell me, do they give you a Percocet? Let's go.
No,
And
not at all.
I get an ultrasound done. And I walked into a local emergency room and said, I need to get this done, an MRI. And the tech came in and started. And then when she stopped, and two doctors came in and we knew we were kind of in trouble.
Also,
now he said MRI, right? Y'all heard him say MRI, right?
What he said.
All right, now he's still he's at the emergency room now, right? He ain't say nothing about his coughing and trouble breathing or none of that. He has stomach pain. I want to get to the next part. Okay, here we go. Don't act funky now.
Trouble. But they found a mass on my abdomen about the size of my foot. And after that, everything else just kind of got put on hold.
Wait, hold on. Now, you don't get a find a mask for that, but let's go.
Trouble. But they found a mass on my abdomen about the size of my foot.
I wanted y'all to hear when he switched.
And after that, everything else just kind of got put on hold. When something like that happens, there's an entire procedure. They did a biopsy of it, and it came back what they thought benign. So they went in.
What they thought benign. Listen to how he tricked himself up. Listen carefully.
For traditional surgery, but after actually being operated on, I guess some of the pathology reports during surgery, I guess from what I remember.
You hear? During surgery.
Actually said it started out malignant. So long and short of it, they closed me up because they shouldn't have operated in the first place.
Now, Kevin Samuels said,
now, where they do that at?
Didn't he say he had a mass the size of a foot in his stomach? Wait now.
He ain't had no damn mass. And then, if it was a mass the size of his foot, and they did the biopsy and all of this, and they still operated, but they thought it was benign, but it's not benign. He couldn't even remember what's benign and what's malignant, right? He couldn't remember which one go with which one. And now they operating on you, and they come to find out, oh no, the test. Why? Remember, he said, why while they're operating? While they're operating. Yeah, huh? While they're operating, the tests come back while they're operating that they shouldn't operate it. So they just close them back up. So what happened to the goddamn tumor? Or the size of the foot in your stool? What happened to that?
What HIPAA laws ain't gonna let us find that out, like unless somebody give the medical records and
it would have to exist for the HIPAA laws for us not to find out, okay?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we don't have access to his medical record.
It's a lie. So it's
All
not
right.
going to be in the medical record. It will have to.
Has it been proven it's a lie? Because that's what you got. You got to say it's been proven it's a lie.
Listen to what the man is saying.
He
Where
done
do you go?
messed the story all up.
Right, he don't.
Listen.
He. Where do you go? Where they're gonna operate? They test you for it and claim all this happened in the emergency room, right? And they test us in the emergency room. They don't send them back and forth. They don't double check. They don't make sure. But he got what he said something to foot up his whatever. And then while they're operating, right, while they're operating, the test come back while they're operating that, okay, it's not cancer. So basically, either way
Right.
you put it, he doesn't have cancer.
And if they perform a biopsy and an ultrasound, which he said they did, even if he had a benign mass the size of a foot in his stomach, they would still remove that. They wouldn't just close him up and go, oh, we got the wrong kind of cancer, so we're going to close you up.
Right.
That doesn't make sense. They would close you up knowing, even if they thought that at first they thought it was benign, but now they think it's something else.
It's survived by children or somebody. That
The
if
thing
that was
is,
true,
that
they
would
would
have been
sue. If it
common
was true.
sense. Isn't that one hell of a lawsuit?
That's what I was saying. If it
Right,
was true,
they opened them
somebody-
up. Yeah, that's it. And if you have something the size, look at your foot. I don't care how small your foot is. Look at your foot. If you had anything inside your body that size, they're going to remove that. Whether it's benign, malignant, whatever, they're going to remove that mass because you have a foreign mass in your body. And yeah, so he tripped himself up, but it's kind of like what Barbie touched on earlier in the chat. She made a comment and said when he first came out, he said he used to talk to men. His show was geared around talking to men about relationships, but it didn't gain any traction. And as soon as he started talking about women the way he did, that's when he blew up. And I think this situation is the same thing. They
He
always
only blew up within a couple of years ago. Okay?
Yeah.
So, like I'm saying, has a low survival rate and it can affect your lymph system, which means you can't fight off disease. But the thing is that he doesn't have, even which way. The man said
He still don't have it.
I don't have it. I
He still don't have it.
So why
At the end
y'all
of the
still
day.
saying this man have cancer or he had cancer?
Or he survived cancer,
Or
right?
he survived cancer. And
When
he
he never had it.
just said, come to find out I didn't have it.
Right.
So that should debunk him having cancer.
But it makes the story sound better. That's the point. It makes the story sound better.
And Blatt knew that.
Right, exactly.
Even when he brought up the thing about the school. You see how
Because
he
he's
said-
agent number 2.
Right. Why would you ask him what high school he graduated from? What really does that matter? I could see if you started at college. Oh, you went to so-and-so high school. See, when Vlad said that was another thing. Like, why does it matter what high school he went to? We don't even know what city that's in. But I digress. I'm gonna mute up.
But keep in mind, Vlad got the files. They say he the police. He got again, if he wanted to, he can come back and debunk it because he got the paperwork. Like the police, when they question you, they already know the answer. They try to see what you're gonna say.
How many times have you seen him ask a rapper something and they go, damn, how you know that?
Right.
You're right, because again, he's one of these plants. You notice that all this stuff. You just have to look at people. When people come out of nowhere, Vlad was a DJ, and he's a Russian dude. Why is he the gatekeeper to hip hop now? How did that happen?
Everything, not just hip hop.
Yeah. How did that happen?
He's not fitting with the norm because all the record labels were owned by who? White people.
No,
So
but
he fit
he
right in
don't
with that.
just do music. He does. If you see a lot of comedians and actors, a lot of people be on there. Officer
Yeah.
Black, yes, what's
But
up, Black?
you got to think about too the housewives, that show, The Housewives, Andy Cohen.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
He had treatment which affected his heart, meaning his heart attack rate increased, and he was drinking Red Bull A big no-no. Again, we don't know what is true and what is not true. But what we do know is that this man did not have cancer.
Yeah. And just like people were saying, he only had $1,000 in the bank when he
What
died.
treatment?
That's
Right. He had treatment which affected his heart. What treatment that he had affected his heart? What was the treatment for that affected his heart, Barbie? You gotta let me know these things. Because again, we talking outside of what the people say themselves. I only repeat what the people say. I do not add, I do not subtract. So what treatment, what was the treatment for that affected his heart?
For her to stop giving him good head, she had to stop for us.
I'm saying if he had,
better,
but he did not have it.
But he didn't. Yeah, that's the point. If he see, that's why we have to.
If no more, he just said.
Yeah, we have to deal in facts.
Right. The fact was, the man said out his mouth. The test came back and they were wrong.
Right. But you know, we like I said, everything that you hear in the media is sensationalized to some extent. But you know, the thing is you gotta realize what was he sent for and who sent him.
That's my point. Even the other guy got caught in a lot of mediocre, man. I'm like, damn, I gotta stop watching this shit. I be listening to motherfuckers. I be like,
the who man?
Yeah, the mediocre, the other guy who.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And then you got to think about who won his spot. You understand? So who won the spot?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
this is the only death I've ever seen that we don't know really nothing about. The man should have been buried by now. What happened to the nice clear casket and all this other stuff? And then if you go back, he only been on YouTube 6 freaking years.
Right.
He only got popular about 2 years ago.
I was gonna ask that question too. Like he was saying about,
I'm gonna go through it.
He was talking about even after he got out of college, later on in that interview, and he was saying how, you know, he had changed jobs a couple times. And my question would have been to him was, so at what point and what age in your life did you become a high value man? Because
he never, as of 2 years ago. As of 2 years ago.
That's what I was saying. So people, they would get, that was like his main thing. Women would get so upset when he got to talking that high value stuff. And I was thinking to myself, y'all don't realize that that is exactly his point. Because if just honestly, if he wasn't talking about women the way he was and the things he was talking about, would you really tune in to listen to him talk about anything else? You really would.
I like the way he did. I like the way he did because like we don't like the way he said it.
What did he need chemotherapy for? Regardless of what his friends said, he said out of his own mouth.
I would say that he said that when he talked about the women and whatnot, a lot of women said, I don't want to go with no man that don't make this much money. But then when he put it back on them, he said, well, what if men have the same kind of, you know, I'm not gonna go with a woman that's like overweight and got kids and whatnot. So I think he leveled the playing field because women really are going out here saying that a guy that makes $40,000-$50,000 a year is below them for some reason.
Okay, how many? It wasn't about levering the play field. It was about vision.
What I'm saying about
women have all the same way men have always. Women have always said that because, and they was taught that by their parents, which consists of a woman and a man. Every man wanted their daughter to marry somebody because the point of getting married back then in them days was about business, or when it wasn't about business, you wanted to make sure that man could take care of your daughter. That's nothing new. So what is levering the play?
But I'm not going to justify that and say, because that sounds like gold digger, like
No, the
conversation.
gold digger is something totally different.
Like
They
in
ain't
other
worried
words, I'm
about
going to
marrying no
annihilate
man.
all these other men if they don't make a certain amount of money. Wherein $40,000-$50,000, you got marriages that lasted 40-50 years and they have great lives and whatnot, you know. And then you say, how many men really make that much money and whatnot in their community?
It's 2%.
But my
2% of
thing
men.
is- My
You
thing
see
is
what I'm
this.
saying? So
No, I don't.
you have to have these women have to be
I
real.
see what's trying to be said, but what I'm saying is that we made this a problem when this have always been out. It's not really leverage. We got to stop looping everything together. A gold digger is a gold digger. Saying that I need to marry a man.
A gold digger is someone that
Yeah, because in all
specifically
reality, a lot
money
of women and men, depending on where you
for a
from,
lifestyle.
yeah, but you got people that was brought up, like people in middle class families.
Don't make it
That's
right.
how they were brought up. This is nothing new. But when
A
you
lot
got
of us are
people,
brought up in ways, but that don't make it right though.
and for them, it makes it right because they have always lived by a certain class or
Well, that's true, but that's why I'm saying. So why are people so upset now when it's not the message, it's the person who delivers it, because just like I can criticize Kevin Samuels for the way he talks to women. I can also say we also need to have that conversation, which we can say for that other channel, but we also need to have that conversation about women who walk around in the society now feeling they entitled, talking about they ain't got to bring nothing to the table, they the table and shit like that, corny shit like that. It's like it's certain women out there that, and I hear women say this all the time, even to this day, that that a man.
But why did the woman say I am the table? Why?
I have no idea.
Because the man asked what you bringing to the table. That was the answer, right?
No. But what I'm saying is, like, that's a cool little phrase for women to say. Now they think that this is what a lot of women think. They go get a BBL, and now they think that they're in a different bracket than they're truly in, and so they walk around feeling entitled and think that a man has to have money to talk to them because they got a BBL. It's almost like me.
True.
It's almost like me feeling entitled because I drive a Ferrari. It's like that still doesn't say anything about the human being I am. So just like we criticize Kevin Samuels, let's criticize these women too.
No, they get criticized too. But what I'm saying is that none of this is new, but it's still causing division. We're saying things that have always been said.
Always been true, right? Why is it a big deal now?
Gold diggers, because just like you got the gold diggers, you got the sugar daddies, you also got the men who live up with women. So we can't lump everything together, and we have to also put it in the place where it belongs. The middle people and rich people. I mean, look how poor they went in on poor Rihanna. Because she's a billionaire and A$AP Rocky is not. I'm like, the fuck? You understand what I'm saying? But they still found love, but the people made it a big problem. Oh, she dated down. All the poor videos.
But you know what's crazy?
That was crazy. To me, that was crazy. I'm like, who the hell is somebody to say? But you got people who believe in certain classes. But in all reality, look at the percentage of them compared to the regular old people.
Right.
So I don't get involved. That's why I'm one of the regular old people. What they talk about, that has nothing to do with me. Because that's a whole different class. And the middle class was brought up to be, well, you better get your man that got money, a man that's going to take care of you. And then you got the men, well, you get a woman, make sure she's this shape, this size, this color.
Right.
Like,
so it's nothing new. So why are people upset now? Because he said it. This has always been that way.
Exactly. And I would say too, a lot of people are upset is how women are talking to men now, because they feel that they can talk to men any kind of way and that the man is not going to say nothing about it. And so I think it got popular because men finally had a voice, because women always had a voice.
Why did it take a man to give another man a voice? Did this
the same way it takes one woman to give another woman a voice?
No, we didn't even know what woman said, okay, now because she here, okay, now I'm gonna start killing this man off because she gave us a voice. Where that happened at?
Not one person. Women's rights.
There's a whole
Women's rights.
movement
The whole
around
women's
right?
movement.
Huh?
Right?
The whole women's movement in the 70s. It wasn't one particular woman, but the whole women's movement.
Yeah, but
They had a
that
whole
was
feminist movement.
but that was still done for a reason. That has still had nothing to do with us regular people. Because at that point in time, we had no rights.
Right, but just like you were saying, women are taught from a very early age. Marry a man that's got money so you'll be financially secure, right? That's a given. There's nothing wrong with saying that, and there's nothing wrong with women going, well, I'm not going to date a man because he doesn't make X amount of dollars. But if a man says, oh, well, I don't want to be with this woman no more because she done got fat and let herself go after 20 years, then the man is the worst person in the world. But a woman can say she don't want to be with a man because he's broke, but a man can't say he don't want to be with a woman because she's not attractive as younger women.
I don't see why.
I'm just saying.
I don't see where anybody's getting mad because everybody's gonna have they say, but when it all boils down to it, us regular old people, I don't get into all of that because a woman.
That's why I don't understand why these.
A woman could say too, your ass got fat too. Your belly got kind of big there. I don't want.
But women are more self-conscious about it. You can call a man fat and he's not going to care. You call a woman fat, that's it.
No, a lot of men care. You hear it's a lot of men care when them bellies get all big and stuff, and they be like, I can't see the pee no more. Your belly over it. No, it depends on how a woman crack that joke. A man can hurt too.
What I'm saying is though, we gotta quit acting like women can say anything and be super raw with men about how they feel and their expectations, but we can't.
No,
we can't.
But y'all always can. We always been sluts.
No, we'll get canceled.
Oh,
we'll get canceled.
But how long?
Y'all won't.
No.
Y'all can say anything about a man and will not get canceled.
No, but we get canceled too. I go by what's right, it was right, what's wrong, was wrong. I don't say men or women. That game I'm not getting into. Was right, was wrong, was wrong. I don't go when men say this or women say this. I said what that person said to that person is wrong. Or I don't feel. I try to keep it to what's in front of me. I don't say men entirely because a lot of things like the rich people, they in their own world. The wealthy people in their own world. The middle class people in their own world. The low class people in their own world. And people who just sit on the bench, they just have the perfect life. They find their mate. They stay on the bench. They get their drink. They get their smoke. They ain't bothering nobody. They just as happy. While us people who got something are not happy. They happy. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the question was why his platform blew up so quick, right? And that was because
I understand that. But when it becomes cult, like we have a problem.
But here's the thing:
cult, a man can say all of that, and like Kev can say whatever he want to say. I'm not going to say, well, don't say that. No, he's a man that's speaking his point of view. But when it becomes cult-like and to the point that it's causing so much division, then I think you gotta, it's dividing my people. Let me try to reword this. So being that now that everybody can say now what they want to say, we divided, now what?
But here's the thing. The difference in the cult like fanaticism is I'm a man, so I'm around men all the time. I've never heard a large group of men go, yeah, we finna follow Kevin Samuels. We gonna go by everything. A lot of them, most of the men, and this is honest, most of the men that I'm around that I've come in contact with, they be like, yeah, he cool. He be making some good points. He be going a little bit, too far, but he be making some good points. But let's have the conversation about what he's talking about, and let's not get stuck on the fact that he's bashing women, because men honestly don't look at the things that he's saying as bashing women. Only women do, for the most part. Some men do. I think he goes too far. I personally have, messaged him and said, hey, I would like to build because I think you have some interesting points, and I would like to expand on those with a group of women and a group of men present, not just your perspective about and you're telling what you think about the situation. Let's get an actual real group of men in a room and a real group of women. And there, I guarantee you there's not going to be 2 millionaires in that whole room. So now we can get rid of that whole high value, that whole bullshit, whatever that is.
The thing is, hold up. Now, when you speak upon women's behavior, I totally agree. That go both ways. But if you're a man and you speak upon, I think women should listen. I think a women speaking upon men, we should listen. But when you go, when you go going, oh well, what do you think you is from a 1 to a 10, but you can't use 7? So motherfucker, you start me off at 6. Hold up.
Exactly. But see, those are the kind of things. Just like most men say, you know what? They felt like this. They liked a lot of things that Kevin Samuel said, but a lot of the men that I talked to said, but here's the problem I have with the brother. He's trying to assign a certain dollar amount that you earn yearly as being a high value man. So now you taking value away from me because I make $55,000 a year. I'm still a good dude. I'm still a provider. I still am a family man. I'm good to my wife. I don't cheat on my wife. So why does that make me low value because I don't have the same yearly income as you? See, that's what men have a problem with, because now you're telling us we're not worthy of a woman because we don't make $100,000. So dudes are not, don't think that dudes are just out here like, yeah, Kevin Samuel's giving it to them women. They don't, man, you have to be realistic. I've lived with a woman, the same woman, for 22 years. So I have somewhat of an understanding that everything is not just black and white, and
that's where the
he painted a lot of things that way. I think, but I think in order, because he's a plant,
because we divide, because either way how you put it, we're dividing each other by social class, by weight,
age,
by
weight.
age.
Yeah, by weight, all of that.
Self-accountability.
So that's what happened.
When does accountability come into it? Like when a lot of women are single.
What accountability are you?
A lot of women are single right now because of what he was talking about. They're waiting on a man making this much money because
when it comes from both sides, what accountability are you looking for? Okay, I keep hearing men say this all the time. What accountability are you looking for?
Okay. To answer the question,
that's somebody done to you.
Okay, now
that's somebody done to you. What kind of?
Okay. Now here's the answer.
You need to be speaking to. No,
a lot of single women.
Asking a woman. No.
I was making a point. I was making a point.
You got to speak for yourself. Y'all men want accountability. Accountability from who? I can't give you accountability for the next woman.
When I say accountability, I'm saying a lot of these women who are single, dying alone, right, and whatnot. They spend a lot of time in college.
Everybody dies alone.
They got degrees. They got money and whatnot, but they don't have husbands, right? And so the question was, you can't blame it on a lot of people. You have to take some accountability for why you by yourself. You know, like when you start saying I'm not going to date because I make a certain amount of money. I take a lot of men out of the bracket when only like 1 or 2% of men make.
Yeah, but that's on them. No.
What I'm saying, so when I talk about accountability, they're single because certain moves that they made.
But that's on them. So it doesn't matter if they take accountability or not.
No, if he's trying to fix the black community,
you can't
get people
fix
back
the
together
black
again, and say that.
No.
Black women, y'all compete. You don't have to be by yourself.
If a person chooses,
you change your thinking.
If a person chooses to go to school, I said a person, could be a man or woman, if they choose to want a job and get an education, and yes, time go by. Remember, it's consequences for even which one you do. That's how life is. Period. So if you just get married. And you get a husband, but now you're a really intelligent person. You did nothing with your life. Now your kids are grown. You're freaking miserable. Or you can go to school and live your best life, and then now and let me tell you something. Did you forget the part that Kevin Samuel's mother got married at 50? Okay, his mother got married at 50. So I believe if whoever is meant to be in your life is going to be in your life. You just can't escape it. But again, if that woman did that to her life, who is she Who is she giving accountability to is the question. That's her life.
What the thing was, he was promoting marriage and couples and whatnot. So I said, you don't have to be by yourself. Like at
Yeah,
50
but how
years
can
old,
you promote something that you didn't want yourself? You wanted floozy. So how can you promote marriage if you
are
wanted
we talking about
floozy?
Kevin Samuels? Or are we talking about the
We're
single
talking
women?
about Kevin Samuels. You
Okay, now,
you're
now Kevin
promoting.
Samuels, like again, he's problematic in what he believes or what he does. What I was saying was like a lot of women were single out here because of the way they were brought up, the way they were thought, or whatever, and they dismissed a whole bunch of men out of their bracket, and so they're alone now. And what I was saying, like, if they change the way they thinking, and that's why when I was saying accountability, they say, you know what, a man that doesn't make a certain amount of money, as long as he's a good man and whatnot, I can't procreate with him. I can't have a family with him.
But some
And
women
people
gonna,
can
some
they don't
women
have to
gonna
be
want
single.
him. But I'm saying some woman is going to want him. That's her loss. We gotta stop generalizing what people do. That's an individual thing. If that woman didn't want that,
Well, it's not really an individual thing. If
yeah,
you're
it
looking at
is individual
statistics,
because it's not
when you're
like
looking at
it's
statistics, you're seeing
not
a
like
lot
a
of
man.
women are in this same
A
group.
man is not going to go without because one woman didn't want him. If he
No. What I'm saying to you is like a lot of women fits this one group of we say single women at a certain age bracket.
yeah, but that's on them. If they
What I'm
chose
saying,
to have,
if your agenda is to heal that
you
and
can't heal
help them
this.
be
You
in
cannot.
couples in
You
relationships.
can't heal that. Number one, you're not promoting it because you ain't even on the brochure. You're not even on the brochure to even sell it.
The what now?
If you're not even on the brochure to sell the product, for you to promote that and want to heal the families and all this other stuff, then you should be on a brochure, shouldn't you? You can't be telling me I want to heal everybody, but your whole is that I want the 18-year-old right there. I want that 21-year-old right there. Come on now. What I'm saying is,
I wasn't saying that. What I was saying was that
no, that's what he. That's what he.
And whatnot, and a lot of them are single because like they're saying what he was saying, that they're looking for a certain bracket of man and whatnot. But the reality is like only 2% of the men in the black, and I would just say in all the
not even black, all men, period.
Okay, but my thing is, and I'm still going to say, if that woman chose that, that's not on men, that's on her. If she wants to be lonely and have the cat.
But no, all he's saying is that woman that you said made that choice and that's on her, that'll be the same one on there complaining that she can't find a good man. That's
on her
what you
too.
said.
That's
right.
on her
That's
too.
what he was talking about taking accountability. Take accountability for the choices that you made and for you disqualifying all these men. Because to be honest with you, you have to think about it like this in these terms, just to strip it all down. Just like you said, when we grew up, our generation, women were taught to marry a man who was financially
marry
secure.
A man.
Financially secure. Okay.
No, you said a man was taught to marry a man. Go back.
mean, women.
We gotta watch that turn down the slow down. So.
My bad. Let me slow down. Girls were taught from a very early age to only talk to men who had money, right? So that even translated in high school, because I remember the girls in high school that they wouldn't talk to us because they wanted to talk to the dudes that had graduated already and that had cars and that had jobs and stuff. So it was like, so from very early on, most men were conditioned to believe, because of our experiences in everyday life, that women are going to go after men with money, irrespective of how they look or how those men treat them that have money. So then when you turn it around on the opposite foot, put it on the other foot, and Uncle Kev is telling men, listen, don't talk to no chick that's got 3 kids already and 2 or 3 baby daddies and this, and she's overweight and this, that, and the other. It's the same thing, but it sounds so much more offensive coming from a man. But do you know how offensive it sounds to a man to say, I make $65,000 a year, which is an average median income for a black person, right? I make $65,000 a year. I work hard. I make sure all the bills are paid. I make sure that my family's taken care of. But still, in doing all of that, you're told that you're not enough because you're not in a certain income bracket. So what that does is that conditions the man to think and feel and then start to make choices of, I'm not going to choose the best mate for me. I'm going to choose what I want, irrespective of how it makes her feel. And when she gets too overweight, I'm going to let her go and trade her in for what I really want. And it sounds offensive to say it like that, but it sounds the exact same way when men hear women talking about, oh, well, you know, he don't have this, or he doesn't drive that kind of car. But the whole time, and the ironic thing about women who always date for money, the dudes that got money treat them like shit. All the time.
What I don't disagree with anything. What I was going to say is not women, it's some women.
Right, some women, not at all.
And it still go both ways. Men was this way, but my thing is how. But now that we getting this all out, okay, now we get to say you got a voice, I got a voice. Okay, now fine. We both find out that we got a voice. Now what?
So now we have the conversation of let's readjust our thinking as far as what we consider a compatible mate. Let's not use that Kevin Samuels what's the word I'm trying to find? Let's not use his standard for what we should look for. Let's have a conversation based on the fact that he came out and said something and it caused a lot of division on both sides. So now let's talk and say it's not realistic to expect a man in America today, in our culture, in this racist, in this race-based society, that we're going to make $100,000. Now
that's my argument.
That's how the conversation starts. And then we also tell men, listen, your ass get bald, your ass get fat. So stop trying to make a woman feel less than a woman because she don't look like Cardi B. First of all, Cardi B don't look like Cardi B. She paid a lot of money to look the way she looks, and she's not going to look like that forever, or whatever woman you try to assign. Let's be more realistic.
Why don't we start with
after a certain age? All women gonna have kids after a certain age, so you can't hold that against them. You know, like
exactly that. But that's the conversations we get out on the table because the way he was putting it out there is like, oh, you got 3 women, boom, you'll never get a decent man because you got 3 kids. You know, so we gotta. But that's where the conversation starts. Let's take the points that are valid, that are arguable in what he said, and let's have a conversation. All the other bullshit, we could push that to the side. All that high value, low value crap.
My thing is, you know, I'm all about the love, and we're not teaching each other how to just. First, we gotta love each other as a people.
Right.
So before we even get, because I believe a relationship is an individual thing. I stay so far away from that subject. But if we're not even taught to love one another, you understand? We should be able to just love the black man, period. The black man should just love the black woman, period. So then, so then you can find out. But if either or is coming in with an agenda, then it's not about the love. If you come in and thinking that
I gotta marry a man of a certain status, or I gotta marry a woman that looks like this, the game is done in the beginning.
That's exactly.
And KR, you made a great point. She said, why are there so many women taking care of men that don't work? Let me tell you the real answer to that. The real answer why so many women are taking care of men is because men have become lazy and they've become used to being taken care of by women, because women have become so desperate to be with a man that they will take care of a no good ass man just to be with a man. That's the real answer. Men are lazy now because we have been given an avenue to be lazy. Because if women didn't accept lazy men, trust me, there would be no lazy men. If women didn't give lazy men who didn't work and didn't take care of their children no sex, there would be no men not taking care of their kids. But the reason that men do it is because they've become lazy, because they've realized that it's a segment of women out there who will allow that.
Just like Nature Boy said. Nature Boy can't get any woman. Nature Boy can't get any woman, but he can get a woman with low self-esteem, with mental issues, and who needs somebody to take care of them because they're too lazy to do it themselves.
I'm gonna flip it on my women. The women have to remember, a man can only do that, but she got to be willing to know that sex is not a payment. You know, some women take sex as a payment, like he ain't gotta do nothing. I know he ain't no good, but she's getting something in exchange, right? She's getting something in exchange. So then, you know what? Let them do it. If that's what her payment is, and if that's what she accepts, then knock yourself out.
Right. That's why I said that's where those conversations start. Because I want to ask women, why are y'all so free to give some ass to a man who won't even take care of his child?
And I think that goes back to
y'all listen. We're gonna, like I said, we're gonna like one thing when we do have these conversations, we have to at least try to think of solutions. That's the main thing. But that would definitely be over there. But me and Black Red, we on the same. I don't believe in labels, high, low, pink, blue, red. I don't believe in them damn labels because God ain't sent us here with no labels.
Yep.
God ain't sent us here with, and then it's to the point that it's got, you know. I think that so many people, because of the plants and the division, that we so busy telling people how to act, what to act, when to act, you know, that we forgot about the
we don't even go by our natural by our natural instinct. You know how it was when Sugar, we didn't have no cell phones. This is even before beepers. You know how people got to know each other? You would have to walk up and present yourself as a gentleman. You couldn't walk up, hey, Shorty, come. You had to walk up. Excuse me, how you doing? My name is Kevin. I don't mean to bother you. I was just wondering if you didn't have a boyfriend, if I could get your number. I just thought you was an attractive young lady. Could I get your number? Then we'd have to call and sit and talk on the phone. You couldn't just go over there. You had to talk to her on the phone. She had to get comfortable with you. Her mama had to know who you was, and you had to get invited over there. And then you had to run that gauntlet. You had to meet their mama, their daddy, their whoever else, and so you formed that relationship over that whole process. Now I hear the kids say, "Hey, what's your Snap?" They don't even say, "Hey, how you doing? Can I have your number?" Hey, what's your Snap?
What
Snapchat.
The hell is that? Oh,
Snapchat.
And Tinder, you know, blame social media for that, right?
What's your IG? So we took the whole part of how we even relate and interact with each other. We took that away, and that's what I want to get back to. I want to get back to the point where, you know, like I said, and I ask these questions. I ask these questions because I mentor young men. So I try to tell them what they need to know to deal with women. I tell them all the time, the two worst things that you could do is make a woman feel uncomfortable in your presence and make a woman feel afraid of you. And that's exactly the vibe y'all give off. I said y'all pants are sagging, y'all got grills in y'all mouth, y'all gritting y'all teeth because y'all done popped about 800 pills before y'all went up and talked to them. And then that's how you start off the relationship. And so where's that gonna go? But I have to be able to tell them and understand, because they say, well, why do you hustle, man? Just tell me why you hustle. Your mom work every day. I hustle because shit, so I could, do the things and have nice clothes, and girls don't want no broke nigga. And I'm like, yo, and these are little dudes that are 12, 13, 14 years old. And so they've already got in their mind, I've got to sell drugs or do something else, which is probably illegal, in order to make that kind of money, because most of the jobs are not going to pay them that. So I've got to try to make them understand and try to tell them real life solutions as far as how they are to interact with women, because the girls they're going to be interacting with are going to be my nieces and my goddaughters. So I look at it from that standpoint.
The thing is, Dean, you got to reconnect yourself. The thing, a lot of things that happen to us is that we've gotten so about self, and what we don't see, we forgot how to build. Like back then, it was like it was okay, not in our time, maybe the time before us or the time before us. You know, we both came from nothing. We both had nothing.
Right.
So we didn't expect you to have a good job because they wasn't able to get a good job. So they strategized and they worked together, and then like if a woman started selling like pies out her house, or whoever was able to make the business, like if a man did painting or something, we don't build anymore. All we do is keep tearing each other down and keep tearing each other down, and both of us is trying to win a point. You can't win because we're the same people. So even if you win the argument, let's say all the men win the argument, then what? If all the women win the argument, then what? So okay, now what? We got to learn to put the fundamentals back, like Kevin was saying. You know, hey, how you doing? You know, the courting, they don't court no more.
We gotta teach them respect. Young men have absolutely no respect for women these days. And I tell them all the time, I've said it on this show, and I tell them all the time, I say, if you live long enough, what I say to you is gonna come back and it's gonna ring so true to you. You gotta be careful how you treat a woman, because you can never, ever, no matter how much money you get, how many books you read, how many degrees you got, you will never be greater than that from which you came. We were birthed by a woman. That is the first person who is going to love us. That is the first person that is going to teach us. How do you then turn around and develop a hatred within 15 years of that very same person who you idolized and who was your whole entire world? But that's how quick it turns around. And that's because, see, this is my family, being Caribbean, this is how we get down. One of my cousins had a baby. He was saying he wasn't sure if it was his baby. It's Thanksgiving, so everybody's there. Again, like I said, my dad's the oldest of 16. All of my aunts and uncles have at least 3 to 4 or 5 children. So I got 61 first cousins, right? So you can imagine how large our family is. My cousin showed up without his baby. Right. So you know what my uncle, right? Because you got to imagine all 16 of my dad's brothers and sisters had 4 kids. So do the math, 16 times 4 is, on the average, some of them had 5, some of them had 7, but on the average, all of them have got 4. So it's a gang of us. My cousin shows up, bounces into Thanksgiving. First thing my grandmother said, "Where's the baby?" No, sir. No, sir. You can get your jacket, put it on, and either go pick her and the baby up and bring them. If she don't want to come, you still bring the baby and you fix her a plate and you take her a plate when you go drop the baby off. But you're not welcome here if you don't take care of your children. We don't play that. You see everybody around here, they've got their kids with them. If you don't take care of your children, you are not welcome at these family functions. That's how it was, period.
Right.
Period. You couldn't just skip out on your responsibility. And that's because our family was so huge. If the men in our family would skip out on the children, it'd be 60 kids that are my first cousins, that's my aunt and uncle's kids that didn't have a father. That's just my family alone. So they didn't play that. And until people start doing that, men need to start doing that with my son. Like I would tell my son, like, listen, I don't care what you do. You can talk to as many girls as you want to, as long as you're honest with every one of them.
Hello.
All that player shit, that's goofy, man. That's
and then
goofy.
Mothers too. Stop thinking that your son is so cute. They can bring home all these girls.
Think that's cute. Yeah.
My grandma said something.
Right. Can y'all hear me now?
My uncle was a player of all players. But guess what? It was never boy. Only one woman was boy.
That's right.
House.
But let me,
and we don't know, and the family don't know none. Like everything that he done her, she had, like it was told to us, but she never held that against. She could never say his family this, his family that, because she knew that we was not about that life. See, that's what needs to be brought back. You know, stop letting your sons. Oh, that's the baby boy. That's the cute boy. And then you know he got a girlfriend, and then you got another one calling the phone. Then you want to be friends with all of them, and then you wonder why when the main girl, one of the girls, or 2 of them get knocked up, you end up not seeing either one of your grandkids. but not
Right.
knowing that you no. So at least if your son is doing something, you can't stop him. Do it outside of the house. But a
Right.
lot of women protect they don't protect their daughters. They protect
Right.
their sons.
We want to put a chastity belt on our daughters, but we want to tell our sons to be pimps and players.
Let me speak to the son thing for a minute.
Go ahead, brother.
I apologize, y'all, because my mic went
No,
out.
go ahead, brother. You good.
KR made a point. She had a question earlier. She said, "Why are women taking care of men on the couches?" And I want to bring one thing about that. You know, again, going back to mental illness. A lot of men, and I don't know if the word "weak" is the right word, but have gone through depression and have given up and whatnot. So again, a lot of these men are not. They're defeated. They're dealing with some kind of mental illness and depression, and they stop going out for jobs. They stop going out, you know, because again, anybody that knows something about depression, it will stop. It's almost like paralyzing, right?
Yeah, but that's a black person issue.
I'm answering the question. Like I'm speaking to like.
Yeah, but
let me make the point though. Like again, because I'm as a man, I'm speaking to like what a lot of the black men are going through now. So it seems like we don't care about the black man, what his feelings, but we go through stuff too, and you have to deal with that if you in relationships. A lot of
who has to deal with that?
Women that are in these relationships with these men, they are dealing with.
No, you can't do that. You're supposed to come into a relationship whole.
What?
Now,
I know what you're supposed to do.
I'm
talking about what real things is right now.
I'm talking about real things too, and that's a problem with our community.
Can I just make the point? My point is that a lot of black men are dealing with mental illness, depression, and that's why they are not stepping to the plate like a lot of people say, why don't you just snap out of it? Sometimes you can't just snap out of it. And if anyone knows something about depression, you can't just snap out of it. And people get frustrated when they see someone depressed or whatever, because they think they can just snap out of it and just get a job or just do this or do that. But, you know, again, depression is a real thing. And if you don't respect the illness, of course, you're going to say just snap out of it or whatever. But a lot of households are dealing with these men that's going through mental illness, these men that's going through it. And again, they're not going to therapy. They're not getting help. They're self-medicating with the bottle. You know, you say, all you do is stay home while there's drink. All you do is play the game. All you do is they're self-medicating, right? Because they don't have the tools to deal with the depression that they're dealing with. So I would offer that as in a lot of these men that's in these homes or whatever, why don't they just get up or whatever? They're dealing with depression and they can't just snap out of it unless they reach out. And if they self-medicating, that's not helping the process. And that's what I want to add to the conversation.
I mean, you're absolutely correct. But the thing is, we are broken as a people. We are broken. We are broken as a whole. But we depressed too.
Word.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, them kids still gotta get taken care of. Things still gotta get done. He still gotta eat. Okay, so if you know you're depressed and all of this, so does that mean that you get to live up on a woman and she handle it because you're not handling your business with your depression? That brings the whole entire family down. Either way, if it's a male or female. You know, that means
that's true.
Because you gotta think about it. Look how many women they had these babies, they go right into depression too. A lot of them got postpartum depression, you know, our damn hormones. But can we say that? And a lot of women don't do that. A lot of
But you
people.
can't dismiss
See, this is the problem. We keep saying black women, black men. We got to start saying we as a whole. Because unless we stop saying, but I do take in consideration, from what we've been through, of course men go through that. And it's just that black men has to acknowledge that more. So if somebody has to, if it takes a man like you to push it to these men, if that's going to better our people, then we need more men to push that to these men. Like, like, what are you going through? You all right? You okay? Like right. we have to check each other.
See, look, and that goes back to the narrative. That goes back to how we're originally reared and raised. Now, I don't know how it is now because it's a lot different. When I was growing up, it was no such thing. Of course, it was a depression, but I mean, when I say there's no such thing, it wasn't talked about, or it was. And people would say this to me, that white depression is white people stuff, black people.
Exactly.
But here's my thing: when I was coming up, shut up, don't cry, suck that shit up, be a man. Then when you meet a woman, the woman says, "Open up to me, tell me your feelings, be vulnerable." You like, wait a minute, what the fuck? You don't, and because we were in a generation where everything was, we couldn't cry about nothing, we had to be tough. And now it's kind of almost flipped where some women, not all, some women will try to overcompensate. And so they baby their young boys, and then by the time they're young men, they're undisciplined. And by the time they're of adult age and grown, they have no idea how to be a man to another woman. Because I believe that and you can try your best, and there's still going to be some males that are going to go astray. But for the most part, like I see a lot of younger women, they put their son in an unrealistic position. You know, my son's my everything. He's my world. This is my man. And it's like, listen, we have to put things in perspective. You have to teach him what he's going to be, what he's going to encounter in the world. He's not going to encounter, everything's not always going to be good. And you have to prepare him for that. And you have to let him know and train him early that, listen, you can be with whoever you want to. But the person that I think is going to understand you the best is a Black woman. And so therefore, knowing that and knowing how we are, you can almost take for granted that whatever woman you met is going to bring some baggage with her, because I guarantee you that some man or multiple men in her life have caused her trauma. That
and plus, we just find out about these words too, like bipolar, depression. We just start talking about them now, but now we know what they are when we see them. Before we look at them, why they got these mood swings? Why they depressed? What, you know? Now we know what it is. But
that's our job. See, that's where our job comes in.
But let me say this. But what if we can give them medicine and that could change that behavior? What if medicine is the interruption? You see what I'm saying? And so like what you were saying earlier, we had this limited belief, like men do this, white people do this, you know, this people do that. So a lot of us aren't reaching out for their help and whatnot because of that. You know, we are in our own way. But like again, this is what we're seeing. A lot of this stuff is mental illness and stuff, and it can be changed with medicine. Not how you're raised, but again, it's a chemical condition going on in the brain that
chemical imbalance. Correct.
Sometimes, you know what? It's as easy as, and I'm not saying medicine doesn't work for some people, but what about that man going to his mom and saying, listen, I'm struggling, I'm having a problem, like I can't, me and my girl are not getting along, and she's saying this, and then get motherly advice, or have a mother say, son, listen, I've seen you date a lot of girls, you're not treating women right, what's going on? You're not going to ever have a woman treating a woman this way. And you know, so those conversations start in-house. That's where you identify the mental illness, you know, because if you have those conversations in-house, because if I see my son and my son is out here living foul as hell, you best believe I'm gonna say to him, son, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? Like, break down to me why. So that when we talk about mental illness is not always mental retardation or
well, I'm not saying, I mean, sometimes they can't explain it. They can't explain it because they don't know what it is.
Exactly.
But they're in the throes of it. And they're like, I just don't know what it is. I just can't get a hold of it. And no one explained to them that it can have a safe, there's no safe space.
He's just saying, make that part of the conversation.
Right.
Because a lot of people don't put that on the table until it's extreme.
But that was definitely my point, was like, when these men are in these households and they're not functioning like they should be, a lot of that's the point. Like
it's not addressed. It's not addressed. If your son's running around and you think he's in a gang, hold on, everything stop until we figure out, are you in a gang or not? And if you are, this is your exit strategy, partner. And this is but that's when they say, oh well, yeah, I thought I didn't know what my son was doing. How somebody in your house selling drugs and gang banging and you don't know it? You do. We got to have conversations because it's certain behaviors that we can identify. Now, if we choose to ignore them, that's one thing. But if we're identifying that, wait a minute, my son's staying in his room all day, every day. He's not interacting. He doesn't have any friends. He doesn't do anything socially. He doesn't have any hobbies. I'm gonna come in and sit down and talk to my son. Son, what's going on, man?
Exactly.
Like, I've dealt with depression.
Households, like they're not talking. Like the parents are working. The children are on their phones. And,
but that's where. But hold on, how that phone? I don't care if they're on the phone. Son, hang up the phone. We need to rap for about 30 minutes, bro.
But you are an involved father. But like, isn't the most of the
Yellow.
We gotta hold people, just like I said, we gotta hold the people that's around R. Kelly responsible, because he wouldn't have been able to do what he did without the people around him. Just like when you see these little dudes out here and you like, man, this little dude is a fuck boy. Somebody's responsible for that.
But I would also and again, I'm only speaking about the adult men in these homes that's not doing what they're supposed to do. The adult men in these homes with these women and whatnot, they're suffering from depression. If they take medicine, these adult men, it can change the situation and have whatnot. And
here's what the thing is, though. Here's what the thing is. Not to go too far in that. If that man is going through depression and he himself doesn't identify that and won't go get help, that woman has to be strong enough to say, until you deal with your problems and you're a whole man that can come into this relationship healthy, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, I can't deal with you, because that is going to tear my life down and that is going to affect these children. Right. See what I'm saying? Not to say that it's not a real thing, but if a man don't want to deal with it, if he refuses to deal with it, then he deserves to be by himself until he gets it.
Or we'll say he don't have the tools to deal with it. And,
okay, well then at some point, like he was talking about, it comes down to personal accountability. If you don't have a mental deficiency other than the fact that you're depressed, but you can't figure out what tools to gain, then you're missing something else too. Because at a certain point in your life, I don't care who you are, if you're 18 years old, if you know how to pull your clothes down and get busy, then you should know that there are crisis centers, there are 1-800 hotlines for suicide prevention. They just don't choose to go because they don't want to be attached to the stigma. See, exactly. That's why I said we got to have real conversations and say that we got to tell women, stop being with men that are not healthy.
And that's the point that I was making.
Stop being with men that are not healthy.
That's the point that I was making.
You can't cure his depression. A woman can't help a man out of his depression. That's the key thing. A woman cannot help a man out of his depression. A woman cannot, and vice versa. Depression is it's just like your relationship with whatever your God is. That's a very personal thing. And if that work, you have to be able to figure out that work on your own, because if you can't, then there is no way you can possibly have a healthy relationship with a woman, and you cannot expect a woman to bear the burden of a man who don't even know what's wrong with him or refuses to go and address it. That's not fair to say you are responsible because I'm a black man and you're supposed to love me. That's what I'm saying. So we have to go back to accountability. A man has to be a man, and he has to, just like I can say now, it may be it was a time in my life that I couldn't say it. I don't know, but I've always been a type of person where I could express myself. But to me, I always looked at a person who couldn't say that they were depressed. He's probably more depressed than me, because I can admit I'm depressed. There's no way in the world you can tell me there's not a human being that's walked this planet that has a conscious, cognizant mind that hasn't went through depression. Period. Not one. So if you refuse to talk about it,
you agree that people will deal with it differently, right? And everyone don't have the same support system around them, or they don't have the same, because suicide is real. Suicide is going up, but suicide is going up. It's not going down.
But brother, at the same time, listen, you're talking to a person who's very experienced. I used to be in the military, and part of what I do other than mentoring kids, I'm a peer counselor
for ex-vets with PTSD because that's real.
I was in the military.
Okay, so I know PTSD personally. Now, so you got to imagine I'm dealing with people on various ranges of that mental spectrum. Not mental retardation, mental trauma from war, from fear, from uncertainty, come back home and they can't even
without medication, they can just snap out of it.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Everybody doesn't need medication, but we have to identify those who do and those who don't. We also have to say that, I have to tell this is what people don't understand either. 23, listen to this, 23 ex-veterans, or not ex-veterans, they're veterans because they're ex-military. 23 veterans every single day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year commit suicide. 23 every single day. That's almost 1 an hour. Every day for every day of the year. And that's been for the last 7 years straight. So I know suicide. I know I've lost 9. It was 12 of us that came in a unit together. There's 3 of us left. The other 9, 8 died by suicide. Another one died. We don't know. It was a motorcycle accident, but it's believed that he crashed his motorcycle to kill himself. So out of 12 people, there's 3 of us left. And that's the only thing we could talk about, the 9 that's not here. Right. Now, so I've seen every aspect, bro. I've missed the phone.
We can't approach him like just snap out of it, or I'm gonna leave.
No, it's not about that, but it's also about the point where I have to tell them we served together. We was in that same shitty foxhole together, laying down there scared to death, listening to the mortar fire explode around us. I'm not saying I'm stronger than you because I'm in a different place than you. I'm saying to you, we both know that we have trauma. You are responsible for dealing with your trauma. You are, because no one else can do it. And if you don't do it, you're a lost soul. You end up in carbonation. That's what I'm saying to you. I'm not trying to tell you anybody could walk up and tell somebody snap out of it. That's in what we're saying. What we're saying is if I've had friends that were suicidal, and you know what I had to tell their wives? These are guys that I love, that I put my life on the line for, and guys that put their life on the line for me. I had to tell their wives, pack your shit up, pack your kids' shit up right now, not in 15 minutes, right fucking now, and get out the house and don't come back until he's better, because he's going to end up killing you.
And when you look at it, not only the vets, but in these streets now, a lot of kids in Chicago and different places, and just watching the television violence, like what happened in Buffalo, people are talking about PTSD. You can get it from just seeing something, seeing someone murdered, seeing someone killed, right? So we got all these things going on right now, and I think conversation like this is a help, and support systems help, because a lot of people are going around dealing with these things. Like when they're saying, I don't look like what I've been through. A lot of people, you think that they're happy, everything going good, because they're not telling you what's really good, and they could be going around, just broken, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. So it's good that we have conversations like this. Maybe they listening tonight or whatever. But the thing is like, medicine can change your behavior, because sometimes you say, well, I can't control it. I can't stop feeling bad. I can't stop. But what if you could stop by taking some medicine?
But he's saying that's case by case basis.
Exactly. It's so
you can't. Like some people,
I'm speaking
right,
for those.
Medicine is good, but you may need somebody that just need a therapist, or you just need somebody to do it. Huh?
No, I'm just saying some things talking can't fix. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's still case by. We still agreeing. You make it sound like we're not agreeing. We are agreeing with you, but that's case by case basis. And if it's needed for you, then it's needed for you.
Right. And we can't as men, like Black Americans said, we have to, it's incumbent upon us to correct other men. We have to be able to correct other men, period. Because a woman can't go to these men and say, hey, what's going on with you? But I could say, hey man, listen, I remember when I had the shakes, bro, when I couldn't walk in fucking Walmart when I first got back. I couldn't sleep for about a week and a half, literally. My people was looking at me like, what's wrong with you? You ain't happy to be home? Why ain't you smiling? Why are you looking at everybody crazy? Why? I couldn't explain to them what I was going through mentally. But you know what I was able to do? Because as a man, I owe this to my family, the people that's around me and love me. I said, I don't know what's going on, but I need help because I don't know what's going on. I'm paranoid. I'm gonna kill somebody if somebody do something crazy or somebody look crazy, because I've been on alert for the last year and 9 months. I didn't have my head on a swivel. Every noise I was ready to knock down anything. I came home.
I'm not talking too much about PTSD, but I'm speaking.
No, you don't have to leave the city to have PTSD. That's what I'm saying to you. We have people who are walking around who have never been to war. What I'm saying to you is, as a community, I want to have a conversation that men have to identify other men in our community who are not healthy. We reach out to them. We offer them olive branches. We offer them. You don't have to talk to me, but here's a resource for you. Now, if that man refuses to take responsibility, then we have to. How do
you deal with these women with these men, right? And you're gonna say you went and told my business, but how do you get them to talk to other men when the woman is living with these men, right? God bless somebody. Thought of her.
Thank you.
But just say, because like they said, you keep my business in my house. You went to another man and told him what? How do you get around that when it's just a man living with the woman? He's not around other men. He's just him and her, right? And whatnot. How do you get that without her in danger?
Let me say something. At a certain point in time, do that man? I mean, even though you depressed and everything is going on around you. Remember, depression, it doesn't just, depression is depression. I don't care who got it or how you got it. You're still depressed. Whatever reason you're depressed, but at some point in time, you will have to say to yourself, like he said, like, when do you realize, okay, things, like, I need help.
You know you're depressed before anybody else does.
You know
before anybody else does.
Right. You know that you're bringing down the house. So you know you don't feel no life. You know that you always feel like you're in a dark room at all times. You feel like you're in that dark room. Like, where is the sunlight? You know you don't feel like getting up. You know you don't feel like being antisocial. At some point in time, when do you say, I don't want to live like this no more? Like, right. I don't want to feel like this no more. So even if somebody, because when you're going through depression, people could say to you all the time, hey, let's get up, let's go out. You may even go out, but that doesn't help. Well, maybe even when they tell women all the time, well, if you fix yourself up and go out, no, that don't make you feel better if you're going to do any type of depression or anxiety or whatever. But the feeling is still in you. So you know how you feel, because other person can't feel it. Only you know. Like, so it's up to you to say, I can't live like this no more. I don't want to do this no more. Then you will seek help, or it's your choice to seek help. But if you were a woman and you think it's fair to her, and or your kids, that you cannot give them your all, and then that's on you. But nobody, just like a addict, you could say all you want, get off the drugs, get off the drugs, get off the drugs. Look how you look. They don't see how they look, but after a while, they, in the beginning,
they don't even care. They don't care about. That's why I said it's ultimately about personal responsibility, man. Because it's not fair if you want another human being to cohabitate with you and share a space with you and love you, you have to be able to give them the same thing. It's not fair for you to. We're all damaged, but if you're not at the place where you're ready to fix yourself, then you can't expect anybody else to bear that burden. It's too much. If it's too much for you, how do you think another person feels when you're depressed and every day you're telling them you want to kill yourself and they're scared when they go to work? When you go to work, they're going to kill themselves. How do you think that's like? You have to be aware, self-aware enough to say, listen, if I love
that.
Yeah, you have to be that self-aware, man.
Rain took it out my mouth. Sometimes you have to hit rock bottom. I was getting ready to say that, Rain. Get out my head, Rain. But yeah, but a lot of people, you know, this is not my norm. Like in the beginning,
Right.
you're not going to know because things happen gradually. And
Yeah.
then, like anything else in the world, she hit on it. Sometimes you have to hit rock bottom. But after a while, you know, damn, I ain't been out in forever. I just don't feel like it. But you may not say that you have the, even if you don't know, you know the change in your lifestyle. You know the change on how you feel. Like, you know, things that used to make you smile don't make you smile no more. You don't want to hug no more. Like, after a while, it's like, and some people don't never. They so stubborn, and
Yeah.
it became a part of their regular life that this is how they get old.
Yeah.
But the part that's messed up is that you start alienating people from you.
Right.
And then that's when you got a lot of people that, and I know this for a fact, a lot of people get to the point they alienated so many people that when they pass away, nobody knows until
Yeah.
you smell that stench. And they're like, where that smell coming from? Then you call 911 and they got to break that door down because nobody come visit you. You know, I was on medication. You get, once you identify the problem and you're getting help, you do need support. But at the end of the day, and I try to tell people this all the time, sometimes you may not could get support. Sometimes you gotta be your own support because some people going through their own shit too.
Right. See,
You're
that's
not going
the
to
thing.
right.
That's the thing. You taking for granted that person is not dealing with their own. What if their mother just passed? What if one of their, what if what if they just lost their job? It could be so much going on with that other person.
Right.
That's emotionally.
Well, they paying all the bills themselves because you depressed.
That's draining. And so we have to, like I said, it just goes back to being self-aware enough that we gotta understand the effect that we have on other people. You get what I'm saying? We all interact with people on a daily basis. So if your family members are all of them are upset and they're worried and they're crying, you have to be at least self-aware enough to say, hey, I have to do something different. You know yourself when you don't feel like yourself. And even if you may not identify it as depression, you've got to understand and realize what it is. It's all on a mental wellness spectrum, man. So many of us Black people have just really been able to start saying out loud that they suffer from depression, or they were suicidal, or they thought about it or attempted suicide. That was so taboo. Until I was an adult person, did I ever hear a Black person admit out loud that they were suicidal or they were depressed. And I'm dead serious. And it made me understand that a lot of the traumas that we have, and a lot of the traumas you were speaking about that men have, and that the depression that men carry, imagine going your whole life and never able to truly be able to express how you really feel. You've always got to pretend. That's going to traumatize your psyche. That's going to traumatize you within itself. But the thing is, again, if you're never happy, if you don't make people around you happy, you have to be aware enough to say, if I want people to be around me, I have to carry a certain kind of energy, and that starts with me. That's the same reason you can't follow a leader. One of these so-called spiritual gurus, they get a person who's depressed, right? So now that becomes the source of that person's happiness. That person, that depressed person, made this other person that they look at as their guru, their source of happiness, instead of themselves. So then when that guru disappoints them or mistreats them, then they're even in a further state of depression, because they never looked within themselves and said, listen, whatever makes a person rich, whatever makes a person happy, whatever makes a person strong mentally, I possess the same things that every other human being does. How can I best utilize what I have to work with to get myself in a place where I feel good, I feel happy, I feel confident, and then I can proceed with trying to share my life with somebody. But in the midst of going through all that stuff, I wasn't with anybody. I didn't, because I knew what I was dealing with, and I knew what I was going through, and it was crazy. But I couldn't subject anybody else to that, because I had to look at it. What if I was the other person, and I'm trying to deal with this person that I have no idea what's going on inside their brain, but I just know they acting strange and they scaring me.
Right. When I was looking at the females in the tribe, there's the other side of depression called being manic, when you like up all happy and everything is going good and whatnot, and you can see that in them, like, you know, they be dancing sometimes, parties, something, you know, and then it'll be like you don't see them on camera, or when you see their face, you can tell like the depression is like on them. You know what I mean? So they go from being manic to all of a sudden they're at the low again and stuff like that. So that's why I was saying, like, when I look at the situation inside of that combination situation, I see mental illness, like where a lot of, like you were saying earlier, they're putting spirits on them and different things and all that. But I see like the human behavior. I see the pathology, what they went through in their home. That's why they normalized it. That's why we tell them to get out. They said, no, I went through this at the house. I went through this in jail. I went through this on the streets. And so it's normal to me. But you know, they have normalized this mental illness and stuff like that. And that's what I see. Every time I look at it, I'm like, you know, I hate that you can't make people take medicine, or you cannot force people to be treated unless they commit a crime. And that's the bad thing.
But you know what? You got to remember too, us as the Black people, we have a lot of mental illness. Just look at, if we just bring it up to the shooting. We have that mental illness just in us as people. The same way, like when we watch some of these videos, and I just seen a video. Oh my God. And I'm like, that's not healthy. The young women, and people could blame it on the young women, or we could blame it on the young men. That's why I don't do the blame game. The society that we're in, and people just think that is okay. I mean, the girls we always, back in the days, we always rubber-dubbed and we always whined, but they call it twerking now, but it's to the extreme now. There's something right. A lot of things that's going on in our community is not healthy. So now that makes our mental not healthy. And that you got to try to figure out where, before you speak upon depression, you got to speak upon where is this depression coming from? Because every time we got our people are sick, and we never knew how to get out of that. Then every time we think we're going to get out of that, we keep looking for leaders. We keep looking for who's the next leader, who's the next this, and who's the next that. So, but life go on until if they come along, if they don't. But just look at our kids. That's not normal.
They did a study recently, man. Do you know? And it's many forms of depression. Do you know a lot of teenage kids said that they were depressed when they did something wrong and their parent put them on punishment and took their phone away?
That's real.
You understand what I'm saying? And it's so we really, like I said, it's about communication, man, because sometimes, like I said, and we can't, like I said, it's so individualized for each individual case. But I'll just say this in a general statement, because I've heard you speak about medicine several times. Listen, Big Pharma, if you don't know anything about Big Pharma, Google that, read about Big Pharma. It's an agenda behind that too, about getting us all on medication. So keep in mind, if you're depressed and you get on antidepressants, wouldn't it stand to reason that you're going to always be on antidepressants? Because even if you say, okay, well, I feel better, now I stop taking them. As soon as you stop taking them, subconsciously you'll go, something happens, I'm depressed again, I got to take my medicine. So but it's so individualized. So I don't like to just say, hey, it's medicine. And some people just need to, like I said, it's varying degrees of depression. If you're depressed because I took your phone, you come on, like that's that's something different. But but what we have to, for me, I can remember vividly. It wasn't about medication or anything. I was walking, some random lady who I did not know. She said, "What's wrong, baby?" And I said, "No." She said, "How you doing?" And I said, "Oh," I said, "How you doing?" And then she kind of grabbed my arm and she said, "No, how are you doing?" I broke down crying, yo. I didn't know this lady, but she was really asking me how I was doing. She could read it in my body language and on my face.
Exactly.
You dig what I'm saying? And this was a Black woman. So
yeah, self-check is real.
At that point, I had to understand and realize that if I wanted to be any better than I was at that point, I had to do something. I did. I didn't have no spiritual leader, no church, no this, no family talk to me. My buddies would always tell me, like I said, I lost 9 out of 12 guys, man, to suicide. And some of those guys would tell me, like a lot of them would tell me, "Hey man, you know what I hate the most? When people tell me, man, just pray about it. It's going to be all right. God got you. He ain't going to never put more on you than you can handle." He said, "I would hate to hear shit like that, man. That would fucking piss me off, man." These are guys who, one guy in particular, he was traumatized because he probably ended the existence of probably a dozen or more people just in the different skirmishes and firefights that, our unit was in. That he carried that to his grave, yo. I couldn't tell him how to deal with that, man. All I did was said to him, "Listen, man, the only thing I can say to you is I don't have no advice, but if you ever need to talk, bro, I'll sit here and listen and I won't say a word, bro." And, we have to get to a point where we not worried about being hard or being gangster. Everybody want to be a gangster. Everybody's a shooter. Everybody's got a gang. I just want to be around dudes that's like, "Listen, I'm not tough, bro. Sometimes I be going through shit. Matter of fact, me and my wife going through it right now. I know you've been married for a minute. What you think, bro? This is kind of what happened, bro." That's the kind of dudes, that's the kind of conversations I want to have, bro. But unless we start having those conversations and call other men out, like I said, it's our responsibility. If we supposed to be the leaders of our households and of our community, then when the fuck we gonna start holding each other accountable on a real level? Like I don't know you, bro, but if you call me or inbox me and say, "Hey Kev, listen, bro, I don't know what you got going on. I just needed somebody to talk to," I'm gonna hit you back immediately. You know why? No matter what I'm doing, I might say, "Hey, listen, I need about 20 minutes, so don't nobody knock on my door or my office." Or if I'm at home, I'm gonna come in the room and close the door and I'm gonna shoot right back. You know why? Because I know that's a key word for me when I said, "Damn, I just needed somebody to talk to."
Yeah, but right now, like when you talk about safe space, a lot of people weaponize your information about you. Like a lot of people in the military, they're scared to say you're depressed because they get kicked out or
Absolutely.
Whatever. So they do
that out here in civilian life too. Your family will ostracize you sometimes.
Yeah, but sometimes, like I said, we gotta remember that people going through their own mess. So we gotta take out of our mind there's nobody for me. Because sometimes when you're going through stuff, that person could be going through stuff too. But a lot of times it's really hard for us to build on like things like mental health, and it's because we keep letting bad behavior slide in our community.
That's what I'm saying.
In our videos, in our community,
all the way around.
And then this is another reason why I don't do men and women stuff, because guess what? We grown, but we keep rewarding bad behavior. You know how much bad behavior that I see, and they look at it, it's disgusting, and that's my girl. You go ahead, girl. And this is being done. So how do we expect the next generation, their kids or their kids' kids? Can you imagine? At least grandma was doing the same thing we doing now. Sex is sex, ain't nothing changed. But
right,
at least we can't pull up no video.
You know how real we
grandma,
have to,
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Grandma did people like, you know how many times grandma go, girl, you know.
but you know how
Sometimes we
real,
do stuff and we think we slick. Grandma be laughing like, you ain't know me in my days. But that was how it was supposed to be. We did not. But now that stuff is traumatizing. Oh, that's my mother. Oh God, that's my mother. Oh, and then a lot of times these parents are doing everything in front of these daggone kids like it's okay. It's like a lot of these kids don't even have childhoods no more. We as adults gonna have to pull ourselves together if we want to save these kids. Because if you are depressed and if you are going through something, that's all your kids see. That's all your children see. So now you not knowing that you have now made them depressed because there is no happiness or there's nothing going on. There's no stimulation going on in the house. So now it's you're depressed. I'm not speaking upon you, sir. I'm just speaking in general, okay? But now you're going through whatever you're going through. So now you're alienating them. The same people who you want to help you, you don't understand, you alienated them. So now your depression now became their depression. So now they're depressed too.
and you know how real we have to start being. This is how we have to be. If we're really a community, if we really a family, and we say, you know, we care about each other, then everybody in this chat should be able to say, hey, if anybody's having a mental health crisis, you can reach out to me.
And you know, Rocky not here, but you know Rocky would already had the thing. Rocky would already wrote if you're having any problem.
Exactly.
What we talk about.
But you know people ain't gonna tell their business to strangers now.
Hold on. You ain't read this. You ain't read this chat, have you? People have put. You're not reading this chat. People are putting their personal lives out there. So that's what I'm saying. If they're comfortable enough, or they trust us enough, they trust this space enough, where they can say, "Hey, I was suicidal. I've seen that. Hey, I had an abortion," in this chat. So if we're that real,
different, but I wouldn't advise people to just like tell their deepest things out in the streets to different.
No. What I'm saying is that we're talking about this is a safe space. They're not telling. I'm saying that's why I said this is how real we have to be. If we're a community here, we're here. We all come over here, and we all love Sugar Love. So if we're all supposed to be tight and we're supposed to trying to build our community, we have to first commit to each other and be like, yo, I'm just saying, I'm not telling nobody, tell me your personal business. I interact with so many people in this chat. I'll just throw a name out there, Rain though. That's what up, Rain. But if Rain was to hit me and say, hey, King Kev, listen, I need to rap with you real quick. It's important. You got a minute? I would absolutely hit her straight back and say, what's up? Talk to me, and I'll listen. We have to be like that. If we not like that with each other, then we up here faking the funk. We talking about it, and that's a good thing. And we all exchanging information. But I'm saying, I know that people trust. They trust Sugar Love and they trust this chat because they reveal things about themselves that they don't have to. And I'm saying to them, because you extended that trust to share your part of your life with me. If you feeling like you don't have nobody to talk to, and like Sugar Love said, it's not that people around you don't care, but we don't always know what's going on in their life, so it may not seem like they're available. So I'm saying to you, just as another human being that looks like you, that's in the same family as you, and that interacts with you, listen, if you ever going through any type of whatever, and you feel like you can't talk to nobody, you could hit me up. And I'll listen and we'll talk and I'll try to help you figure out a solution. I'm just saying, I'm not saying, and that's it. If that's something we should be able to do to each other. Me and Sugar Love, same way. I call her, hey, sis, you know, and by the time I get through talking to her, I'll be laughing and say, I'm glad I called you. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't know whether
we need those safe spaces. We definitely need safe spaces.
Exactly. So she created that space for me. I didn't know her from a can of paint a year ago. I didn't at all. But you understand, but we built a rapport so that I felt like I had a safe space here, so that I came in here and interacted. And then when I was going through things in my personal life, guess what? I reached out to her and said, listen, this is what's going on.
And like again, like basically, I was talking about people like outside of the metasphere, like they were in the homes with these women and different things, and men just in depressed states. They have, again, like you guys said, they got to reach out to somebody, or they just gonna be
You gotta find that person. That's your only job. If you're depressed, is to understand
Okay, hold
and
on.
realize.
We're gonna hold on. We're gonna try to lighten this up a little bit.
Okay, cool. I'm with that.
I'm looking at my chat now. Y'all gonna make me cry now. So
and I'm sorry if we triggered anybody.
We gotta remember when we're triggering people. And Dean, I understand your questions. I understand how you feel. But the thing is, you're gonna have to start writing these things down, right? Write these things down. So if it's for you, or take your thoughts and write them down, and then we can work on getting solutions for it, because we can't. Oh my God. Bobby, hold on, because you got me dealing with hypotheticals. I got to deal with.
Well, it was like mental health awareness month.
No, I get you. No, it's not just a month. It's every. No, I get what you're saying, but what happened? Maybe you're not reading the chat. So now what happened? You triggered people. So now I'm reading the chat, and Barbie, you're gonna make me cry.
Yeah.
You got us, Barbie, the God.
Let me say that,
Barbie, the God, you.
We love you.
All have a conversation, y'all. I mean, it's important.
I just explained to you. I understand that it's very important, but you're speaking in hypothetical. Now I have somebody that's crying out for real in my chat. So now that over precedes the hypothetical.
Well, the good news is this is a safe space, and maybe that had to happen because now.
No, this happens all the time. But I'm saying when you hear me stop something, that's because my attention has to go to them, because they're crying out right now.
So let's mute up and let Sugar Love go.
No, we all gonna go, but I always give presence to what's going with the people that's in here right now. Barbie, you've been down with us, Barbie. You are not alone,
we love
sister. We
Straight
like
up.
you every time you come in here. Don't.
Let me tell you, and Dean, I'll just also say after all this, just as black men, as brother, and it's just for brotherhood, I'm gonna give you my information. I like to speak off air, and just have a conversation, man. Just to get to know another.
I don't do that just yet, like.
No. I'm saying at some point in time, bro. At some point,
let's send some energy, Barbie. Let's send some energy to the whole chat. Everybody send energy to each other. Everybody send. I don't know. Find something. Send some energy to one another. Send some energy, some flowers, some hearts. Let's put some hearts in the chat. Let's put some hearts in the chat for all of us. All of us put some hearts in the chat. Yeah, everybody put some hearts in the chat. Rainbow always coming at the right time. Rainbow always coming at the right time. But all of us need a hug. All of us need love. All of us need these things. All of us need these things. And being that it is mental. Hey, Nisha, I'm letting y'all know. Y'all think y'all slick, right? Because it's 3:00 and I told you guys I ain't been out with y'all all damn night, right? But y'all be tricking me every damn night. We ain't gonna keep going through this. But I would like to say that if we're really worrying about mental awareness, then we have to start giving out information. You have to come up with information, Dean.
Well, that's what I was doing. I said I gave you guys the DSM-5 book out there, You can get it online now, and it can help people that's dealing with these issues.
Yeah, because we we love it
Well,
too.
that's what I was saying about getting your information, bro. Like, I'm not saying we got trying to be besties tomorrow. I'm saying if you got a book out, then that's information for me. Maybe I can pass it.
That's not me. It's an actual book. I put it in the chat earlier. It's like the DSM-5 book is what police use and the hospitals use.
No, I understand. All right, so we're gonna leave it as if you're going through depression. But it's a lot of other books too, because we kept going into like hypotheses and we got.
No, I was speaking about like responding to the conversation that we were having about depression and stuff like that, and he was talking about PTSD and stuff like that. And
I was here. I know.
No, I'm just saying, like,
no, but it's all good. It's all good. But
I'm just responding to that as in a matter of factly, like medicine can help a lot of this, and that, it's not the enemy is what I was basically saying.
All right, I got you. That's how you should have said it before. Medicine is not the enemy. That would have been perfect right there. I love to everyone, family. I think we should have some stuff posted on a community board in my internship for hypotherapy, and would love to provide free sessions to anyone here. Go, Barbie doll, link up with Rain. Barbie doll, Barbie the God. Barbie the God.
D. That's right.
Better not be 3. But what I'm saying, you too, Kiki. And we also got to remember, when we speak of, like I said before, when we speak upon mental health, we have to break it down in so many ways, because a lot of us are sick in the head and don't know we're sick in the head. And like I said, you could tell, because look at our community. Ain't no no.
And you know what? I want to say this too. Like, I appreciate having Dean up here. A lot of times, Dean, I don't know how often you listen in, but a lot of times, I'm the only male up here, but I get a lot of perspective from the females. I always listen. I always watch the comments. I read the comments, and I respond back a lot of times, and, so it's for me being a man, when I don't have one of my buddies to talk to, this is my safe space. You dig? I just had to understand it was my safe space. I came across this on a humbug, but once I got here and then the energy came to me, I was like, okay, cool. I like this. Let me see what this is about. And so now here we are, and it's so we our safe spaces can be in different places with different people at different times, and I always just understand that people, just like I'm going through that time when I need somebody to talk to, that person that I might be trying to talk to, the first thing that I think is, man, they might be going through the same thing I'm going through. So it may be another avenue, it may be another person, it may be whatever, going down to the VA and talking to one of the counselors, that it may be whatever it may be, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's a friend,
but Kev, what the thing is that we're speaking upon it, but he gotta, like, is he talking about him? Is he talking about what he do in the community? Because there's a lot of questions that's being asked, like, does he specialize in it? Does he counsel it? Like, we need more info.
Oh no! Like what I said, like when we were talking about it, I was in several discussions, about this and whatnot. When you talk about DSM-5, when it comes to mental illness, again, this was Mental Illness Awareness Month, so I was in several conversations about mental illness and stuff like that. Like what's a lot with the suicide and stuff like that. So these are responses to what's going on in the media right now, what's going on. How that young lady committed suicide. She was a USA or a pageant, something like that. You have the kids getting bullied, anti-bullying, and getting depressed. So this is a subject that's like in our face every day and stuff like that. So that's why when a young lady responded, she said, "Well, why are the men? I'm sitting on the couch and whatnot. Women taking care of all these men." That's why I said, think about men going through depression now. Because a lot of people think that man is strong, man is this, man is that, and so that's why I brought that into the conversation. I said, depression is real, and it can be paralyzing sometimes, and sometimes you was like just snap out of it, but they don't, and whatnot, and that's why they're on the couch. That's why they self-medicate and drinking. It wasn't about me myself, but it was just about just knowing what it does when it comes to manic. I speak to a lot of health and wellness people a lot and whatnot, and therapists, life coaches, and stuff like that. Be on panels with them a lot, and these things come up a lot. With depression, you got the manic. It's functional. You got like functional alcoholics. They can be right beside you, and you can think they're fine, but they can be broken up inside.
Well, like this book you were citing. Did I understand you earlier? Did you say the police use that for their mental health training?
Yeah, I was like, the therapists use it, the life coaches use it, the police use it.
Yeah,
everyone in the health and wellness field is using that book now. It's like a standard book now called
But see, that's the thing. I don't want to get too much into promoting, other people's stuff. I mean, it's whatever information.
No, it's not the people. It's like it's an industry standard that they use this book to describe the symptoms of mental illness.
Right, the symptoms. But what I'm saying is, mental illness is so individualized that you can't really standardize except for recognizing certain signs and symptoms of depression or of mental illness.
Yeah,
when we talk about,
that's what I was saying. Like before you make a statement, I would like check it out. You know what I mean?
I will.
It's DSM-5. These are doctors that therapists, psychologists, different ones for several years and whatnot, maybe 50. It goes back. It's an industry standard. Like so, when the police stop somebody, for example. They might not be high. You know what I mean? They might be going through mental illness, and we found that to be true and whatnot.
Right.
I think the training now that you look.
But look how the police are dealing with it. The police have killed 5 mentally ill people in the last year, brother.
But like I said, all of them are not using it and whatnot. That's what I'm saying. That's why we're pushing that.
That's why we can't get into this standardized, because.
No, so you're talking about individual people. You can't blame a whole system because certain people, like if a black person does something, you can't blame the whole race. You see what I'm saying? Again, we got to compartmentalize what's happening right now. And there are books out there that's helping police, helping the industry and whatnot, diagnose people and help them. You see what I'm saying? Again, everybody says, "Oh, they just high or they just drunk." Now they going through shit. My child, please don't shoot him. He's going through mental illness, or don't shoot him. He's going through this and whatnot.
They just killed. Yeah, I forgot the young man's name. They just killed last week. His mother called him. Right. They went up to Walmart and shot him in Walmart. Now, again, you said
I'm talking about the overall. It's been industry standard for several years. It works. People use it. It might not be for everybody, but again, hospitals use it. Police officers use it. Therapists use it. It's an industry standard for the health and wellness community. And I think it'll be a help to us in here because now it's available to everybody for the past few years. It's the DSM-5 book.
Well, I think a lot of what you're saying is not to say that it's redundant, but like saying you can't just tell people who are depressed to snap out of it. I think most of us know that. It's a matter of, okay, we know that part of it. So now what's next after that? Then what's next? That's where I'm trying to get to. Not the
Well, I can answer that question about solutions. You can take the test. You go to the mental health awareness site. It's free. They ask you a question.
Not to cut you off. I don't know if you remember me saying that for the last over 10, 12 years, I've been a peer counselor to veterans who are experiencing mental health and suicide crisis. So I had to get extensive training before I did that. They didn't just let me do it because they thought I was cool. You asked
me a question about solution, and I said there's a website where you can for testing and whatnot and see, mental illness. What are you going through? What are you going through? Anxiety? Are you going through depression? Are you going through bipolar? You can find it, and then after you find that out, then you can get the support and think for it. So there is a system in place and whatnot for people going through this and whatnot. You don't have to go through by yourself.
Well, that's why I was saying earlier when you were saying that, men are depressed and women don't understand. That's why I said you have to within yourself be able to find those resources. You just pointed several out. We have to take responsibility. If we're experiencing mental illness, we have to be able to look inward and say, okay, I need
the only thing I was saying, they wouldn't be looking for, like, a lot of people that's in the throes of depression, in the throes of it, they don't want help. They don't want to take medicine. They self-medicating with alcohol or drugs or whatever. It's dysfunction.
Wait a minute. Why do you keep saying they don't want to take medicine? So you think everybody that's in the throes of depression should take medicine?
No, but I'm not speaking to everybody,
But no, I'm just saying this is about the 8th time that you said they don't want to take medicine. They don't want to. Why is that?
Okay, what I'm speaking to you is this: that you have a lot of people going through mental illness, right? Who've been diagnosed bipolar, who've been diagnosed depression, and again, they're not taking their medicine and they're in dysfunctional relationships.
But haven't you heard of people committing suicide that are taking antidepressants because they were depressed? And they still committed suicide.
I'm going to get this into a contest about whatever.
Right. That's why I keep saying, let's not keep throwing medicine into it. Let's just talk about conversation, solution.
Well, no, I have to, because my conversation is medicine. When it says solution-wise, what if I told
you think everybody depressed should be on some type of medication then, is what you're saying?
What I'm saying is after a person gets diagnosed, right, by a doctor or physician, whatever, or whoever they talk to,
then they should automatically go on medication because they've been diagnosed.
No, what I'm saying to you is like there are treatments out there for.
We know there are treatments. Like I said, that's redundant.
I'm asking you a specific question.
Do you think once someone gets diagnosed that they should be on medication because they were diagnosed bipolar?
You might not agree with what I'm saying.
No, I'm asking. I'm not saying I agree.
I'm asking a question. I said, like, when people after you talk with somebody, your physician or whoever, and you get diagnosed,
after they get diagnosed,
they will, again, they got medicine for certain behaviors and whatnot.
So they should go on it if they get diagnosed. Yes or no? You keep dancing around that. If they get diagnosed bipolar, should they go on medication? I'm just asking.
Give me the respect.
I'm asking a question, brother, and you still haven't answered. You keep saying there are medications available.
You got to talk to all your guests. Calm down, brother. Come on now. I'm just giving you information.
So I'm asking a question for like the 6th time. If they are diagnosed, we know that there are medications available. That's different than saying should they be on that medication once. Okay.
We kept going through this. I didn't leave it alone. We understand that some do need medication, but that's an individual choice. That's an individual choice.
He was just pushing that too much. It started sounding like an agenda to me. I'm like, wait a minute. Why do you keep mentioning medication? We all know it's medication out there. But what you're saying is men are depressed, so women are not understanding we're depressed. And then once they get diagnosed, and then once he was getting ready to step into it, then he didn't want to fully commit. I said, so once they're diagnosed, they said, well, there are medications available, but there's also counseling available. There's also having a conversation with someone. You know what I'm saying? So, but it just started sounding like
I said that from the get-go, and I'm like, oh well, damn.
I was just trying to get to an understanding, but like I said, people, it eventually comes out what their agenda is. That's why if you talk long enough, like I said, I'm not trying to be your buddy. I said, let's exchange information. Since you got this information and you pushing this book.
No, the thing, damn, I hate this. The thing is, you're making it too personal. If you are doing awareness, you are doing awareness. We understood. You made us aware. I keep telling people to come up here. They know this chat gonna tell you what I'm about to
we're talking about conversation. It's like we're trying to focus on solutions, and I don't know what the whole thing was stuck on. Men are sitting on the couch self-medicating, but then you start talking about medication. There's medications. Like, bro, what? Hold on, wait.
And then no, my
Don't take
problem
illegal drugs.
is you're triggering the rest of the people, and I kept asking you to stop.
I was trying to get to that point to him, but I guess I wasn't.
Right, because I'm looking at everybody, you know. Yeah, exactly, Rain. Exactly, Rain. But my thing is that I seen people in the chat getting triggered, and one saying, "Why did God, boss Bobby guard?" I'm just gonna call her Barbie. Forget about it. Right. And that's what I kept saying. You gotta stop to read the chat. You gotta know when to de-escalate it, because this conversation about that been going on for a damn near hour. And then now you're triggering my whole chat. So we have to stop, because these awareness is one thing, but these are real people here.
Right.
So now we got to stop to comfort them. That's why I just put some love in the chat. You're triggering a lot of people. You know, our whole community is sick.
Right.
You know, and at the end of the day, you know when stuff is effed up. And Ray said, when you hit rock bottom, you know, but you can't subject that to people. And yeah, meds are out there. Meds you should be able to take, but not every. And when I said not everybody need meds, and then I'm like, oh fuck it,
And I've said it like 3 times.
I left your ass right.
It works for some people, but now it starts to sound like an agenda. You pushing some big pharma shit, and it's like, bro, listen, we're talking about having real conversations between Black people that are, and it seemed like it went when I said to him, nobody owes you the responsibility of taking on some issues that you're not even dealing with yourself. We have to be, when you're depressed. So why do you keep saying we're sitting there and this medication's available? So everybody just go out there and get on medication because they're depressed. It's like, come on. That's why I made the example about this kid talking about they're depressed because I took their cell phone and laptop. Like, get out of here. But now, do I deal with real life people who are depressed? Absolutely. It was 9 people that I was close to who had committed suicide in 3 years. That's crazy. Most people don't know one person who committed suicide their whole life. So, I don't know, but some people, I try to let people, speak, and I don't try to be too overbearing with my conversation, but it was like, I saw the triggering going on, and it just kind of seemed to me, and maybe I'm wrong, in chat, let me know if I'm wrong, and Sugar, let me know if I'm wrong, but it seemed like he was kind of intentionally trying to trigger certain things, and I kept just trying to be like, okay, let's take it this way, and then let's take it that way, but he kept coming back to like the same 3 things. Men are sitting on the couch because they're depressed, and women don't understand, and there's medication out there available. It's like, okay, so what else, bro? Let's exchange information. Then you want to tell me about a book the police use. Bro, this is what I do this too. I don't want to be all like, oh, I'm the expert on mental health. I'm just telling you, I work in this field, and it's a personal thing to me also, because these are people that I actually know in real life. These are not strangers. But that's why I said, if we want to be real, then let's say, okay, if in the spirit of brotherhood, we can exchange information, and let's also exchange to where we can contact each other if we're going through any type of, nah, man, I ain't trying to do that. No, I ain't trying to be your best buddy. I'm just trying to tell you, if you got information and we're going to exchange information and we keeping it real and we're trying to help our community, then like I said, and I meant what I said, anybody in this chat can reach out to me and say, King Kevin, it's in confidence, and I won't speak about nobody else to it, because I've talked to real life people who have actually taken their life, man. So it's real to me. I don't play about that. I don't joke about that. I take this dead ass serious, just like I'm on Natureboy, for part of the reason, because he's taking advantage of people who are mentally unwell. And so that's why I take it so personal. That's why I want to get in depth. I want to know who you are. If you want to get on here and you say you on all these panels and you talking about it, I don't know, bro. It just sound like I don't know. It just didn't sound right to me. And I just felt like it was a lot of triggering things that he was saying, and it was just kind of like, where you at with this? Like, you know. So forgive me if I was, you know, talking.
You know, I ain't got the patience. You said I left the comments. You said I left the conversation.
Yeah, I know you didn't say nothing for a long time. That's how I knew you were here. So I was trying to kind of bring it back down. He kept pushing this medication thing. It's like, bro, leave it alone.
I was waiting for you to. I was like, I kept saying it. I'm like, brother, gonna have to take it on home. Brother, gonna have to take it on home because I can't do it no more. We get it. We get it, but how do we move forward? That's the point I'm saying. How do we move forward? We know that, but you even explained about the kids and everything else, and do you know meds made? You know, I was getting ready to say that. Rain, get out of my head. You got to understand too that some meds make you suicidal, and she just said what I was getting ready to say.
I was trying to explain that to him. 3 of the guys that took their life, they were on antidepressants.
No, that's why I said, are you sure this is not personal? Because it sounds too personal to me.
Oh no, it's not me. It's not me. I'm just saying, well, why are you so stuck on everybody getting on drugs? Because sometimes drugs have a negative effect. But some people it works, and I don't knock them for doing that. But don't push an agenda. We're trying to talk about having interpersonal relationships with each other so that we have a safe space to talk about these things, not all this other crazy ass stuff. We don't need to go too far off in that. We even said earlier, we can have a build on the other channel on that. But I just wanted the chat to understand it's not about, for me, this is a serious conversation. That's why I'm talking so much, and that's why I'm so adamant about my point. And I just want to make sure that everybody that's discussing this is being for real about this, because this ain't nothing to play with. This is dead ass serious to me, you know, and it's a problem in our community, you know, in general. So anytime that we can get together, and like I said, people can look at however they want to. Like, he tried to make, you know, Barbie's comment a negative thing, and I'm like, nah, this is a safe space. So we appreciate her trusting us enough to share with us, and you can reach out to us, because that's how real we are over here. This is a safe space, and you can reach out to us. And that just when it went left for me. I was like, nah, me and him we going nah.
Right. And even and I kept saying, stop, let me talk to my chat. It's like you still kept going. You gotta show respect for my chat. This our family, Cav. And
that's why I tried to tell him. I said, no, we're gonna mute up and let Sugar go. And you was like, nah. He kept trying to. That's why I was like, bro, maybe you don't. I said, I don't know how often you come over here, but like, we're not over here to trigger. I'm over here to learn, and I learn from y'all.
That's why I said, let's throw some hearts up. And I was even trying to change it up because I wanted to bring some joy.
And the chat here
and let her know, you know, we there for anybody who wants us to be there for you. This is what it's all about, because everybody, that's what I keep saying, everybody going through something. You speaking upon people we don't know,
right?
And you speaking upon hypotheses. We you know, we don't know, but we do know somebody in here at this moment needs us now.
That's right. And the whole chat flooded with hearts, and that's why I said, man, this is a safe space. And then if that energy ain't right, we run it out of here.
The chat will let you know.
Run that energy clean up out of here. That's it. And nobody's mad, and we still have a good time over here. And this is still what it is. This our space. This Sugar space. This our space. And so that's what it is, man. But I like I said, I appreciate the conversation, because I learn a lot, man. I'm telling you, I learn a lot. Because I really
was patient. He said he was too bad. No, I wasn't patient. Kev was patient. I left his ass.
Because see, I'm so not patient. I'm trying to learn patience. I'm trying to learn it. I am.
You have more than me, bro. I was like, damn this. I'm done. Damn.
Listen, that's why I love y'all. Y'all put up with me way longer than a bunch of niggas would, for real. If it was a bunch of dudes, they'd be like, man, shit,
I went to find me a snack.
You say, look, I'm getting ready to go take a tinkle break. And he started talking about, yeah, I was waiting to take one too. I'm like, Man, I was like, let me tell
said,
you.
pay my water bill. I didn't say tinkle, but I used to
Yeah,
say,
no, yeah, but he
I
said
used to say
something else
tinkle.
after that. I couldn't
Then
think of how he
I'm like,
said it.
I'm like, damn, he's still going. I said, well, let me go on to the refrigerator now. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it.
I knew when you be quiet for longer than about 3 or 4 minutes, I'm like, oh nah, she ain't fucking with whatever the conversation is right now. She's just being quiet because I already know. I'm like,
No,
let me go.
sometimes when it's like when it was like Jew and the lady that was on here, that was a nice bill. So at that point, me and her already spoke.
Mm-hmm.
So now I can mute up and let y'all speak now. But sometime I'll let y'all go because it's about the panel too. Right. But usually when I keep saying I'll be right back, that means I ain't listening to that. I ain't listening to that. So bye, Kevin. Go ahead. You on your own, kid.
Right.
At this point, it's your panel at that point.
I respect it because, like I said, man, the chat, like, that builds the whole conversation. And it's like, you know, and you got to understand, think about how many people in your real life keep it real with you, like people in the chat about their own personal situations. People keep it real, and I appreciate that in people because it's a lot of people you see and talk to every day, and they're not going to be that honest with you. And it's not that I'm saying you got to get up here and tell all your business, but I'm just saying when people feel like when I see people comment about their own personal life, their own personal situations, I respect that and I honor that because it's like you don't have to reveal your personal information to no strangers, but you feel like this is a safe enough space to do so. So therefore, we want to keep that energy in this space. We not allowing that other stuff. If anybody, we're not triggering nobody. We're not trying to, we're not trying to bring a whole lot of negative energy. We talk about serious things, but we always laugh throughout this chat. We always laugh throughout this chat. And that's the important thing. It's a balance, man.
He said he made me self-engaged. There y'all go. There y'all go. And then I grabbed my cigar, whiskey, and then I had to grab the blunt with the guy.
See, this chat ain't shit.
I know, right? You know they ain't.
They gonna call the bullshit out, and that's what I love because we
and then
just.
Nicole said she done took a whole shower.
Look, talking about she was in the closet, she done got back out. Sat 12 even came back, talking about it was staticky at first. I'm back, y'all.
You know that ain't work too.
Hey, listen, man. Then it came out the bushes and everything, and you said about 3 hours ago that you weren't gonna be on this phone on this chat all night.
I'm gonna give y'all like 10 more minutes. He made me
That's
grab
right.
my anxiety pills and DSM. This is why I don't mess with y'all. This is
That's right, Tracy.
How
Tracy
many
said it's a
times
balance.
I tell people when you click this link, be very
You better be
careful
ready.
because this chat, you better be ready. This chat ain't no joke. And they smell shit. I mean, like the first thing come out your mouth, this chat, smell it.
Yeah.
This chat, smell it.
They be on everything.
And at that point, I don't say nothing. I don't want to. I don't like when people say to me, "Well, who chat is this? What you trying to say? I don't trust my co-host in my chat."
Ray stupid talking about saying she grabbed the anxiety pills and the DSM-5. Y'all crazy.
I tell you, chat. That's why I told you just come up here, say what you gotta say, make sure it's on point, and don't look for me. People keep looking for me to save them. No. Now, if it get out of order, I'll be like, okay, God, let's calm it down a little bit, because sometimes we get passionate. We all got passion.
Yeah.
But if it ain't that, don't look for me to save you. No, don't come up because I warn you first.
Right.
Keep it about, if you're gonna come, keep it about the topic. And keep it about the topic.
And you know what? That's so ironic because the very first show I ever came up on, you warned one of the panelists to leave something alone, and it turned into a whole thing. So when you say, "Hey, I shut my butt up," I be like, "Okay, I'm finna go on mute," because you call it down. No, for real, like it's just because like sometimes I may not realize I'm going on, and you'd be like, "Bro, okay, boom." I said, boom. But see, we have to be
only
able to
time
do
I
that.
say that if it's containing you and YouTube.
Yeah, no, but
and I tell you, then we gotta apologize.
We have to be able to do that.
But
We have to be able to
if it
do
ain't
that.
got nothing to do with YouTube rules and regulations, you can fly. The same
but
way
see-
for Boss Lady and Boss Lady do it to me. Like sometimes we slap each other's hands. I had to slap your hand today because you slapped my hand the other day.
I think it was Black American, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been somebody else, but made a comment earlier and said, men have to start holding men accountable.
Mm-hmm.
That's the truth. That's the
same way with women. We got
yeah, and that's what I love about this chat, because we do that. We have our opinions, we voice our opinions, we go back and forth, but the chat is about either you right or your ass wrong.
Our chat ain't worth 2 cents. Y'all
That's
terrible. Y'all terrible. Y'all terrible.
They don't let none slide.
And they roll with us the whole night, Crab. They roll with us to the break of dawn. We are team stay up. We are team stay up. Y'all know how hurt I was with them. I had my allergies were so this fucking weather, man. Oh my God.
I know.
It had me in the bed.
Yeah.
I couldn't even get out.
If you got sinuses or allergies real bad, man.
Yeah, the pollen and stuff. He's saying polite, but even Cool Cat hung around.
Yeah, Cool Cat been in here too. Hey, listen, you wild too, Cool Cat. Salute. But yeah, man, I read y'all. I'm telling you, trust me, I read y'all comments. Sometimes they go so fast, I don't have time to comment back, especially when I'm on the panel. But that's why I love interacting with y'all, because y'all be catching everything, and that's the point. When you aware,
what you said wasn't triggering, sis. What you said wasn't triggering. The point is, I wanted to concentrate on what you were saying. We heard enough of what he was saying, which I'm not saying anything about the young man or the middle man or the old man. He's one of them ages. But I'm just saying we gave that enough attention.
Yeah.
Oh, now she making coffee. I can't with you, Nicole. God.
And listen, Barbie, you didn't trigger nobody, because the outpouring that came from that, it might be other people in the chat that went through that, but they may not be comfortable saying it. But trust me, that what you said and that helped somebody. Even if they can't reach out and tell you, trust me. Because
I'll catch it on a replay.
Yeah. Or they're right.
I be getting, people don't understand. Sometimes when people write stuff in the comments, sometimes it goes straight to spam. It doesn't even put on the page, but I still get to see it. And a lot of people offer, sometimes if people watch the replay, sometimes the chat show, sometimes it will not show, but they go off my responses to the chat, because I read what they say. And a lot of people do be like, yo, I got help from your channel. Or and even I was telling people, how did you find this channel? I ain't getting no response. But I'm like, how did you find this channel? I ain't getting no response. But I like how you curved people think you curved it, but we good, right? But the point is you found it.
People will inbox me all the time and be like, yo, like, I don't be coming in y'all chat. I be in the bushes, but man, y'all bills be off the chain. And other people will say, they might be on other channels. You know what I'm saying? And they'll be like, hey, I just want you to know, man, hey, I be tapping into y'all, man. Y'all be lit over there, man. Especially like late night. People be saying, I be riding home from work at 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. Listening to y'all, this is my late night chill. I go to sleep listening to y'all, and that's cool. And I love that, because like I said, we can go from A to Z with our conversations, and I love that, because we cover so many topics. That's why we got to get the other channel up and popping, so that we could just have them off the chain bills that, like I said, because we can't put everything on Sugar Love over here. So that's why we got to get the other channel popping, like this one popping, and keep the Tony T going, so that we could just have so many outlets.
And what had people there was popping to the little chick decided to strike the damn channel.
Black American say he was Bush baby for a minute. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Sugar.
I ain't even say nothing. I was there. Hey,
Oh.
thought about that girl taking my channel. Shit, shouldn't even mention. I had to stop and get into deep thought.
Yeah, the education. That's right, man. It's and you know, and I love that because, like I said, man, I love learning from other people because the more information you take in from the more sources, that don't mean take everything. You take what's useful, take what's true, take what resonates with you. You know what I'm saying? And we all, and it's always a build because we might start off on the most crazy, ridiculous stuff. I don't even remember what was the video we was watching in the beginning. I don't even remember. Was it Aya or somebody, one of the girls? See, I don't even remember where we even started. But now we done came all the way around to here and we ain't really missed a beat. You know, so that's what it's about, man. It's about conversation. That's how you come up with solutions. When you talk and you have conversations and you ask questions and you listen to each other, that's how you come up with conversation, come up with solutions. Start in your house and work outward. You know, whatever little small part you could do, that's it. Even if it's being in this chat and spreading awareness and spreading education and giving somebody information, you doing your part. That's what it's about. And we work out, you know. That's all it's about. You on mute, Sugar Love? She eating again, Nicole.
What?
I was calling your name, man. I ain't hear number rough and I told Nicole she eating again.
You know, I leave y'all in a heartbeat, right? Shit.
Yeah, real talk. Like minds will gravitate toward each other. That's a fact, Cool Cat. Like minds will gravitate to each other, period. I don't know how I found this channel. I was telling Sugar Love when I first found the channel about 1.5 years ago. I don't even remember, but it's a reason I came across it and it's a reason I'm still here. So that's what it's about.
No, it don't cost no money, Barbie. Matter of fact, you already have a YouTube channel. People think they're going to start a YouTube channel. But people don't understand you already in a YouTube channel. Lord,
yeah.
All you got to do is when you go on your page, you see that camera? There you go. This chat saved me from getting stolen. You know what? Go back in the closet, Nicole. Go back in the closet.
She is on one.
She says chat saved her from getting stolen. Oh my God. Where did you you already had one. All you gotta do is when you go on, click that live, and now you live.
Yeah, see, you already have a channel by the fact that you're logged in. And when you go to your YouTube, when you just go on YouTube, you hit that live button, you got a channel.
Rain said, I have a YouTube channel. Where do I read the DSM? Rain, you want punishment too, boy. Oh my God. We got the best closet in YouTube, man. The best closet, boy. Cause Nicole keep it nice and stacked up and clean and do laundry and all that stuff. Check out my channel for DSM audio books, y'all. A lot of people think that, but the SL is Sugar Love. There's the SL. A lot of people said that to me. They thought, I don't know why we don't sound alike. I'm nasal because I got my little my sinuses right there.
But see, it's 2 reasons. Y'all did when I first heard both of y'all. Y'all did sound a lot. I thought y'all was the same person, but
I hear that all the time, but I don't hear it.
They think, yeah, because it's you. They think the SL stands for Sugar Love. See, those 2 things together, you sound alike, and then the SL, they think that stands for Sugar Love, but no, that's not.
But her voice is more stronger and deeper. I'm more nasally. I think it's an SL, the Sugar Love. I don't know what the hell, but she's a good channel, so I ain't got it's all good. It ain't like she's bad. She's a good channel, so it's okay. It's okay. She's a good channel.
And that's the thing too. We don't ever. That's one thing I loved about this channel too. I never heard you when I would listen and I never heard you down talk another channel. I always heard you give other channels credit. You always credit their videos and stuff like that. And I was like, wow, it ain't even no drama, or she ain't into it with no other channel holder. So it was like that was one of the first things for me. I was like, okay, let me see what what she's talking about over here. And to be honest, I really didn't think. I was like, I don't know if they're gonna be talking about nothing I want to hear, because it was all women, and I was like, I didn't even. But it just go to show you, it just surprised me, and I was like, damn, I love their bills, and so it was just like, yeah, it just happened like that.
I mean, we get a couple of people that disagree. Don't get us wrong. We could be hated too.
Oh,
but
yeah,
that's not my other channels. That's my people in the chat that want to come up on the panel. And after I tell them, make sure you stick to the topic. Don't take us backwards to the 1920s or 30s when you would stick to the topic.
But we're gonna say what need to be said. That we will do that.
No, but like I said, she's a good content creator. She's a good channel too. And she do her thing out. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Go watch her too. But if you listen to the content, once you listen to the content, you will see we're totally different.
Yeah.
We do things totally different.
Yeah.
But like I said, she's a good channel, so I could be mistaken for a lot of other people. I'm glad she's good. You can call me other things.
Yeah.
Then she has her picture. I have my picture. But like I said, we got to support each other. So hey, so good. I have had people who have said to me, "Oh, I thought she was you, and I did this, but I thought it was you." I'm like, it's okay, because that's what God. Sometimes that's what God wanted it to go. Oh, we don't like Victor. Okay, we don't like Victor. Okay, we don't like Vic.
Nah, we don't mess with Vic, right?
You say Ray has been down. Sometimes I like going through my old videos, because I always give people shit. It is good to see people was like, Rain has been down forever. That I love Rain. I love her. She's been down. I don't know if she's one of the ones who was down when I was just a regular Grow channel, but she's been here, been down, and the other channel back. She's good people, very good people. Yeah, I thought she was you. Yeah, because I thought she was you. Sorry, I think you wrote that wrong. Well, a lot of people jumped into it because he's now gone national. He got it. He won it. No, there's only one Sugar Love. And Sugar Love stands for Sugarfoot. But because I got a nice little walk. And then I had Sugarfoot was a name they gave me many moons ago. That name was chap Sugarfoot. But when I tried to put Sugarfoot up on here, a lot of people use the name now. Before, when that's why all my emails is in Sugarfoot, because I had them for a while. But when I tried, I'm like, listen, I ain't going through all that. And then I'm all about love anyway. So I want to make it Sugar Love. So sugar is me and love is what I'm about. That's why we call it the Love Train. But a lot of channels don't know. But the thing is, like, what they get mad at us or the small ones, and they want to go after us because they're the big one. Like, it's not a point of being big or small, whatever. This is a time where a lot of content creators should be reaching out to other content creators, and it's okay to have another content creator on your page to discuss. That's why when I went on Dan, he didn't know that much about I don't know why I say sugar mama. Hey, I'll be your sugar mama. You call me sugar mama.
When you sugar mama, or whatever her name is, sugar mama.
Sugar baby.
Sugar
And I kept it.
Boy, I was hollering that day. Sugar Mama, Sugar Bear, whatever her name is.
And it's Sugar Light. Remember what Sugar
Sugar
Light?
Light.
Another one was
Sugar
Sugar
Light.
Light.
Oh, boy, people is crazy.
And it is crazy that a lot of I felt bad that a lot of the people like on the Bigo they was throwing SM with a lot of stuff. I'm glad that she's still able just to keep on doing her work, keep on doing her job, because sometimes people make mistakes and sometimes things happen. And who are we really not to forgive unless you really, really do something out of pocket? Who are we not to forgive somebody on social media? Like, damn, we ain't taking them home with us. We're not taking them home unless you really say or do some foul shit. But then you had to put yourself in that predicament.
Yeah.
Why even KS is trending also. I sent the dude 3,000 subs in a month covering him. I seen the dude. Oh, we're gonna cover that shit on my other channel. I ain't even looking for support. But we're gonna cover it not because he's part of the community, and we're gonna talk about other people in the community. But we really need to break this man down because he scammed a lot of people. Just like he was never a image consultant. Come on, just check his page out real quick. I'm gonna show you exactly what I mean. Show me where do you find image consultant at? We're gonna look. We're gonna
have a good build on that.
I'm only giving y'all 15 more minutes. I'm trying. The sun come out. We're gonna have problems. We're gonna have problems. I do it to you all the time. And boss lady like fuck that shit. She got that Zaza. She go right off on her own world, like F us.
Hey, don't be talking about me.
And she always wake up. She like,
hey.
She be like, F y'all. So she can go. I can leave too. Leave Kevin stuck up there by himself.
No, I'm getting ready to hop on my troll page and go trolling around a little bit.
Oh no, you're not. You won't see it. No, you won't.
No, I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed for real. I gotta get my butt up in the morning, so I gotta.
Oh, now he gotta go to bed. You gonna give up these 5 more minutes like I am?
Actually, I'm gonna take a nap because it's like 2:45 here. I gotta be up at 5, so I'll probably
good night.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a nap for about an hour and a half. Get up and make some coffee and
That's why I've been trying to tell y'all people, let's stop. Y'all want to break dawn and shit.
Hey, it's just
we ain't on the West Coast like boss ladies. It's only 12:43 where she at.
You know how you be telling people, you be over somebody's house and you be like, all right, I'm finna get up out of here, and then you end up leaving like 45 minutes later because y'all standing there talking. That's how it be over here. I think it was like 11. It was like 11:45. Yep.
You matter. You matter, Barbie. You matter to us. We care for you and we love our chat. I'm gonna get my latte. You know what? Did that? Oh, Claire Channel. How you doing? I just woke up and had a good night's sleep. We trying to get to the good night's sleep.
You getting ready to get to it, right?
We trying to get to the good night's sleep. But tomorrow is Saturday, and my daughter come and get me. I will be going to get a little. I'm coming on twice tomorrow. I have to make up them little bit of days. I'm here from the UK. Welcome.
Yeah, it's morning over there.
We're on an opposite time thing here.
It's almost it is afternoon over there.
That's why I said, hey, y'all be going to bed. Sugar, the sun don't come up to 5:30. Or it come up a little bit earlier over here. It come up a little bit earlier, I'm telling you, because it be sunlight. I'm telling you, it be sunlight by the time y'all let me go to bed.
Yeah.
She said it's 9 a.m. there. Ooh. We're international up in here. Woo, woo,
That's
woo,
right.
woo.
That's right.
And then I need for when we get on the other channel, like I said, I need for the men to build and a Black American. Y'all gonna have to be finding stuff to build on, even if it is talking about women. Like I said before, we need to hear this. We have to stop trying to not let them say what they have to say, and vice versa. But we have to start, for us to care about each other again, we have to care about what each other say. We may not agree with it, but we can find a way to say, well, you know what, let's work on this. So we could be the one, even if it's to break the mold just in here. But
Right.
a lot of us has been exposed to the extreme channels. How can we break the mold? And the first thing, and then we gotta have the men got to start building. Women, we need some women to come up here and we gotta start building. So, one day the men gonna build, the women gonna build, we're gonna build together because it's not all bad with us. It's
Right.
not all bad, and um it's not that we talk about a world. Me too, high yellow. We talk about a world. Let's not get too consumed in the world we ain't in. I just don't like. I never liked the high value thing, and I didn't care what you say about the women because if the shoe don't fit, if don't fit me, I'm not wearing it. I just don't like for all the keeping that term high value. So it's not like you people keep thinking that you just disrespecting women. You disrespecting men too. Why you keep saying how? Well, you want this high value man? Like, then we'll go get a regular man. Like what?
Yeah, we definitely gonna have some.
No, but we still got
interesting-
Frit and Fritter, whatever their name is. We got that other new guy. I think them are the two bunch of assholes. And the lady who goes to the channel, you know what I'm talking about?
Did they take Fresh and Fish channel?
That's who I'm talking about. No, we're gonna get in their ass too. I'm telling you, Kev, get ready. Everybody who I feel that's bringing us down as a people, they be getting in their goddamn ass.
Yep.
And we're gonna do it as women and men.
That's right. We're gonna hold each other accountable.
Right. We have to show them that we can come together for right. and wrong.
Right.
Now we're gonna be right. Good night.
I
love all of you guys. All of you guys mad. Hey, Philly in the house. Okay, I didn't know how yellow in New York, so me and you could never have beef. Ever. High yellow, we would never have beef because we can meet up, and I'm too old for that. Okay.
All right. Good night, boss lady. Love y'all. Chat. I'll catch up with y'all tomorrow.
All right.
Good night, Kev.
Boss lady.
Well.
Boss lady, my lady. Boss lady, my lady. That's my boo. And you gotta send me the pictures of what you got. I'm hoping because everybody's satisfied. Everybody's loving their stuff. And you didn't finish telling me before we go off.
Okay, I will.
I'm waiting.
Oh.
I can't take you. On that little laugh. But I'm gonna let the people go though. And you can say it again, but I want to know. Night, my lovies.
Good night, everybody. Y'all sleep well.
Oh, Miss Leo right here. Miss Leo right here. So go ahead, tell her about the cups before we go.
Okay, Miss Leo, my cups are awesome.
Thank you, Miss Leo. Thank you so much. And hopefully you get more and more business. Everybody, don't forget this go. What I said, Philly in the house. I say Philly in the house. I love my Philly. Now. I remember that's right. We got to go through Philadelphia to get to Philadelphia and Jersey to get anywhere. But don't forget, I'm going to be showing her stuff tomorrow. Hopefully, Ms. Leo gets more business because she does. Everybody is so freaking happy. Miss Rod called me. Oh my God, it's beautiful. So, y'all place y'all. I'm gonna be placing some more orders, and don't forget if y'all have orders or ideas, please give my girl more business. But I don't know if it's just her making it, but don't overdo her because it's only her. But still get them orders in. All right, Rain, my boo, my longtime boo. We go back like baby and pacifiers. All right, night night. So what's